ਪਿੱਛੇ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਕਤਾਰ ਡੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਨੀਂਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਪਛਤਾਉਂਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨਾ ਫਿਰੇ ਰੋਂਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਟਰੈਕ ਤੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਟੋਲੀਆਂ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਸੰਦ ਬੈਕ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਥੁੱਕਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੋਢੇ ਤੋਂ ਸਪਿੱਟ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਕ ਤੇ ਲੱਗੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੈਕ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹਿੱਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜਦਾ ਏ ਭੌਂਕਦੇ ਆ ਬੈਕ ਤੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਪਤਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਫਿਰੇ ਨੀਂਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਸ਼ੱਕਾਂ ਰੋਟੀ ਵੰਡ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਬੈਰੀ ਰੱਖਾਂ ਚੰਡ ਕੇ ਬੜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਿੰਦਦੇ ਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਭੰਡਦੇ ਇਹ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੰਦ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਨ ਸਾਂਭੇ ਯਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਬੈਰੀ ਥੱਲੇ ਦੰਦ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਮਾ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਗਲੇ ਚ ਬਾਹਾਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਫੜਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੂੰ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਛਡਾਉਂਦੀ ਪਤਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਫਿਰੇ ਨੀਂਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੱਥ ਪਿਆ ਉਦੜੇ ਰਕਾਨੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਰਫ ਨੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਥੋੜੇ ਟਫ ਨੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਕਫ ਨੇ ਕਰਾਈਆਂ ਪਾਮ ਰੀਡਿੰਗਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਖੇਡਦੇ ਬਲਾਫ ਨੇ ਟੀਚਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਜੋਗੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਝੋਲੀਆਂ ਚ ਸੱਪ ਨੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇਖੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇਖੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ ਘਰਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਯਾਰ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੂੰ ਐਲੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇਖੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਪ ਕੋਰੇ ਰੰਗ ਤੇ ਤੂੰ ਲਾਵੇਂ ਗਲ ਕੰਦ ਤੇ ਪੈਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਰਾ ਕੇ ਕਰਾਂ ਚੌਲ ਵੀ ਵਾ ਖੰਡ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੰਡ ਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਵੰਡਦੇ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੇਵੀ ਹਾਏ ਵੇਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਕਾਲਾ ਸੂਟ ਕਦੇ ਕਦੇ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਰੋਜ਼ੀ ਅਜ਼ਮਾਉਂਦੀ ਪਤਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਲਾਕੀ ਯਾਰੀ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਫਿਰੇ ਨੀਂਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਟਪਾਵਾਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਬਾਰਡਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਰੌਂਦਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਾਗਰਾਂ ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਕਰਾਂ ਕਦਰਾਂ ਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਮੰਨਾ ਆਰਡਰਾਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਰਾਤ ਪੈ ਜਵੇ ਵਿਛਾ ਕੇ ਸੌਂਦਾ ਚਾਦਰਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਤਲ ਕੀ ਸ਼ਹਿਆ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਢੀਕ ਪੀਜਾ ਸਾਗਰਾਂ ਪੀਣਾ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਛੱਡ ਗਈ ਚੁੰਨੀ ਤੇ ਲਾਉਂਦੀ ਸਿੱਪੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਲਿਪੀਆਂ ਮੱਥੇ ਦਾ ਟਿੱਕਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਈ ਰਕਾਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਯਾਦ ਕਰੀਆਂ ਤੂੰ ਬਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਟਿੱਪੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਨਾ ਰਾਤ ਸੌਂਦੀ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਉਂਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਫੜਾਉਂਦਾ ਤੂੰ ਹੱਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਛਡਾਉਂਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਬੂਹਾ ਖੜਕਾਉਂਦੀ ਪਤਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਫਿਰੇ ਨੀਂਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਪਛਤਾਉਂਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨਾ ਫਿਰੇ ਰੋਂਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਟਰੈਕ ਤੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਟੋਲੀਆਂ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਸੰਦ ਬੈਕ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਠੁੱਕਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੋਢੇ ਤੋਂ ਸਪਿੱਟ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਕ ਤੇ ਲੱਗੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੈਕ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜਦਾ ਭੌਂਕਦੇ ਆ ਬੈਕ ਤੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਪਤਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਜੱਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ
थैंक यू आपका ये उपकार जिंदगी भर याद रहेगा मुझे
ओ शीश मेरी गलतियों के लिए मुझे माफ़ कर देना फिर से बोल देता हूँ वेलकम 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 टू another brand new amazingly realistically wonderful magical live stream. How you guys doing? How's everything going? Welcome chat, welcome. We are back and we are back with the VCT Americas crazy match. भाई बहुत क्रेजी वॉच पार्टी होने वाली है आज. हेलो वंश, हेलो फैजान, क्या हाल है रोमियो भाई, वेलकम. हेलो रजीला, फैजान थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द मेंबरशिप, लव यू बडी. क्या कर रहे थे तुम लोग गाइस अभी तक इतना लेट नाइट तक जागे हो? मुझे लगा था कि कोई आएगा नहीं बट ठीक है, जितने भी लोग हैं उसमें हम खुश हैं बिकॉज इट्स लेट नाइट. आई थिंक बहुत सारे लोग सो गए होंगे बट ये करना था मुझे, इसलिए मैंने बोला कि वाई नॉट. एंड ऑलरेडी हम एक और वॉच पार्टी करने वाले हैं पैसिफिक की वॉच पार्टी करेंगे बट वो आज नहीं है मेरे ख्याल से, वो 25 को है, मतलब कल. यस भाई कल तो. और माँ कसम चैट गाइस कोटा फैक्ट्री देख रहा था, क्या बात है. हेलो अनेश, व्हाट्सअप. FNC भाई ये कौन जीता? क्या ले हेटर, वेलकम. ये कौन जीता गाइस? FNC और इसमें FNC और NV में कौन जीता? क्या टाइम है लाइव आने का? अरे मैच अभी है, क्या करेंगे यार मेरे भाई. बिंग्स की वॉच पार्टी देख रहा था, क्या बात है. FNC जीत गई पर उन लोग का मैच एक ही मैप जीती होगी ना, अभी तो टाइम है ना. एक ही मैप जीती होगी अभी तो. नाइट शिफ्ट खत्म होते ही नोटिया है भाई। नाइट शिफ्ट वाले कितने होते हैं भाई? मुझे भी एक जन का मैसेज आया था इंस्टा पे कि भाई मैं नाइट शिफ्ट करता हूँ। भाई नाइट शिफ्ट वाले हैं भाई डेंजर। जो नाइट शिफ्ट करते हैं ना उन लोग को सल्यूट है भाई, बिकॉज इट्स नॉट ईजी भाई, इट्स नॉट ईजी एक्चुअली भाई। लो सोचो तुम पूरी दुनिया सो रही है एंड तुम जाग के काम कर रहे हो भाई, मजाक है क्या? पूरी दुनिया सो रही है और तुम जाग के काम कर रहे हो। एक अपने में ही प्राउड फीलिंग तो है, बट वो एक अलग वे में देखा जाए तो कि भाई इवन व्हेन पीपल आर स्लीपिंग वी आर वर्किंग, तो वो एक है। बट स्टिल थोड़ा ऐसा लगता है कि भाई काश हमें भी वो नींद मिलती। जो रात की नींद होती है ना गाइस, वो बेस्ट होती है। कुछ नहीं, चल મળીએ પછી હવે શું પડશે જોબ છે સવાર, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। मैं भी हूँ नाइट शिफ्ट। क्या बात है उज्जवल भाई, हेलो उज्जवल भाई, वेलकम। रुको, अरे मैं तुम लोगों को दिखाना भूल गया। मेरी ओंदी मेरी पौंदी औंदी पौंदी पौंदी पौंदी। कैसनोवा, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द $2 भाई। सोचा आप कैसनोवा भाई कनाडा विच पहुंच गए क्या? पैन दी डिंगलिंग कनाडा विच। यार एक बात बताओ मेरे को, ये मेरा नोटिफिकेशन आता दिखाता है बट म्यूजिक क्यों नहीं आता भाई? कुछ तो सीन है हुआ है भाई मेरे अलर्ट्स में, अलग ही पीटी है भाई। अब ये देखो भाई फेस कैम चला गया, आ गया भाई। रश का क्या सीन है? कल इवेंट है। अरे आई नो, अरे मुझे एक्चुअली मूवी आया था। म्यूजिक आया, हमेशा म्यूजिक आता है। एक मिनट, तो इतना टाइम से जितने लोगों की भी मेंबरशिप थी जिन्होंने ली और जितने लोगों के भी सुपर चैट्स आए, उस सभी के म्यूजिक आए। ये कहना चाह रहे हो आप लोग? उज्जवल भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 200। ओ माय गॉड, थैंक यू सो मच उज्जवल भाई, लव यू यारा। ये लो मेरी तरफ से दोनों को दिल। आता है म्यूजिक? ओ शिट, मैं तो इतना टाइम से ये भ्रम में था कि भाई म्यूजिक ही नहीं आता भाई। मुझे पता है, मैं लिटरली ये सोच रहा था कि आई थिंक आई शुड फिक्स दिस प्रॉब्लम। जो म्यूजिक वाला प्रॉब्लम है वो मुझे फिक्स करना चाहिए। एंड मैं तब से ये सोच में था भाई, मुझे नहीं मालूम कि आवाज आती है, क्योंकि मुझे नहीं आती आवाज। ठीक है बट बेटर है वो, एक्चुअली आवाज नहीं आती वो, क्योंकि कभी कभार कैसा होता है गेम में ध्यान रहता है तो शायद पता नहीं चलता वैसे। ठीक है कोई सीन नहीं है। हाँ सो मैं ये बता रहा था कि फेनाटिक का अभी मैच चल रहा है, फ्यूरिया और इविल जीनियसेस का, और क्लाउड9। भाई ये वाला मैच बहुत देखने लायक होगा। एक्चुअली ये वाला भी बहुत अच्छा मैच होने वाला है, बट दिस गोना बी क्रेजी मैच। एंड देन 25th को, मतलब विच इज़ टुमारो गाइज, भाई अपना बहुत हेक्टिक शेड्यूल है ऑन 25th ऑफ जनवरी सैटरडे, विच इज़ एक ये वाला मैच अपन नहीं कर रहे हैं। अपन ये वाला मैच चालू करेंगे 3:30 को। क्रू ई स्पोर्ट्स 2 गेम ई स्पोर्ट 100 थीव्स और एनर्जी वाला एक करेंगे अमेरिकास का, और फिर बाद में 25 को टैलन और ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स का करेंगे। एंड देन शाम को स्ट्रीम, मतलब टोटल कितनी होगी? 2024। ओ माई गॉड, ओह दैट्स गोना बी 2 स्ट्रीम्स भाई, 2 स्ट्रीम। टाइम डिफरेंस के कारण स्ट्रीम पे काम कम आता हूँ, सॉरी फॉर दैट। अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं मेरी जानू, अभी आ गया ना भाई। 25th को अपन 2 स्ट्रीम करने वाले चैट, जस्ट सेइंग। मैच चालू हुआ क्या? अरे ट्वीच आ रही, ओए ट्विटर भी खोल के रखने के बाजू में, अगर इन केस सम प्लेयर्स डू सम क्रेजी शिट यू माइट ट्वीट। लाइक करो गाइस, VTC.
You're jet lagged, man, and we saw it in the server. Sean, we had a lot of words to talk about.
Fuck, मेरी कान फट गई कि भाई कि चालू हो गया। ओ 5 मिनट में चालू होने वाला है, क्रेजी। 5 मिनट में चालू होने वाला है। वॉच पार्टी को गया खत्म हो गया मैच। एक मिनट भाई, मैं क्यों इतना वो हो रहा हूं भाई, कंफ्यूज। मैच खत्म हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है इन लोगों का? लेट मी चेक भाई। मैच चालू है भाई ऑलरेडी, एफएनसी और नावी का। ओके, हेलो दिवांशु। तो मैं फुल स्क्रीन जा रहा हूँ। फुल स्क्रीन क्यों जाना है भाई? हेलो, अभी मैच को टाइम है, और मैच के टाइम पे फुल स्क्रीन कौन जाता है? ओ, अभी फ्रैक्चर चालू है भाई। ये किसने जीता? फेनेटिक ने जीता। ये भी फेनेटिक ही जीतेगी भाई। खत्म करो ये गेम। वीसीटी देखना है। अरे अमेरिका से देखना है भाई, बहुत हैवी होने वाला है वीसीटी अमेरिका से। नोटी नया है बीबू भाई। अरे ये नोटी का तो भाई बीटी है भाई, क्या बोलेंगे भाई। इसके लिए कहते हैं इंस्टा में फॉलो कर दिया करो और ब्रॉडकास्ट चैनल ज्वाइन कर लो। सो इन केस अगर तुम लोग को नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आती है ना, तो भाई ब्रॉडकास्ट चेक करते रहने का भाई। ब्रॉडकास्ट में तो आती ही है भाई, और ब्रॉडकास्ट पे नहीं आई तो डिस्कॉर्ड है, 2-3 जगह तो भाई पता चल ही जाता है। हेलो अननोन भाई, बाय द वे चैट, ये मैं तुमको बता दूं कि ये जो अपना हमारी वॉच पार्टी है सुबह तक चलने वाली है 9:30 बजे तक। सोएंगे कभी, फिर बाद में वापस स्ट्रीम भी करना है। कल का स्ट्रीम दिन में, अच्छा गावात कैसे करेंगे सब कुछ। अर्ली स्ट्रीमर ही कह दे भाई को। क्या लेना भाई, व्हाट्सअप मेरी जानू। हेलो, विच कंट्री? आई एम फ्रॉम इंडिया। आ गया। 2 minutes more, लेट्स गो। तब तक मैं बातें कर लूंगा पब्लिक से। क्या लगता है चैट, आज कौन जीतेगा? What do you think भाई? What do you think? फ्यूरिया और ईजी?
Hey guys, I'm here with Khalil from FURIA, and I want to ask, FURIA has played 2 matches, but you've only actually played 1. So now that you have a little more time to prep after that first match, that first loss, how are you feeling about today?
Khalil भाई,
a gente tá mais preparado sem dúvidas. A gente teve tempo pra também treinar.
एक मिनट, ये फ्यूरिया कौन से ना कंट्री की टीम है भाई?
Prepara também pra
फ्यूरिया,
Então, vai ser melhor.
फ्यूरिया टीम from which country? Furia Esports is a Brazilian esports organization. Oh bye.
And then my second question, since the offseason, we've seen a couple of your
बोलो गुड नाइट भी भाई। क्या ये टाइम है गुड नाइट बोलने का अनुभव भाई?
at this point
कोई ना यार, सो जाओ
adapting to these roles
रेस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट है।
Sim, cada tá na sua posição de conforto. Teve algumas mudanças, sim, tipo.
Furia Esports is a Brazilian esports organization. Brazilian?
Também, em relação ao começo do ano passado.
अच्छा क्या बात।
Mas todo mundo tá na sua posição de conforto.
Which language are you speaking other than English? अरे योटा हराम जादे, हाँ हराम जादे।
Alright, thanks so much, Khalil.
बकचोदी सुबह सुबह।
Let's take a quick look at our predictions to see where we think.
The real rockstar is here. Yes, Samuel.
Oh, and silly.
Van silly picking.
I love it.
भाई मुझे लगता है फ्यूरिया जीतेगी। ईजी का भरोसा नहीं है, बट
No matter what the result was.
कल classes हुए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
I voted EG, even though I'm still high on Furia, because of the fact that I still don't think they've had enough time here. I still don't think they've had enough time to practice.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be, it's tough. They're gonna be
EMU,
better.
अबे EMU के मैचेस क्या जा रहे हैं चैट भाई? क्या मैचेस जा रहे हैं वो भाई? काश मेरे अपने पास गाइस EMU का भी एक्सेस होता भाई। क्या काश, काश भाई काश।
Today, we're headed to the lower bracket, and 4 teams are on the chopping block. Evil Genius versus Furia, MIBR versus 100.
भाई चालू करो चलो, 3:30 हो गए, चलो करो चलो।
We'll start right now, so get comfortable.
Good,
Get
baby.
yourself a
I
study.
mean, good,
We're
madam,
ready for
good.
all the action.
Sorry.
To the right, and we can't wait to talk to you again in a little bit.
माफ करे चैट, माफ करे, माफ करे। मेरा भी सेम क्वेश्चन है, इतनी रात को कौन से, आई एम स्ट्रीमिंग फ्रॉम अमेरिका ब्रो, अमेरिकन टाइम आई हैव अडैप्टेड.
I think FURIA would be a really interesting one, just simply because FURIA right now, I don't want to say they're the best Brazilian team, but they're definitely like top 3, maybe even like top 2.
भाई मेरे को अभी लग रहा है कि भाई अच्छा खासा
Sinto que eles são um time
Jogar.
bom, são novos, mas um time bom. Tem o EA, eles estão jogando bem.
You see the double up from Loud over towards the heaven side and a fault line to herald their arrival. Yay has to set his feet. Has to navigate this one.
भाई एक और मैच है गाइस, पता है इंटरेस्टिंग मैच मैं तुमको दिखाता हूँ. वेट, एक और शायद इंटरेस्टिंग मैच है. वेट, 100 थीव्स वाला एक मैच है. नहीं ये नहीं, ये तो है ही एक जेनजी जेनजी एंड आरआरक्यू वाली मैच होगी. ये बहुत क्रेजी मैच होगी. और टैलन ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स की मैच तो होने ही वाली है तगड़ी वाली भाई. 25 तारीख बहुत क्रेजी है भाई. 25 तारीख का क्रेजी है. 24 तारीख को भाई ये भी है एक, और पेपर एक्स वाली टीम, पेपर एक्स और जेटा का भी हो. भैंड की क्या मैचेस होने वाले वे. 1 तारीख को सेन वर्सेस लाउड है. आगे
jerseys as well. And you know what, someone that I was talking to as well was Superman.
भाई भाभी ने तेरे को परमिशन कैसे दे दी इतनी रात तक स्ट्रीम करने की.
What he told me. And he said today,
भाभी को पता चल गया
playing our own game.
मैं ना मान रहा भाई, मैं ना मान रहा छोरे.
The Pearl game is truly shocking because I believe
भाभी को अभी समझ में आ गया भाई, ना मान रहा इसको. कितना भी बोलो कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा इसको. He will do whatever he wants to. ना मान रहा छोरे.
E pra enfrentá-los valendo a viga, façam muito barulho pra FURIA!
भैंड की टांग.
Right on, the Brazilian squad, they did impress and surprise us with their off-season performance. Unfortunately, those new pieces did not.
आप वॉच पार्टी करोगे तो इन मैचेस का? हाँ करूँगा ना. EME वाला छोड़ के मैं सारे वॉच पार्टीज करूँगा. टेंशन मत लो. EME छोड़ के सब अमेरिकाज एंड पैसिफिक.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawl.
EME नहीं करूँगा, बाकी सब करूँगा.
This is the type of team that's willing to take the fights against Ye, and Ye is going to be asked to hit some shots.
यार कोई तो एक टीम थी जिसका मेरे को है ना ये बहुत अच्छा लगता है, एंट्री सॉन्ग.
It might be missing because of those days off.
कोई तो एक टीम थी, मुझे याद नहीं आ रही वो टीम. मैंने बोला भी है स्ट्रीम पे एक बार कि लोग का एंट्री सॉन्ग मुझे बहुत क्रेजी लगा है. अब पता नहीं कोई किसी चैट के मेंबर को याद होगा तो पता नहीं, चैट को पता होगा तो पता.
Win those head-to-head fights against most of the players in the server with how methodical
Evil Johnny's.
So it's definitely going to be a banger matchup for sure in terms of the mechanical skill.
Let's go.
He's going to have to step up big here.
I'm not going to lie. I just want to see
100 Thieves? I don't know.
From that old school
बहुत crazy सा intro sound है उनका. Like जब वो लोग entry लेते हैं ना, तब बहुत ही crazy गाना बजता है भाई.
That is a map where you can farm a bunch of orbs. Like I talked about
ऐसे vibe करने वाला गाना है.
Yo, would this cook?
He's going to reinvent Fracture right now.
अब पता नहीं कौन सा है
Take a look at
भाई.
our map
I
set
don't
to see where
remember.
the teams are taking us.
टीम का नाम भूल गया मैं.
today.
ओए एबिस.
FURIA picked it.
अबे एबिस का मैप ही देखने को पसंद नहीं मेरे को. एबिस फ्रैक्चर और लोटस डिसाइडर मैप है. लोटस क्रेजी भाई. फ्यूरिया ने अटैक लिया है एबिस पे.
Do we see him back on the Vice?
Nice.
From the off season?
That's what I'm saying. Like I think that EG looks.
क्या लगा भाई? Good morning मेरी जानू.
Yeah, you know Havoc is gonna have.
Your predictions about this match? I think this
he's gonna be able to do it against all
like
utility.
FURIA will win 13.
Is there a Potter PO box I can mail her and request a Ye
37
chamber on
37 या 8.
Because I
know
saw
after watching G2, right?
The chamber on Abyss goes crazy actually, and Potter would cook so.
Actually, भाई chamber और Abyss goes crazy.
Agent select, so maybe you're getting your wish here.
We'll see right now.
Busting out.
Guys, FURIA हारेगी अब सालिया कुतरिया.
A complete switch up.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I guess you know what? This does give a little bit more freedom to Ye though.
Yeah.
Bet. अरे भाई इतनी रात को मेरा कोई वो नहीं है भाई मेहनत करने का भाई. Please.
Pick up the
मैं ऑलरेडी बहुत थक गया हूँ भाई दिन में
Here we have
स्ट्रीम
just
कर
the
शाम को
vanilla
स्ट्रीम
comp,
किया और अभी
the
वापस
solo omen. And
बैठ
like
नहीं
you were
कर
saying with
कल
the double controller
आज
that EG is running, it frees up
देख
Jay
के
a lot, especially
गोटियां
when
कमा
you
लो
have trade global util. He could be
आज देख के
anywhere.
गोटियां
And
कमा
on
लो
a
भाई
big map like Abyss, he's gonna find
bro
one-on-ones
they have a
with
crazy
someone
camera
else.
here bro
And that's
serious
exactly the type
guys
of
इसका
situation
camera ही
a
है
player like Ye in.
Yeah, and I'm really worried for Furia here because we know Potter. We know how much preparation she puts into these teams that she plays against. Not only her own team.
भाई this is so good यार like
And she's able to game plan very well.
every team
What the gap
they have a crazy mouse pads
team. So I think that Furia, I don't think they've had much time to change anything on
और
that
वो
map.
भी
I think it's gonna be
contrast
hard for them.
contrast in the sense जो उनके उसका होता है
First blood goes your way.
Hello Lion, welcome baby.
Snowball because the
Hello,
targets
Anu.
get locked out of the site, and all of a sudden the post plant's almost
जैसे कि
unwinnable. And this
अब
is a nightmare scenario.
ये
for
evil
a team
geniuses
like
वालों का
EG
है तो उन लोगों ने
has
देखो
a tactical edge
ब्लैक
in
माउस
this
पैड रखा है
matchup.
ऑन द अदर हैंड
I
फ्यूरिया
think
का
the
थोड़ा सा
pick is
कलर ही उनका
questionable, and it could leave some openings
शायद
in
ऑरेंज है
Furia.
ऑरेंज है क्या उनका
That is true.
कि नहीं है
They're gonna
ऑरेंज
go for these engagements no matter what across the board, right?
कि उन लोगों ने उनके लिए ऑरेंज
I'm looking at one
माउस
of the
पैड रखा है
rookies,
इसका
the
नहीं इसका
Sentinel
ब्लैक है
player.
मैं कुछ ज्यादा सोच रहा था
Pretty rough show.
गुना जी भाई it was a hectic day at work will join hey definitely man अनीश भाई टेक केयर मेरी जानू
On this,
आराम से
in the off season. He was popping heads left
आराम
and
से
right,
आराम करो
taking a lot of those 50-50
Sleep well,
engagements that we
baby.
think of Ye doing. So I wonder if they're gonna clash at all.
अरे ये
or what
पैर ऊपर करके बैठ गया है वो
be nature versus Heat in the long run.
Yeah, Heat is actually the latest in the duelist to Sentinel pipeline.
Yeah.
He went initiator route first though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he's
can
on the
do it
Senti.
all,
Yeah.
apparently, right?
Apparently. This guy's insane.
तुम लोग बताओ chat who is gonna win
His mechanics
Furia
are
or Evil
really
Geniuses
unmatched in our region. So I think he's the perfect player to put on the Senti role for this squad.
Yeah.
Just to give everyone watching a quick update, we're experiencing some tech issues on the stage. They're investigating.
जी मैं ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी में गोल्ड और प्लैटिनम के बंदे क्यों आ रहे हैं
What's a Rye?
ब्रॉन्ज क्या ब्रॉन्ज वो 5 मैन कर रहे होंगे शायद आई थिंक मेरे को ऐसी लग रहा है 5 मैन कर रहे होंगे शायद
That's a good question. I think Havoc is actually probably the player to watch. I don't expect Icy to have to put up a lot of numbers on the Jet on the other side just because of how Potter runs her systems and what she asks.
क्योंकि 5 मैन करते तो ही पॉसिबल है ऐसा वरना
on this base comp,
तुम 5 मैन खेलते हो क्या अगर भाई अगर 5 मैन खेलते रहोगे तो ही होता होगा
he has to put up numbers.
Furia
There's not going
है
to
ना
be a lot
Furia
of
मुझे भी लग रही है Furia जीतेगी
misdirection with double controller. It's going to be spearheaded by Havoc with initiator util behind him.
घर भाई
and
तुम्हारा
then
हीलो
rely
फक
on
बोलते
him to
हैं
get those
हो
kills
सकता है
in the first wave of hits.
Yeah, and if history repeats itself, I mean, he had a great performance against Leviathan, even though they got mollywopped. So it could be very good. And another person to look out for.
Yo,
from the side of Furia,
I want
and I know
this,
it seems like we're just like
mouse pad, bro.
Here, but it's because I feel like they kind
And
of
mouse
have to
too,
do the
I
most to win
feel.
this match.
ये mouse कौन सा है ये लोग use कर रहे हैं भाई?
These win conditions. Is
Viper है?
MW Zera. I feel like him on this map.
ये mouse दिखा एक
specifically-
मिनट
Sleeper.
Yeah. him,
दादा mouse दिखाओ
He just creeps up that scoreboard, and a lot of the success
दादा
that
mouse
they had
दिखाओ
on
ना
this
दादा
specifically was him and Havoc going crazy. and MW closing out most of the round.
Logitech का यूज कर रहा था वो
Against
Super light
against
होगा
Leviathan, like he was
भाई
trying to
सुपर लाइट हर कोई यूज करता है ये तो समझ में आ गया भाई
forward there for quite a bit.
ओनली प्रोफेशनल्स यूज
Looks like
सुपर लाइट
we're
गाइस
now
ओनली
ready to
प्रोफेशनल्स
head into
समझ रहे हो?
round one. So let's send it over to your casters.
समझ रहे हो गाइस ओनली प्रोफेशनल्स किलजॉय भाई क्या सीन है ड्रैगन व्हाट्सअप बढ़िया बढ़िया हाउ आर यू
First elimination game here for
Maybe, but when I play solo, then too I got gold.
Honestly, had pretty high expectations in the offseason.
I think you're learning, bro. I think तुम सीख रहे हो अभी and you're getting better, bro. And that's why it's like बड़े rank up लोग आ रहे हैं. Mimi ji, after a very long time meeting, let's go Mimi ji.
But already we got to see him bust out the chamber the other day. Now he's going to be on the Astra.
वैसे भाई आपको क्या लगता है high sensi is better or low sensi? आप क्या prefer करते हो?
He has already entered into the Potter system, which is your star players
यार
play
ये
literally.
पता है
We're loaded
उसके
in. It's
ऊपर
time for
है
your Samsung match start.
mentally
Load up fast with
तुमको
Samsung
जैसे जमता है भाई
SSDs.
जैसे कि मेरे को लो सेंसी जमता है आई प्रेफर लो
Brand new
सेंसी
map for these two teams. Hadn't seen them play it just yet. Fury's going to be opening things up with a bit of a B mid split.
मतलब मेरा DPI actually low है सेंसी
Rather open. It's
0.74 है
fight into A main with a paranoia.
Yeah, just a deep arc road.
Match चालू है
Take
guys.
setup on that Vise.
These three players, I mean, Nature's able to get even just one and fall back towards CT. That
भाई
could be
पूरा
pretty
mid push
big.
मार दिया उन लोगों ने.
Also, Superman closing in with
Oh
that
shit, we got
just
planning.
3 players. Nature trying to play off that, but just
Man,
gets spammed
Khalil
out.
bhai gaye.
Khalil's full blinded.
So now that Vi's utility is completely off the table, and Furia have a wide open.
भाई
plant
साइड
on
मिल गया उनको पूरा.
Evil geniuses right now working.
किधर भटक रहे भाई?
Flank, clearing out all those post plant spots.
ये भाई किधर घूम रहे भाई? मुझे जानना है.
Post plant, but really they want to fight forward. I like this look from them and the knife.
ये भाई और डायरेक्ट भाई फुल जगह क्लियर करते करते आ रहे डर डर के. अरे उधर डिफ्यूज प्लांट डिफ्यूज क्यों जाए करना है?
3 players double swinging into Super already dinked. Icy can't even trade back. That's
Nice.
good. One's heat, but he's going to need a lot more, and it's overwhelming odds. Furia falls back into the site, and that time is ticked. That's good damage. Now, all the players on site from Furia are dead, and the last 2 cut off, trapped by Icy. If he can get these kills, he can win the round for his team, and Icy, he's done it for EG.
Pretty incredible work there, Icy. After losing, Supa was the only
Yeah.
player of Evil Geniuses on his side of the map, but the pressure he
Good.
put down consistently.
PUBG PC plan someday. PUBG
While
PC
at the
डाउनलोड
same
करना
time,
पड़ेगा यार. Killjoy
that
भाई.
flank comes in on the opposite
Let's
side.
see.
He had just enough to
यार मेरे
scratch
को
and then opened
अच्छे से
up for
खेलना
Derek
आता
to
नहीं है
pick
वो
up
गेम.
kills.
क्योंकि मैंने
it's
बहुत
really
कम
nice
टाइम
work,
दिया
yeah.
उस गेम को.
I thought after losing the Vice and also losing that paranoia, they really didn't have any tools.
मेरा सना ना 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 जाता
Although
है.
Furia overstayed their welcome a little
मिमी
bit.
जी यहाँ
on
का
that
चार
spawn
पिलर
push.
जाके.
Well, the thing is, I
इतार
actually
भाई.
liked the spawn push
इतने
when they were all
सुबह
playing
सुबह
together.
गंदे
The
jokes
issue
मार रहे
was
हो
when
आप.
they fell out of
अच्छा
it,
लग
they
रहा है
didn't
आपको
have
ये?
anything actually watched behind them. So that's where Derek's able to carve them up.
Outlaw for Icy.
Oi!
Nice timed off the dart.
There you go. and
बेचारा.
This is actually something I noticed.
बेचारा
Icy
राफा
did
भाई.
really well on their split.
राफा को मिला
They were sort of
चाफा.
bait and switching in mid when it was Icy on the raise, Ye on the chamber. Ye was actually the one taking a lot of those first contacts, and Icy picking up shots afterwards. But there's
भाई ये
the
Furia को
inverse.
support नहीं
It's
करो
nice
क्या
to see
guys?
those 2 new players
ये
already
वाले
showing some
हगरे.
synergy in server.
You saw that Astra pick for Ye, and you got pretty excited. I think a lot of people would feel it was a miss to not have him play on the chamber or even the Vise on this map. Why were you so excited about him on Astra?
Honestly, I like
Khalil bhai घूमते रह गए.
on this map. I think on defense especially, it basically means you can have a permanent one-way over towards A lobby, which really shuts down that space, especially because Furia are playing not a really like go hard exec at you comp. This is a pretty basic comp that we're seeing with some strong tools, but Astra can dodge away from, KO knives and whatnot.
Havoc has a little timing here. Not so much. Super
कोई ना.
checks on it and
It was just a
for Evil Geniuses.
bonus round.
But also, I
Okay.
just think to me, Astra is such a out of the ballpark pick.
ये भाई भूत बनाएंगे आज देखना. भूत तो बनाएंगे. Let's see भाई. ये भाई वहाँ पे भटक रहे हैं ऐसी.
Astra is an agent
ये
where you have
बहुत
to
मस्त
be
मारा
really
है.
aware of what's going on everywhere else. On
मेरे से outlaw चलती ही नहीं भाई. पता नहीं कैसे.
your coordination with your teammates.
I think
That's not
professional
something
players
you
से नहीं
typically
चलती outlaw.
say would be a strength of Ye's because he's just so good at playing his own game.
Kind of the
Professional
opposite
players
of
के लिए नहीं
sitting
outlaw.
on chamber, holding angle with your op.
Exactly, you have to go into
वो
outer
हरामी
space,
कैसे
split
ना हो?
down the stars, do it all.
What's this look for EG? Pretty strong towards A. Oh, Icy's going around the side.
It's their pistol again. Except this time,
Icy
bringing
भाई.
that little hop we saw.
IC भाई अगर उन लोगों ने देख लिया ना आपको, वहीं आपका भरता बनाएंगे.
They spot the edge of one member of Furia.
अभी वो लोग पूरा चेक करते आएंगे यार. वो दूर है ना.
Icy's
पूरा
getting
चेक करके
forward
आएंगे.
here.
या
On the
फिर
omen would be big.
if he tries to.
Oh, the shot does connect, but
इसको लगी भाई.
There's chip damage now. Heat, MW, Khalil, they're all one shot to the Guardian.
So here's the reaction from Furia. They walk 2 up mid, put pressure there.
This drone not going to find anything either, but I think Fury at this point have to know it's a heavier A lane. They haven't seen the paranoia or anything, so that omen could just be about anywhere. But if they time this
भाई वो लोग का प्लानिंग तो A ही जाने का है. काली ये भाई है A पे. अच्छा गावात. अभी देखते हैं.
Ready to go. They're so worried about re-clearing mid.
Super really looks like he's playing breach on
Shot.
this map. Nice shot from
Okay.
Havoc with the Guardian there.
But they're still kind of locked into finishing A here. Which means
Here it comes.
Ye's
समझ
the
गया
man of
उनको
the
अभी.
hour.
समझ गया
Fury's
उनको.
alone on this side, and here comes Furia.
Okay, one
Will
surprise.
is allowed. Ye has a smoke to allow his teammates to flood in and join, but Havoc over the top. Getting the
Havoc
press.
भाई.
Not quite finding his mark though. As Khalil
अभी
finally
खोपड़ी
opens
ढूंढने
things
के
up for
चक्कर
Furia.
में.
Now they're all here ready to go, and time is very, very low. This fight has to be won for Havoc, or at least to keep them at bay, and he's done enough.
Bye, Furia bye got some
Furia Having a pretty tough situation there.
Yeah, I mean, it was really
Nice,
good
bhai.
from Havoc
That
initially
was
to
good.
find that pick into mid. They were very patient.
Nice
setting
round.
up the timing on that that A exec there, which I think is important because you already saw the idea from Evil Geniuses putting down multiple smokes in the middle of that A site.
इन लोगों ने छोड़ दिया था, उन लोगों को लगा कि बीच आ रहे हैं वो लोग, वहाँ पे उसने ना वो किया था ना,
super fast floods into the back of sites, and A is going to be a consistent problem
पूरा
point,
छोड़ा
I
नहीं था
think,
but
for FURIA to find execs. I think they're going to find their success when they're looking for those split hits, or really by exploiting the B side of the map.
Yeah, Havoc, one of those guys with such potential to improve compared to his first year in Americas.
बढ़िया, पूरा खानदान रिवील हो गया उधर.
Paranoia ready to go. This is going to be a big brawl in main. Havoc, oh, knives out. Gets a little awkward, but now FURIA ahead with the utility. Havoc's going to take
Havoc भाई चढ़ के मत जाओ. Havoc भाई. क्या किया ये? हाँ? What was that भाई?
And Derek's not going to let him through.
And the rest of his team is just
अरे चाकू लेके गए, at least चाकू तो मारते.
by Derek.
That's brutal as
FURIA
well.
भाई, अरे Havoc भाई,
the EG player.
चाकू लेके गए, at least चाकू तो मारते.
Paranoia doesn't do
वो भी नहीं चलाया भाई.
Where's the KO flash fully going to take you out of that one? I mean, it was a cute little idea there. That was an attacking smoke they put down onto the bridge. Fell off the map just a bit.
भाई वो बहुत ही गंदा डिसीजन है ये ना, ये बहुत ही टक्टिक डिसीजन है.
Yeah. Needed to be a little bit further down.
Oh, flash back.
That one.
Hello.
Oh, and the TP
Oh my god. But still, that was a really bad decision.
2 free kills.
अगर वो फ्लैश था तो फिर भी.
Dart actually caught 3 outside A there.
Oh, there's a B main walk up right now. And Khalil doesn't have anything.
साइड से जाना है ना भाई. बहुत टट्टी है डिसीजन भाई. एकदम गैम्बल है
भाई. To find his way out of it, and will with that first shot.
Retrieving flash.
Maybe anticipating.
Nice shot बे.
This is good control from FURIA so far.
IC बाको चाटा मारा भाई. खाली.
Very key player to die early. Derek did not look left.
ये लोग यही जाएंगे, फिर से यही जाएंगे, देखना guys. फिर से यही जाएंगे ये लोग.
Has a timing, and Derek's mistake is a free kill for him.
Yeah, well now the split's coming in. See, that walk over. They've been doing a good job of defaulting, breaking that.
Be my curse, भाई मैंने तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं. I don't support FURIA.
Has a potential
बस.
pinch if he TP's up. It looks like he's going to be too late.
Keep your eyes on Derek's backside. Put under a lot of pressure. Suppress will come in. Derek's been spotted. A little bit of spam as well. Now flash over the top of the site. He's going to have to jump on out. He just barely makes it through.
His teammates are going to be very late here. They've split up on the flank, but Supa's TP'd past the trip.
And no one's going to hear that.
Omen कितना useful है भाई.
Approach from Evil Geniuses. They just need one player to successfully find their way in.
They're just going to group up with Derek. I'm starting to become a problem though.
एक
has
दो.
good crossfires and the flank is spotted. Supin still needs to get something done, and his Paranoia misses. Now a 2v3, and it's desperation for EG. Derek,
1v2.
you could hope to salvage this round, but he's already low.
यार ये मेरे जैसा किया इसने भाई, मेरे जैसा किया भाई. अरे लाला, ये यूटिल मेरे जैसा किया guys.
Mid control from FURIA has been working out really well for
यूटिल तीर कमान निकालते रह जाते हैं और कोई मार के चला जाता है.
Going in from the left side of bot mid.
तीर कमान में बिजी हो जाते हैं इंसान.
Breaking that door so they can creep up and get those quick splits into the A site. Because really, Evil Geniuses should have pretty dominant control over the A space with their smoke cycles for main, with the bodies they put on that side of the map, and I think it's a good choice from Evil Geniuses to change their tempo and fight
to
flush out those players.
क्या रे मीर भाई, मैं यहाँ पे सच्चाई स्ट्रीम हो रही है, सच्चाई स्ट्रीम. I accept my mistakes.
Supa's going to TP into his own smoke. A flash likely going over the top to
ए उनको आवाज आई क्या उसके टीपी का? आई.
The flash swing is good from Supa. That's a spike on
फिर
the
से
ground.
कल्टी मारा उसने टीपी लेके.
He'll escape. Can't get all the way back. He's going to dip in for another go. Through the smoke, spots ahead, but Havoc's the one to win it instead. Now FURIA recover their spike and reset this round.
Yeah, a little bit even. All things considered. Hunter's Furies for both of these teams in the post plant.
भी पूरा काली है भाई.
How empty this B site has been consistently for EG. FURIA have not found the opportunity to go for a lurk or anything like this. As a matter of fact, just going to time out this drone in mid, and then maybe scale off the back of it.
EG are re-walking mid.
ए भाई heavy scene होने वाला है.
Tita needed to.
1v2.
Khalil nowhere near his ult.
By plant थोड़ा दूर है इससे. उनको पता है plant इधर है. Plant लेके निकल जाएगा तो I think.
Ye's going to take that first contact angle from far back.
I think he can just grab it and dip away. But running to B will be telegraphed.
he might actually want
निकल और
the
भाग,
mid. It might
निकल
be
और
his
भाग
best
भाई,
chance
निकल
of
और भाग भाई.
getting a 1v1 post plant.
Will they give it to him though?
ए,
Slow walk up, Ye
ओ
spots
देख
it.
लिया उसे, देख लिया उसे,
I
देख
don't
लिया.
think he suspects Nature. No, he was ready, but can't find the kill. And EG shut things down on the mid aggro look.
Yeah,
सब
I really
ठीक,
like
क्या
that.
बात है,
Superman
good,
TPing
good.
into his own smoke there, trying to peek out. I think
Like
that
her,
Vice
guys.
Flash plus a Sova Dart comboing those two abilities.
I've liked how active Nature has been with using his arc roast. He's almost always putting it forward, immediately recalling it, repositioning it, sometimes even just leaving it on a site as a late read tool.
Yeah.
Derek भाई,
Pretty
shit.
versatile coming through from him. And I was going to combo that with the idea of like actually playing this Omen. EG have a couple of different dive tools, so they can go for these active pieces on retakes or in the second half on attack.
Bladestorm for
भाई
Havoc.
ये ऊपर क्यों देखा भाई?
All 5 members of FURIA in A main.
अरे आने तो दे लाला.
Go. Paranoia up. Havoc has his kill and
Oh!
Icy trades out, dodges out from the Sova ult and
बच गया
does it
ult से.
again.
And because of that Vice Wall, no one was able to scale through. Hold on, what is he doing? Bro is making noise, jumping in, throwing the cages, really trying to sell this fake while the rest of
अरे गोली नहीं मारना चाहिए था यार. उसको पता चल जाएगा अभी.
He gets away with it though. He is
Anyways, they went back.
race to be. But Nature's gonna beat them there.
Hard to say if Nature actually wants to fight this, though. Evil Geniuses will know this is a half buy from FURIA, so they don't want to risk giving over a rifle.
Nature has one Thorn left to use. Could be a good stall tool, but I don't think he's really in a position to use it.
Yeah, he's really just playing for one and out here. Get some info.
FURIA might want to contact through.
राफा का अल्ट आ रहा है.
Backside here. There go the Thorns. And FURIA have one up into heaven.
Yeah, that teleport from Khalil. Hasn't pushed into the smoke just yet with the drone going in. Might look to follow that one in.
राफा क्या
Good position.
आज चालू कर दिया
Drop
उसे
the
अल्ट लगा
no
दिया.
command. Evil Geniuses are going to have to take their guns in this with no util.
MW has a dart. Refight available.
ये वो उसको ऊपर दिखा नहीं क्या बैठा हुआ है?
Oh,
हाँ.
that's tragic from the Omen in heaven. And now things become all the more difficult. 2 men left on site. That's one goal
Shot
from
by.
Icy. He has been so clean to start this game, but he's got to do more. Up above, Icy takes one down, and out to 1v1. But
Oye,
that's
एक
he's
HP है वो.
slow, and Icy tries to run him down, but Heat's just better.
भाई कोई क्यों जंप करेगा यार उस टाइम पे?
If he waits, if he goes to the
वो भी
spike,
वैंडल
no
लेके?
problem, he could go left, he
वैंडल
could go
लेके जंप
right.
किया वो.
At the end of the day, he was ready for it. Just barely missed that timing, throwing out the hat on that one. Get the nice
नहीं नहीं
little
उससे
shoulder
पिस्टल लेके
action.
किया, बट पिस्टल लेके भी इतना दूर उसको नहीं करना चाहिए था भाई. क्लोज थोड़ी था यार वो, उसको पता भी था कि क्लोज नहीं है
Icy
भाई.
had to kill him on those first 2 shots, but 5 HP is just a
भाई उसको
heartbreaker.
उधर बैंड की पूरा स्लीव्स
So
ऊपर कर लिया
EG
उसने.
called their first time out of this game.
बट आई थिंक उसको
So recall the first match.
उसको
they
पता था
won
कि क्लोज
against
नहीं है
Loud.
करके.
They were in control both first halves. Go in, up, at an advantage. It looks like they're going to close out. And then it was kind of second half crumbles that lost them that series.
I think they lost the first game 8-4 in the second half, then 7-4 in the second half, just slipped away.
भाई अभी भरेगी भाई इनको.
Definitely going to be a focus
अगर ये
for
लोग
the Geniuses. Keep those early advantages coming, but just find a way to close and carry that through to the end.
Jimmy bhai, if you don't mind telling me why you quit RP, I have already explained it on multiple times मेरे भाई. अभी और कितना बताऊं भाई? रात को भी चैन नहीं है.
I agree, especially
I've already said it on my shorts, community post, everywhere भाई. Streams पे भी इतनी बार बोला है भाई. अभी और कितना मैं उस चीज को लंबा खींचूं भाई. अब और कितना उस चीज को खींचना है मुझे. भाई ये क्या मारा शॉट्स भाई.
It always feels like it's that
अभी
guy's year.
मेरा RP छोड़, मैंने RP छोड़ दिया. It's a very old topic now यार.
Talent makes you expect.
A lot of faith on
Very
Acer.
old topic.
Guardian in his hands. But for the first time ever, FURIA are actually just execing B. Finally, I mean, they did so much conditioning on B side. Usually not a site that teams are execing a ton. Usually B side is the one that is completely paper. Easy to exec into. And, well, now for the first time ever, FURIA realized no one's actually played this site ever from EG.
Yeah, they're always
इससे ज़्यादा जल्दी move on तो रज़ियुल्ला की X कर गई थी भाई. और हम move on नहीं कर पा रहे.
Right now, Heat's holding for it. Sees a shoulder, taking his time.
Oy!
Really nice baiting. Is going to get
Nice,
Ye a kill.
good trade.
That Guardian actually got juggled over to Ye. Furia, oh, in tower.
Oh
That's a
my
really
God.
good position from Galil, and the shots
What?
matter. Wow.
क्या shot मारा वो?
Havoc hits the second mark, and it seems to have been a lockup on this eco round.
Khalil bhai.
Icy already low, a double hold, and Furia tied the game.
Yeah, that was a bit of Furia, I think, figuring out what went wrong in their
What
pistol
was
round,
that
but this
shot,
time they actually
bro?
left Havoc to play that spawn
Guys,
position.
can you please show me
stop
that
word
replay?
man's track, and that fighting spawn for them went way better.
These last two rounds, I think we've started to see a glimpse of
Okay,
the
thanks for the
conceit of
replay.
this Furia roster that was sold in the offseason, right? Putting together some of the best talent from Brazil
अरे ये replay तो
in terms of individuals, bringing up some new players to Americas.
मेरे को दिखाया ही नहीं.
It is Rafa that's calling for the team. Trying to find out those differences to make the fights forward work. Definitely has played on some good teams in the past, the Union, etc.
वाह.
First time seeing him on the America stage.
There's that off for Icy.
Lovely.
Sheesh, lala.
The IGL's dead. Another Icy ringing out in mid.
That's the thing. There's a lot of different angles that op can come at you from, and it's really hard to flush it off with utility. The drone doesn't reach far enough to actually turn the whole corner, so Icy can swing back into the angle.
Khalil bhai घुस गए अंदर.
KO Flash is not really going to reach.
The trouble with an op in mid is that you're going to be forced into these sites that have either the Astra or the Vice anchoring.
Khalil ऊपर आ गया है.
That teleport, even if Nature was paranoid. So everyone's ready for him to flip up into heaven.
I think he knows. I think Superman knows. Yes, he knows. He knows. He knows.
This guy's kind of a shooter, and he has a dart to help him.
Bro.
Not gonna happen. Super line and wait.
Oh, it's awkward in mid.
पूरा plan बर्बाद हो गया Khalil का भाई.
They kind of waited for Fury.
He could have waited, bro.
Every single fight they took.
थोड़ा सा wait कर लेता
exactly
भाई.
their way. MW just getting toyed with a little bit. Icy on top.
By
of that
so
one.
close, man.
And the op will be picked back up. That's
4-4
going to be
चल
a
रहा है
constant
भाई.
problem for the rest of this half.
एकदम close चल रहा है.
EG have really figured out how Fury is spawning these B post plants too. There's almost always a player teleporting up into heaven or some kind of jump up there from the Sova joining, and they're just punishing that every time.
खालिल को बस जो कनेक्टर था वहाँ से उसको कवर देना चाहिए था. ये लॉबी या जो भी बोलते हैं इसको गराज. वहाँ पे उसको कवर देना चाहिए था बस यार. बाकी इतना मतलब वो नहीं करना चाहिए था.
He's been throwing that smoke on top of Books, and that way he could maybe fight through that into Ivy with the KO flash coming on in.
ऐसा गेम होना जिमी. अरे ये तो मैं रोज करता हूँ.
I like Ivy. What do you want to call it, Mimi?
I don't know. You started doing that in ranked. I guess you can make a catch on.
I think Vans is a smart guy. I think he deserves some credit there. He was cooking with Ivy.
Big round for Furia here. One of their last gun rounds. They'll have
But they will go A this time, bro.
You can see
दुनिया भर का they will dump their utils.
Default breaking of that
मतलब
wall.
ये लोग को करवाएंगे dump and then they will go
less
A.
threatened. Icy's pretty mobile with it too. He showed in mid a little bit, rotated over towards B heaven. Hasn't found anything, but I think he's going to have sticky feet this time around. That drone in A main is going to be spotted out as the fake that it truly is. And there's Icy for the kill. That's a way to start off the round.
He's heated up too. Pops the blades immediately, ready
Oh,
for
they're
more.
B now with the plant.
And there's just so many angles for Fury to clear. So many possibilities for Icy. He spots another arm.
That's why we don't wear capes.
Shot misses out, but he's got the Blade Storm ready to go. Sees Rafa. Blade's not connecting just yet, but this guy's gonna stick around. Won't vacate the site just yet. Fury have used
Bro.
utility.
20
They're
seconds.
still not past the choke.
भाई ये जाएगा. IC जाएगा. IC जाएगा.
He's waiting for this though, but he's
IC
got to
has
go
no
before the
chance,
guns
bro.
go away. Rafa just gets shut down. The paranoia comes on through. Fury, there's nothing to do but
Nature ने
run.
राफा को क्या मारा?
For the hills. This round is over.
He was flashed, bro. Still. Plant तो मुश्किल है.
Really, Icy finding that first shot onto Havoc just stopped the hit in its tracks. Had no real chance. Then all of a sudden, Nature's dropping down the steel garden. Good luck.
That round is all about Icy. Not in just his positioning, or excuse me, just in his shots, but more so in his positioning.
भाई मुझे लगा ये लोग push कर देते ना तो IC choke हो जाता वहाँ पे.
Worried about that, trying to re-clear that space. By the time they're hitting right into this site,
ये
they
बहुत
only
crazy
just
मारा
realize
है.
there's an op 50 seconds in. And they just don't have the tools to deal with him.
I'd also want to shout out sort of Icy's movement in that fight. That's been something that maybe has been not a real focus of him as a player, but throughout this game, he's really found those like jiggle timings where he's kind of toying with Furia, keeping them engaged in fights without ever really offering himself up. You really saw that once he took the knives out and was playing towards that long angle. Fury just sort of stopped in their tracks looking for a kill that was never going to
भाई देख रहे हो तुम लोग guys, एक सोवा ही है जिसको हर मैप में लिया जाता है भाई.
Now back with Potter.
सोवा को हर मैप में ले रहे.
Especially on a map like Abyss, you need a
सोवा
player that can
सोवा है.
frag out. That's what he's shown us so far today.
No nerf, no buff, nothing required. Such a perfect agent in the Valorant history of all time of the main hemoglobin of the universe.
Like Cypher Cage is thrown into mid, EG using their double smokes to threaten space taken in A.
Initiator का पापा.
Oh, that
सोवा
miss.
पापा.
Not quite there, and Furia trying to scale up off that. Already pushed down on lower, and they're going to do the corner again. Icy can't find it, but he does escape. That's big.
Icy
he has
bhai
teammates to support his way out.
Yet again, Rafa has gotten past. Has a pinch with the team. That's a paranoia into tower, but Derek's going to reply with a Hunter's Fury of his own. Defense is here. Molly coming in, but Supa has to help his IGL out. He's dipping for now. Doesn't matter.
Supa.
To get that kill on Rafa.
Yay backside pulls down the suck, but he doesn't have a
EMEA watch party नहीं किया. अरे मेरे पास access नहीं है. मैंने मांगा था access, but शायद उनके पास खत्म हो गया है.
The last two players from EG were late.
Still मैंने request कर रखी है. Let's see. अगर करने मिला तो करूँगा. बाकी Americas और Pacific तो कर ही रहा हूँ.
Time will continue.
Hello Devesh bhai.
This flank from Heat becomes all the more potent. And that's Derek dying. EG. Very lethargic in this one. They don't really have any tools but that arc roast to get back in.
It was just a complete takeover of mid. Because Icy couldn't find really either of those.
हो जाएगा no worries. हाँ देखते डाल रखा है मैंने request.
I don't know what you're supposed to do against that. EG were just out of position. Because of what went down in that space.
यार कि भाई मेरे को तो लग रहा है ये ना साला OTT जाएगा, OTT platform पे जाएगा.
Likely lost EG that round.
Yeah.
Their whole game plan for mid control was the operator.
It would have been different if they'd had more players on the A side. They could have, in response to getting split on, fought harder into A main. But when it's just
ये extra खेल रहा है भाई आज ये.
You're just kind of cooked out of the entire round.
Heavy single.
And it's good on Rafa because again, Rafa's the one going all the way in deep.
भाई इतना close कैसे चल रहा है भाई ये लोग?
He's the one taking that space without really any fear.
Mid-fight for EG. We saw this a couple rounds ago.
And Havoc has an op to fight back in.
It's a good counter. Havoc up top. Derek just has the dart out, but he misses. That's an ultimate spawn, a full pinch for EG. Oh, I see. You gotta stay on the map there, bud.
I see भाई अभी गिरने वाले थे नीचे.
That's just a pretty round. I'm sorry.
क्या भाई?
Talk about like EG dives. You know when they're playing similar comps to this on something like Ascent. That's about as good as it gets.
Feels like a EG, right?
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks. Like imagine
feels like
this catwalk of Ascent, and we're just going zooming down it.
Yep. Such a good call.
7-5.
The arc rose was perfect. Well-timed dart.
All those players in A lobby have to turn around for
भाई वो क्या था भाई?
just showing up in mid because Derek got that first.
कल मैंने कोरोना में ली जिमी भाई. क्या बात कर रहे हो? नसीब हो तो मीर भाई जैसा, वरना जिंदा तो हम भी है. यार एक मेरे को रिकॉन फैंटम आ जाए ना भाई, मजा आ जाएगा. रिकॉन फैंटम और कुरोनोमी. चलो back to work. Take care. Okay, Devesh, bye. Take care.
You'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600 only on Verizon.
Oh भाई. Half time हो गया यार ये. क्या लग रहा है guys अभी? First half देख के. That what do you guys think? Who's gonna win? FURIA और EG? भाई EG खेल रही है भाई, बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है EG. मुझे आई थी बट तब पैसा नहीं था. कल था तो ले ली. मेरे को एक्चुअली अपना स्टोर रोज चेक करना चाहिए. एक्चुअली मैं नहीं देखता अपना स्टोर रेगुलरली. क्या पता वही उनमें से एक स्टोर में मिल जाए. देखो ये भी एक सिंप है. मिम्मी कास्टिंग. वाह हार्ट साला सिंपर. EG ओके. वाह Let's go.
FURIA trailing by 2 at the half here, but looking a little more alive than in their last showing.
ये जो मैच है क्या बोलते हैं ये कहाँ पे हो रहा है?
I agree. I mean, this is your classic comp coming on in here. See what he is able to do.
Valorant America's
Heat, of course, making this
happening where?
to the,
Happening where?
For FURIA last year in Americas was an absolute demon.
Riot Games 09 Los Angeles.
But week 1,
क्या बात है? Los Angeles में हो रहा है.
Wasn't really in that playmaking role, so we'll see on defense. He's got a little bit more in store. Be a mid-fight to start us off.
Yeah, FURIA gonna send it. Super. Oh, spots him out. Gets away.
Information मिल गया उसको.
Scouting TP and out. That's going to be a quick accelerate into the A site.
पूरा घुस के आ गया.
Choices: do we flank or go back into vents? And I think it's going to end up being a flank call with at least one of these players.
So the question for EG: do they flip the map, or are they ready to fight back into spawn once they realize that flank is coming?
They already know. Supa, I think, might be boosted up on top of that box, ready to turn around and fight into main, but
Derek HP low हो गई उसकी.
From up in heaven, it will be that full flip back towards attack side
पैन की टांग. Nice shot, Dad.
That's a great start for IC. The flight into spawn is successful, leaving only one defender from FURIA, and this flank is coming in quite late.
They've got to like attack the site as if they're attackers. FURIA coming into it.
And it's basically only 2 left. Trades are already good onto Icy and Nature. A devious spot to drop down and backstab. But that's another kill coming through. No Astro Pull available, but still it's It's Nature's flank activated, and the positioning is just too much to deal with.
मेरे को भी लग रहा है अभी EG भाई जीतेंगे.
That late backstab from Heat not paying off for them really cost him in that round. Especially when EG had Nature up in window and was able to find that.
Like करे मित्रों.
That was really the difference. Those solo players, whether or not they were going to get the ones they needed. That'll be excellent news for Evil Geniuses, now taking both of the pistol rounds in this game. Going for a pretty heavy buy here. Phantom, 3 Bulldogs. Some fighting chances headed into a 3rd round, but already.
क्या अबे रिवील देखने नहीं मिलता मेरे को. कहाँ मार रहे हैं रिवील?
We might be getting some knives online by round 4. Not too bad for the duelists.
अच्छा ऊपर मारा है रूफ पे.
When we've gotten into these late round situations, I have noticed in both games now that FURIA oftentimes feel just like a few seconds late on making these decisions of where they're grouping up, whether in that round, say, committing to the flank or going back together, which is leading to them being under a
B, I think retake करने वाले हैं लोग.
Or in the first half, in their executes, and you have to kind of wonder if part of that
पूरा
is having
B
a
खाली कर
particular
रखा है इन लोगों
IGL
ने.
coming in.
It's hard to say because some of the times it was like, okay, if Duelist dies, then it was sort of unclear how that hit was going to work out.
कोई इवेंट आ रहा है क्या मुंबई में? पता नहीं, शायद IGX का था अभी, पर मैं उसमें नहीं हूँ.
Playing the defensive side for FURIA is that it's a little bit more controlled. That last round they're going
पर
to
वो भी postpone हो गया शायद.
Like to see Rafa. Takes down. Hold on, what is happening now? Supa has this lurk.
Rafa भाई ने जो चांटा मारा.
Are managing to salvage, but there's still 2 players out in the backside.
Bro, I think he should be.
Yeah, and Rafa has a Phantom now.
And Rafa has a flank now.
He'll be heard though. Supa should turn around and deal with this.
But it's a ghost.
अभी आवाज आ गया.
It's not so
50
simple.
armor though, a dink should do it. No.
Ooh.
Supa whiffs. Rafa rewarded, but he needs to do more. The critical man in this round.
Shot.
And he claims another. Rafa for 3.
Rafa going huge.
From the IGL.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not an IGL problem, Mimi.
Yeah, real.
That's a big round for Rafa.
Rafa by
It was a bit of a stinker first half from him, but it's having the 4K to salvage round number 2 after losing pistol. Couldn't ask for anything more.
Bruno Mars जैसा दिख रहा था.
Just a bit silly.
Let's talk about though, a solo jet walking mid with a Phantom on your anti-eco?
You don't like that.
No.
And then yeah, gosh, ducking down, eating up some bullets.
Rafa by danger.
To win out on 1. Now, this is where I don't want to bring it up, but because they lost the eco, Evil Geniuses last week again were up in 2 maps at the half and lost 2 maps pretty badly in the second half. Really got those rounds taken away from them. Now, it's not that dire just yet.
Sure.
But these are things that Evil Geniuses will have talked a lot about during the week and were trying to avoid replicating coming into an Elim match today.
We saw this get prevalent last year.
भाई बहुत गर्मी लग रहा है रे. मतलब गर्मी लग रहा है तो बहुत ज़्यादा लग रहा है, ठंडी लग रहा है तो AC चालू कर रहा है तो बहुत ज़्यादा ठंडी लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों.
I think it worked in the first half too when it got juggled back into Ye in the mid round. Havoc is now the duelist that's stepping forward all on his own with the gun in hand. This time, it's going to go a lot better for him.
Bye, he just took 2. Okay, never mind.
Getting the sheriff shot from all the way downtown. Evil Geniuses have equalized 3-on-3, and now 2 decent guns in their hands. Pushback sight. Oh,
bro, cam map pe kyun hai? Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry, yaar.
He has to run for the hills.
I forgot. I'm so sorry, bhai.
3 versus 2 retake. But Icy and Supla, they've been good thus far. Icy's very
I'm so sorry, mere bhai.
Yeah, paranoia will come in though. Icy just dropping
मेरे दिमाग
smokes
से निकल गया
to
था.
buy some time. Supa's gonna need to take
मैं
time
इसलिए
to
सोचूं.
shoot this smoke eventually. But with Icy falling, it all goes down to him, and there's just too many angles to deal with.
Nice.
Salvage the round after things got a bit dodgy in the middle there.
Just playing into the fundamentals. Group up, play their 3v2, and close that one out. They're going to juggle back a couple guns, make sure everyone has a full rifle into this next round. And
Nice round, bro.
EG, if you're an EG fan, I think this is the round to start getting scared about the second half of the game.
भाई
They're going to have
यहाँ पे फिर बाद में वो दूसरा दे दिया ना उन लोगों ने. But कोई ना, anyways round आ गया हाथ
see
में.
their game plan on this attacking side.
कोई ना, ब्रो होता है. Yes. अरे मेरे को लगा एक्चुअली मैं स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करने से पहले मैंने सोचा था कि इसको कर दूंगा. पर स्ट्रीम चालू किया तो भूल गया, मेरे दिमाग से निकल गया.
You're going to see sort of throwing these smokes on side or top side B, top side A.
क्या लगता है डोप भाई? Who's gonna win today? FURIA or EG?
They have a lot more tools to try and swarm the site, but they are lacking in flashes. They're going to have to rely a lot more on paranoia or the Vise to get the job done.
Haven't heard that player cross left side.
Havoc भाई.
That round 4 up now. It's going to be really hard to clear out aiming, especially because Derek is leaving this side of the map.
No chance भाई, no chance. 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's juggling, look at that! He knows that angle, and by taking those slight...
Oh my god!
He gets to see the shoulder first. That is beautiful play from Icy.
No one knows offers. Like that, man. Oh, he walks into a smoke against 2. Maybe a little bit overconfident. Rafa, though, could save this one back. But his opportunity
What was that shot, man? क्या मारा है इसने? ये ने.
Icy's sticking it inside of the smoke, but as that one comes down, he's the one to bring it on through. Nature punishes Rafa for not connecting onto that final shot, and it'll be MWZera on the save.
Brutal round across the board for FURIA. Yay, just eviscerating the Opper on the A side.
I really hope we get to see it from this POV, because like, how many teams can reliably go like,
bro, that shot,
okay, our smokes player is just gonna re-clear that off.
भाई ये को पता था कि भाई कोई रहेगा ऐसा, and उसे pre-fire दिया भाई.
And
that
look,
was
if
good,
you
man.
had approached that coming in from his
उसने
left side,
pre-fire दिया वही बहुत है.
He loses that fight 10 out of 10 times.
Crazy, man.
From the left there, and knows exactly that pixel that every operator is going to want to hold. It's an instant, see the shoulder, headshot through the wall, it's over.
Talk of ops, MW did recover his team's fallen sniper.
Yeah, EG were trying to swarm that a bit.
Havoc को क्या पड़ी भाई
but not able to shut that one out.
Havoc खुश रहा होगा भाई, क्या मार के चला गया भाई. ये देखो भाई. वो literally दिखा भी नहीं है यार. Oh my god.
So at fights like that where you're holding a close angle, the closer you are to the wall, the more disadvantaged you actually are. And Ye knows that, and he knows that the angles in A lobby aren't very deep for the operator.
Pause.
That's why he's playing
Technical
back
pause.
spawn, taking those slight jiggles. You don't want to go too far, or you throw away that advantage. That's an excellent punish from him.
The reason that's not a terrible angle to play, though, is because generally you're facing enemies moving right to left, who are going to be at about even odds with you.
Yeah.
And in that case, the opposite advantage.
Also, you have the jet dash to get out. Also, most players don't have the confidence to take that dry gunfight against an op there.
Yeah, he does, though. And that's a good
Bro,
round
crazy PC.
for EG to stem the bleeding.
PC देखो नीचे लगाए हुए guys.
First time out from FURIA coming in.
360 Hz में खेल रहे हैं I think ये लोग.
And coming at a critical venture. Lose this round, economy's starting to look a little bit rough.
Yeah, but they do have the ultimate advantage coming into this round. They have jet knives to back up the operator, so you're not going to be as hamstrung when you're going for a retake or something like that.
ये लोग का ID में सब loaded होता है ना guns etc.
It's important for him to sort of call for the team like,
नहीं.
are we using that ult to sort of shut down a hit early?
I think it's their own gun, right?
Opposite side of the map.
I feel. I don't know.
Jet might be, for example.
अरे ये ID उनकी खुद की है मेरे ख्याल से.
Cypher and Omen play over
या
to the
फिर
side, shoot off these tripwires.
नहीं उन लोगों को अलग आइडिया मिलती है वहाँ पे बराबर.
Aggressively into mid or over onto the B side. And look at to flood out into A. Just less players on that side of the map.
I think yes. उनको वहाँ पे खुद से अलग idea मिलती है.
Try and get some contact down into bot mid. It's right above the vent. And what Havoc can do is sort of swing off of that.
Yeah, Leon, bye.
Oh, it's underneath. Excuse me. That's actually just to spot the walk up.
EG will drone into A main. And a play smoke threatening the walk up on Havoc.
As we look for this op fight, though, the question is, does either Icy...
Bro, it's A plan.
Rather, does anyone have the courage to step into it? No. It's going
वो reveal देखो क्या कर रहा है?
Again, ready to play
अपा मार के सीधा side में डालेगा reveal.
Paranoia for Khalil to slow down the hit.
Oh, okay, okay,
All about the
okay.
anchors and the dart. It wasn't broken. That's a dab backside, and Icy's about to overwhelm Khalil. No!
Oh!
Khalil's good for it. 2 kills on his own, but the trades are sublime.
By ले लिया अच्छा खासा trade.
Nasty with it.
2v2. Direct catch below है.
He's just waiting here, seeing if EG are going to overextend. They do, but is it an overextension when Derek is shooting like that?
LCQ Derek looking back in this round.
Rise, Derek, rise up.
उसको पता चल गया, उसको पता चल गया.
Derek swings
No, no.
1v1 against Ye, and Acer's the
यार
safe
की
hands for
आँख
that
ये
round.
भाई हमेशा रहता ही है मैं मारने के लिए.
Pretty round from Derek. I mean, that side hit in general, you know, Khalil from backside got a lot of kills, and the Paranoia really staggered Icy from the rest of the team. But I have to say, Icy was able to boost
Bro, he
up
looks
over
Indian, bro.
Paranoia, almost have a chance to get that look back in. No. But Derek dealing with all the different angles.
Khalil looks Indian.
Calmly readjusting to that player dropping out of heaven. That's what you'd expect from a guy that's really been around the block here in VCT Americas.
Not in Americas, but in the times before.
Sure.
The ancient era was his domain. Astrowall into B. This is going to be a bit of a quicker one for Evil Geniuses.
Ye has the off in the Astra's hands.
भाई क्या util मारा है?
Inside that cage. He needs to shut this down if Fury are going to hold on to the site. Cage to fall. He defined it quickly by nature, and the rest of Fury are going to take their time.
Okay.
This off
Okay,
is so
okay.
powerful in a post plant now.
A little bit spooked about a potential flank to come in.
But there isn't a flank coming.
उनको लग रहा है
And with
backstab
that
पे
paranoia
कोई
coming
है.
in, Ye will turn his attention back to aiding his teammates on the site. No.
Bro, there's no one backstab. Please focus.
And his teammates are
Woo!
does it matter? Because Nature's hitting a shot. Finally, Ye runs
Shot.
and he'll pick up a double. No matter the agent, no matter the time.
Bro, ये is
Gets
something
up, he's
crazy,
spotted
bro.
out too, swings into
Nice.
a double. And EG.
Bye. EG ले जाएगी भाई ये
ball
वाला.
rolling in this second half.
That is real good.
बहुत मस्त खेल रहा है ये
Look,
भाई.
Evil Geniuses, they really haven't skipped a beat since dropping that
ये और IC.
anti-eco after winning pistol.
In fact, Derek also भाई.
Here, Nature has a solid trade out. Could have been a bit dodgy for them. But then I think the way they were holding this, playing pretty deep.
ये भाई
that
तो
line
important था
backside,
भाई. वो भी
having
मारा
Ye
उसने.
to swing out, kill those players flooding out of heaven. It's really hard to block off that window angle with any smokes when you're approaching from up high. You just can't do it.
Another FURIA timeout. There was just one a few rounds ago.
Was.
जरूरत है टाइम आउट की इनको. जरूरत है लेने दो.
Kind of busted right now.
क्वेश्चन मत करो लेने दो. जरूरत है. अरे थोड़ा
Someone can have hero rifle.
देखो
realistically,
क्या
FURIA
गलती कर रहे हो.
have really struggled to hold on to the sites, and I think, for my money, I think it's because individual players have just.
भाई मुझे एसिडिटी हो गई है गाइस. क्या करूं मैं जिससे कि मेरी एसिडिटी निकल जाए.
was stuck inside of his cage.
इतने मुझे डकार आ रहे हैं ना जिसकी कोई लिमिट
No
नहीं
one
है.
has the courage to come through that Astro wall. Is that a pre-round issue? Should Heat actually be playing there? Should he be playing off if they have the KO ult and want to retake? Probably. But if he's playing on site, we need to get in there and support him. And the same thing over towards that A side. Yeah, Khalil, the last time he was stuck there, got a couple of kills on his own, but the flood coming out of heaven was a little bit sloppy. Derek was able to transfer on that. FURIA just need a better job of playing together on these site retakes.
एसिडिटी का कुछ इलाज है चैट.
And it looks like EG are going to
मैं
slow
तब से
things
पानी
down a
पिए
bit.
जा रहा हूँ इसके लिए.
That operator stays in the hands of Ye.
I love it being in Ye too, because he's placing stars in the middle of the round, he's always sort of the last person in sight, so that deep secure with the op.
He's got the read. He suspects Havoc's gonna run it down A here. There's the flash. Yay unaffected.
Ooh, but they're actually just instant Havoc here. Now the swing to come in.
Havoc भाई जो निकले वहाँ से.
He calls to the rest of Furia.
MW saw nothing on that mid.
Hing.
But there's not any rotates into A for Furia. As EG walk up.
4 पाद निकलेगी ना guys. अपने आप सब lock and loaded हो जाएगा. 4 पाद
Get out of the spot though without a dash. As a matter of fact, he's going to stay in it. Calling in a flash from Rafa. But he just keeps getting chipped lower and lower. Evil Geniuses
low हो गया भाई वो.
Pressed their luck too much here. But now that they've scaled on in, have the option to break this one way with a jet smoke if they want a quick exec, or just wait it out. Looks like it's going to be an Astra pullback star to get the crossover.
Okay.
That makes it, yeah, it makes it impossible to hard hold A main anymore.
Really good knife from Rafa though. That stalled to hit a second, but he's established on this line. If they want to fight back in, they're facing against the operator. Right there.
I love this angle from EA. Oh, he's waiting for it.
क्या हाल है शान भाई? Welcome, welcome, baby.
And now
भाई ये क्या operator चला रहा है?
Paranoia is good. Havoc can't see it.
ओए Havoc.
Goodbye. He's dead. And EG have control of A.
What a good paranoia from out in mid. It cooked Supa's position, so he ended up falling at the end of it, but doesn't matter when it helps your side hit happen like that.
Turns out, yeah, he's still just playing chamber. Doesn't matter.
He's playing chamber, but with global smokes.
Sounds like a good agent.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's exactly balanced, but...
Both these Furia members completely split up. And unfortunately for
भाई ये बहुत अच्छा मार रहा है भाई. 2v1 नहीं निकलेगा. इसकी HP भी low है.
How EG's this was gonna look here.
It's just a spam away. Spam मारेंगे ऐसे निकल जाएगा.
So far on the attack, pretty excellent. And Ye's off has been a major factor in that too.
सब सही है मेरा तो. FNC नहीं देख रहे हो? अरे मुझे देखना था actually, but EMEA का matches की permission मेरे पास नहीं है यार. Scene ये है. In fact, even I wanted to watch it, but ठीक है, क्या कर सकते हैं. मैंने डाला हुआ है request.
Nice too for EG that they have so many ways to break that one-way smoke, whether it's an Astra pullback or a jet smoke to get a.
खत्म नहीं हुआ क्या अभी तक EMEA?
You don't walk through that smoke at a major disadvantage.
ओ शायद से अभी ये last match होगा. कि क्या सीन है? भाई बहुत crazy match जा रहा है मैंने सुना.
Big ults for EG.
Decider चालू हो गया क्या?
Nature can just take away these guns on B.
Havoc needs one.
Bro.
But it won't be easy because Ye has.
Just look at Derek, bro.
Looking for the peak. He's out now.
कैसे wait कर रहा है वो ये पे?
Now Icy trying to close in on his prey. Fury will have to abandon the site versus the Steel Guard.
By 3 people are enough to enter the site.
Go forward in the post point. Jay again stalwart on his angle. But they're ulting to A. It's all a fake.
Oh my god.
He's staying up here in heaven.
Oh,
they have to clear him, but the drone spots him. Icy just playing with his food now, taking some time, will fall down.
Oh my god, they just planted at A.
There's going to be an op, there's going to be an Astra Star, there's going to be two darts, there's going to be way too much.
भाई भारी ना पड़े यार इन लोग को.
There's a Derek ultimate on the Sova too.
There's just so much stall.
Oh my god, bro.
Get on that spike, get that util out this instant. Oh, he's blind.
No man.
Nature.
भारी पड़ गया उनको शायद ये.
From Derek in the time.
Oh nice. Derek का क्या ult मारा Derek ने?
Need this spike half now, but the pull is coming through. They're denied yet again. Furia just can't get an inch. Derek's alone, but it should not matter.
Oh!
And
Crazy!
one of this series.
That is
Bye.
Potter drew it up in the Valo plant. That was perfect.
Derek, I see.
Of that hit onto the
My god,
the drone
bro.
into B, just excellent.
And a lovely Red Bull clutch to end there.
क्या मारा है भाई. Derek, yeah, and I see, bro. Crazy man.
But there's still more to do.
Crazy, yeah. Crazy.
That's always been their home.
Look, I'll be honest, like.
Bro, क्या match खत्म किया?
Evil Geniuses, yeah, they played fine, but it wasn't like stellar. And then you see this second half on the Astra, whether it was clearing out the enemy off of A main with those jiggle peaks, nailing the headshot. Then he picks up the off, steals that away. He's just dominating over and over.
भाई EG ने भाई ये ने बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई.
Breakout first half of the game as well.
I see ये और Derek ने बहुत अच्छा खेला. Crazy खेला.
This team will be able to compete.
Absolutely. A really good start to this series from EG. The key pieces getting online here, but still a chance for Furia. They'll have to
Hello, Bonnie. What up, baby?
On one of EG's favorites. It's Fracture coming up.
ये वाला शॉट भी बहुत मस्त था भाई. मचा रहा था ये. भाई EME का क्या है भाई? डिनर खाया मैंने, ज़्यादा कुछ खाया नहीं, मतलब थोड़ा ही खाया मैंने, ऐसा नहीं कि, बट ठीक है. व्हाट्स द सीन लाइक? डिसाइडर चालू है क्या? ब्रो डोंट टेल मी इट्स अ डिसाइडर ब्रो.
Who's on replays? Who's on replays? Who's done that? Who's done the slow-mo?
टू कोई तो घर जाने वाला चैट.
You're not
Oh my god.
You're not wrong, but it's nasty.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग मैच चल रहा है तो.
Side by side with that. I think we need side by side. I think.
क्या क्रॉसर है?
No. What's the buy like?
Just Marshall's here for Navi, so Fnatic need to make a mistake. Nice little trap set though on Garage. We've got Koala Noob ready with a flash off of Hero's contact with the Marshall. He was going to flash through the doors, but Fnatic not looking like they're going to go that way. Going to work the extremities, try and drag some rotations across, and maybe end where it feels weaker.
Koala Noob. क्या रैंक गेम देख रहा होगे? क्या नाम रखा है कोआला नूब?
Caught a glimpse then of Angel. I think he may have done, but Koala Noob's impatience kicking up a gear. Want to take a glance and he gets a good
ज़्यादा पीक नहीं दिया
from Fnatic, and I don't mind it as long as they don't leave it too late. Because you get towards that threatening end of the stick where you think, oh god, we're going to be walking into potentially a stack site. So as long as they're not hitting on 20 seconds, it's fine, and they might have rolled the dice correctly here.
Oh मेहनती. अपना कितना टाइम बचा है? ओह 30 सेकेंड्स ही बचे. भाई ये नाइफ देगा तुम लोग ने गाइस. भाई साहब अंगार देखते रह गया मैं तो उसको. अंगार चालू हो गया.
Now, Vinny, 16 points of health, has to navigate this one, and Yay is back! O Kalil já vai pro desarme.
भाई 10,000 लोग देख रहे हैं भाई यहाँ पे.
Vai, Kalil!
जिमी मार्वल राइवल्स ट्राई नहीं करी. अरे करी ट्राई, बट अभी सीन वही है कि चांस नहीं मिल रहा है यार. अभी क्या कितना देखूं भाई, समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है. अब मैं वैलोरेंट में इतना घुस गया हूँ कि भाई सारी चीजें वही कर रहा हूँ, वही चल रही है.
So I'm going to full screen the mini map for the first go through because there is a lot that is about to happen. I'm going to draw attention to these two smokes on Ye, who's playing solo A as an anchor. He's going to pop them right away in order to stall those extremities. And the reason why he's stalling is because as
Valorant.
we have 4 players.
Valorant is ओ मेरे हम सफर एक जरा इंतजार देखो इन्हें, ये है असेंडेंट 1 का कमाल. भाई मार्वल राइवल्स मेरे को खेलने का मन हुआ एक पॉइंट तक, फिर उसके बाद मुझे नहीं लगता भाई मार्वल राइवल्स ज़्यादा चलेगा. भाई क्या लगता है तुम लोगों को गाइस? आई डोंट थिंक सो मार्वल राइवल्स विल वर्क दैट मच इन इंडिया. लोगों को इतना फास्ट देखने को पसंद ही नहीं भाई. वो फास्ट चीज़ें आई थिंक वो भी था, आई थिंक क्या बोल रहा हूँ, था एपेक्स लेजेंड्स. नो नाड़ा पाड़ा नहीं देखा किसी ने भाई। हाँ यार उतना खास नहीं वो, आई नो ब्रो, खास की बात नहीं है वो, अच्छा गेम है, इट्स एडिक्टिव एंड इट्स गुड फॉर द पीपल हु प्ले दैट गेम, ठीक है। जो खेलेगा उसको मज़ा आएगा, जो नहीं खेलेगा ना उसको वो लोग पब्लिक नहीं देख रही है, वो सीधा भाई। वैलोरेंट को इतना पचते पचते टाइम चला गया भाई, अभी पता नहीं भाई दूसरे कोई FPS गेम इंडिया में पचने को कितना टाइम लगेगा। वैलोरेंट को भी मतलब ठीक है वो CSGO का रेफरेंस था करके लोग देख रहे हैं अभी, मतलब अभी वो, बट बाकी सारा कोई गेम अगर आएगा, बेचारा एपेक्स लेजेंड्स आया ना खुशी से और मुर्दा गया भाई, 4 कंधों पे गया भाई एपेक्स लेजेंड्स इंडिया से। फोर्टनाइट तो भाई, फोर्टनाइट की लाश को तो घिसते घिसते लेके गए भाई इंडिया से बाहर। एपेक्स लेजेंड्स को एटलीस्ट 4 कंधे तो मिले थे। फोर्टनाइट की तो लाश को घिसते घिसते लेके गए इंडिया के बाहर। और कौन सा गेम आया था जिसकी लाश बन गई और घिसते घिसते लेके गए? और वो श्राउड का गेम तो भाई पैदा ही नहीं हुआ इंडिया में। श्राउड का जो नया गेम था वो तो इंडिया में पैदा ही नहीं होने दिया उसको, तो भाई उसको आने ही नहीं दिया इस दुनिया में, इंडिया में। और कौन था, और कौन सा वो गेम था? आई थिंक बस इतना ही था भाई। अभी ये आया है भाई मार्वल राइवल्स, बेचारा मार्वल राइवल्स के साथ कुछ ना हो भाई। बाहर के सीन में देखते हैं लोग वैसे, बट इंडिया में मुश्किल है थोड़ा सा गेम्स को वो आना। सबके पास PC नहीं होता ना, सबके पास मोबाइल है, तो मोबाइल में सब लोग जो खेल पाते हैं वो। अब मोबाइल में वो निकल रहा है वैलोरेंट, तो भाई अभी मतलब वैलोरेंट का सीन जो है वो ऊपर जा सकता है। स्पेक्टर डिवाइड, एग्जैक्टली, स्पेक्टर डिवाइड तो पैदा ही नहीं हुआ भाई इंडिया में। किसी को पूछो कोई बताएगा, बता ही नहीं पाएगा स्पेक्टर डिवाइड।
Revolutionize metas on this map, and now that it kind of seems like she's hinting towards including a Teo in that, it's gonna be scary if you're Furia. But also, like, I have no idea what Furia is gonna run at all. I mean, they could really run something crazy of their own, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
So far, they've been more relying on like the classics.
Yeah.
Will that work against EG though?
Bro, he's supporting EG, bro.
From what I've realized in VCT, like so far, is that if you're running original comps, you really have to try your absolute hardest in order to win against the Teo.
You have to innovate on the default comms, which
literally.
is so difficult to do.
People have been playing them for like a year and a half now.
People are creating these Teo comps to beat the default comms. So the whole game plan is to beat the default comms. So you really have to be cooking on those comps.
And maybe we see a Yay Chamber. I don't know, man.
Don't get me excited.
I know, right?
You're manifesting it.
Right?
You have to speak it into existence.
Maybe it was.
इसका टाइम है, EME का देखते हैं क्या सीन।
Switch out from that operator and try and close in. Alpha's days are surely not
Bro, this game is going so cut to cut.
A close round, but
भाई क्या
another round
रिस्की
for
स्मोक था ये?
टट्टी आ गई मेरे को चैट, जोरदार टट्टी आ गई गाइस। अब मैं क्या करूं?
It's a place that
Fnatic करूं या कंट्रोल?
and it's not been working out so well right now.
क्या है कुणाल? What's up baby doll?
If we want to cancel away from A, I think that C is going to be where Fnatic's going to find more success, it feels like.
One enemy. Okay, does Hero have a gun? Yes.
Nice!
We're growing and changing.
Mapa que a gente sempre foi muito confortável nele e tava ali, como eles baniram a Heaven, né, que foi o nosso pick no último na última MD3, eu resolvi picar Fracture Rush, que também é um mapa forte. E que eles também não têm estudo da gente ainda.
भाई मुझे VCT अमेरिकास का लोगो बहुत अच्छा लगा, बट ऑरेंजी it's good.
We picked Split because we watched a little bit and they you know they play well there.
It is good.
And for the next map, Fracture, I think it's a map we have.
बाकी फिर उसके बाद मुझे पैसिफिक का लगा अच्छा। EMEA का एकदम ऐसे कैजुअल ब्लैक वो डाल दिया है। पैसिफिक का फिर भी अच्छा है भाई.
Thank you so much. Goodbye. Well, it's going to be exciting to see what both of these teams have in store for us, but it is a bold move to pick Fracture into EG.
Yeah, it's super bold. I mean, the fights on Fracture can be a little bit brawly on the extremities, and you can get caught on the crunches top side or south side, you know, on the map. But you would have to think that Potter, who innovated a lot of that stuff, is teaching.
भाई ये गेम को भी start होगा.
Like all the those things, and that's where it gets difficult for.
भाई ये देखो.
Well, we'll head into map 2 right after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
भाई ये ऐड दिखाएंगे भाई. पता नहीं कितना साल लेंगे अभी. Oh, wait.
Today I will show you the best recon lineup for the B side on Lotus. This is from where I shot the arrow. This is what the arrow reveals. This is how it looks from the player's POV. And here's how to do the lineup. Subscribe for more and today I will show you the
भाई
best.
ये टट्टी फैंसी लाइनअप्स का क्या करेगा इंसान अगर वो वहां से यहाँ क्यों रिवील देगा भाई. और यहाँ किसके चाचा खेलते हैं भाई. साइड में तो कोई खेलता भी नहीं बी पे भाई मोस्टली. फालतू फैंसी लाइनअप्स. ये देखते हैं क्या.
This is the fastest silver recon for a garden early info on Haven. This is what the arrow reveals. This is from where I shot the arrow. And here's how to do the lineup.
अरे दादा नीचे से भी कर सकते थे बट ठीक है. ऑप लेके बैठा है वो साला टट्टी फैंसी लाइनअप्स दिखा रही है. काम के लाइनअप्स दिखा तो मानू. ए चालू हो गया.
Teams didn't pick him, and EG does pick up that Tejo.
Yeah, of course, EG were the ones that sort of trailblazed with the Soba on this map many ages ago, but I feel like Tejo has definitely eclipsed that agent. It's just so powerful for like early control over space, A main, etc.
That's a weird one.
इन लोगों का कॉम भी अच्छा है भाई. ब्रीच लिया है ना बस भाई.
And this is very similar to the comp that Team
दो बढ़ाऊ लिए भाई.
on this map. TL were playing no.
Two बढ़ाऊ, 2 girls and 1 robot.
Gecko in the raise slot, and the Sage it's an interesting pick. I do think it's pretty
Yale Maya.
on this patch. And it can be really annoying that wall on AXX. How many?
भाई मैंने इंस्टा स्टोरी पे वो डाली है मैच का. लोग सोचते होंगे कि भाई कौन सा हरामी है ये. कौन सा जो ये टाइम पे स्ट्रीम कर रहा है भाई.
Means you really have to play a much more passive style, which to me doesn't feel super Fracture, you know?
You just have way less tools of like flushing players out of angles when you have very small sights. It can be really good.
बढ़िया आप सुना बस मैच चल रहे हैं. भाई अच्छा वो मैच चालू हो गया यार. फ्रैक्चर मेरे को अच्छा लगता है.
What you can see though is, you know, Fracture being a 4-lane map, Sage on defense can be very funny for just dropping down an early wall like we see in Arcade there to shrink it down to 3 lanes.
एक मिनट. डायरेक्ट तेजो खेल रहा है.
Doesn't matter if it's 3 lanes if you're just dying as they run into one. Heat not really in a position to help with the fight either.
Another thing EG was great at when they were the best team in the world was orb maxing on this map, right?
True.
Absolutely min-maxing the ultimates. And you already see that here with 4 ultimates up for play.
Yeah, Icy's on 2 orbs right now. They could slow down for the orb in A main if they wanted to, but I imagine they push through. Maybe one of the support agents gets that.
Tejo's drone also, I think, an underrated tool.
Shot.
You don't use anything for that initial endeavor. Havoc just gets one.
Oh, he got saved. Oh no. No chance, bro. भाई यार combo ही combo है भाई. Breach और तेजो का कोई तोड़ ही नहीं है भाई. भाई यो एक बात बताऊं.
Might not have been enough.
Okay, now these players are low. 82
भाई एक बात बताऊं.
Super Heat is coming in to drop. This is nice.
This game, EG is going to win, bro.
Main, but it's going to be forced.
It's so difficult.
On this drop.
कि तुम तेजो और ये कर सको भाई. So difficult भाई.
Now waiting for someone to peek into him.
Nature has a stun.
Yeah, stun.
EG is winning, bro.
Heat into the corner. Now Heat knows where everyone is.
क्या comp निकाला उन लोगों
ने? Is working against him. EG just aren't giving him an inch, and he keeps spamming. He's just revealing his position on the map. Now he's out of bullets. The ghost nerfs are hurting him. Nature with the 4K to win the pistol.
And a 4K on breach too.
It's easy, bro, for them.
Funneling orbs into that ultimate.
Talk about orb maxing.
भाई यही करने वाले हैं लोग पूरा गेम में. अल्ट करेंगे, अरे अल्ट क्या बोल रहा हूँ, वो स्टन करेंगे और वो अपना वो डालता रहेगा भाई. भाई देखो ये देखो, util dump baby.
This is one of the reasons like that play there, why I was surprised people weren't like
no chance.
A team like EG wasn't quicker just to adopt the Tejo.
EG going crazy.
To me, the agent doesn't feel super hard to implement. Like, yeah, okay, you need some time in Valo play.
Hello Mudassir bhai, welcome Janu.
Really can just drop the ability on the fault line.
There's not a lot of micro to Tejo. You don't have to learn lineups. It's a point-and-click adventure game. As long as you have the right macro idea with where your util's going.
There's the stun from
और ये बाइक दिया. Oh!
You can see there's still combo ideas with the FURIA comp.
भाई उनका भी combo है.
And they'll net a kill off.
Razor breach का.
Underpass here.
Yeah, Rafa also stepped out of drop, so they've basically fully cleared the north side of the map and can re-aggro down towards B main. Kind of taking it slowly.
EGR as well.
Oh, wait, Ye put an alarm bot down there in underpass. I really like that.
Yeah, still waiting outside
on the
B.
north side of the map, making sure you can't get crept up on. Especially as that solo side B lurk.
Actually turning Valorant into just, you know, any other map that isn't Fracture in the pool.
They don't know.
FURIA do have a nice position against this EGA exec though. Note where Rafa is, up towards drop, but it's only a classic. If it was a Deagle, it would be a little bit more dangerous. As it stands, smokes come in, players forced off the angles. That should be an easy plant for EG.
Oh. I think ये round ये लोग lose कर जाएंगे, ये वाला round.
Smoke about to fade. Players facing, that's a dink, but whips out on the next shots will eventually find his mark. The trade is there.
3 players into
4v3.
Classics in hand. Supa jumping down onto Heat. Huge right click from Heat. Supa will eventually fall, and now playing some nice angles on site is Evil Genius's Nature. Gets a couple. That's going to be Rolling Thunder online.
भाई मैं मेरा move क्या है भाई?
In my opinion, that was a miss from FURIA.
भाई मेरी कितनी गंदी काली जबान है.
Way stronger instead of fighting back into drop.
जो बोलता उसका उल्टा ही होता है साला. अभी जस्ट बोला कि EG lose करेगी, EG जीत गई. साला.
Angles of approach that aren't just throwing your body at the problem from drop.
Yeah, it's so hard to actually get out of drop when you
अग्गू
don't
भाई
have
मेरा
control, don't have players
बोली
coming
अग्गू है
in.
भाई
When you
मेरी.
don't even have smokes at that point.
जो बोलता उसका उल्टा ही होता है साला.
It would have been difficult either way with the pistols.
And now because of that EG Orb Max, it is Nature online to the Rolling Thunder first. This is major. EG could use that to convert this bonus round.
भाई इस पे ult है Nature पे.
An anchor on the site against this
Breach got ult.
Yep. Now that is the typical Sage wall you'll see thrown over towards the B side of the map, just responsively, up against, you know, jiggling that single image even off the Cypher camera. But you can see EG can just break a
The
chunk
turret's
in
going
it.
back online.
Oi!
Players topside are spotted.
Yeah, it sees those players that pushed out of drop. Now EG are in a tough position. Do you accelerate into
है वो पूरा close आके बैठा है. भाई ult करेगा वो मुझे लग रहा है.
This is good by Rafa to fall off site.
Better on Nature to hold the Rolling Thunder. They've got that for the post plant now to stop the flood coming in. And that ruins CT. You can't get out versus that ability.
Derek never even used missiles. Now that'll stall any attempt at a flood from FURIA. This suddenly is a winning position for EG. Rolling Thunder into spawn.
Everything's on Havoc here on the flank.
Oh, they know now. They know.
Swing off of him. And Nature just continues to stall in towards CT. EG are entrenched, but there comes FURIA. 2 kills to get it started. Nature still holding his own. But now the rifle's in play. Yes.
Bye. दोनों वहाँ पे पता है
over in the corner. Ye lets those players get the cross on in, but Icy is just shutting them down.
भाई साहब crazy भाई crazy.
The
Danger technology gameplay.
Using the drone to clear sight instead. One step ahead of FURIA. Saving the Rolling Thunder. That buys them
By
so
EG
much time.
knows what they are doing,
That
bro.
duo clutches things up in the end.
One enemy remaining.
And that to me feels so classically EG, right? Earning that ult for your bonus rounds.
Tragic by Crangy.
Sort of way, maximizing your value.
Could be better.
And now Furia, they're broke.
Camera team out.
This round for Furia, winning this round is getting some ults online. They need a couple of sheriff kills. They need to find some orbs. It'll be a double push into A main to get that started for now. But round 5 is going to be the one that really makes or breaks this half for them. IC should have an ultimate, so need some firepower to battle back
Superman!
He's not going to get more than the single orb. That's not going to be good enough for him.
भाई वो लोग तेजो का जो इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं भाई.
We need to see Havoc or Khalil.
They know it, man.
Rafa sprayed down by IC. Now EG with full control of this
ये
side.
तो भाई इको राउंड है कुछ नहीं.
They'll make an attempt to
इको
fight
में
back in
इको.
arcade. But a reflash.
Like
for
करे
EG.
मित्रों.
Again, Nature holds it for now.
इसे मुट्ठी में लेके दबा रहे हैं इनको.
Again, Furia, they've lost the round. They need kills on these two players. Good flash comes in and Khalil gets the kill.
But he uses the ult instantly. This round is already basically lost. There's a Brim Molly coming in. There's stall still on that spike. There's no way for Furia to win this.
Are you joking?
And the ult is wasted.
Obviously.
There's just not enough time. I mean, credit to Furia. They got some really nice shots going in on that.
That's an overheat.
Havoc found his kill, so that will be a Raze rocket coming online. But it was just too late in the post plant to activate that look.
Lol. But Havoc का भी ult है. उन लोग एक entry ले सकते हैं भाई. I would say they should go A यार. Ult है उस पे.
And that might just snowball this map.
क्या ये मस्त shot मारा बे Havoc ने?
This should just be another flip round, I
इस
think.
पे ult है.
If we're looking at Furia's money. Yeah, they're down to nothing. They're calling a timeout, and I've got news for you. Rafa went for the operator in this purchase.
अब बताओ guys, what do you guys think? EG or Furia?
Chamber, Jet, even the Raze, you don't have a lot of tools.
By EG, they're doing so great,
like,
भाई.
No matter where you're
उनको पता है भाई what they're doing.
Risk to get a forward line. You're very likely to get punished by stun, some other initiator utility coming in from EG.
I want to see where Rafa's going with this op, because wait, he doesn't even have money for a wall. I don't know about this, guys. Thinking the op is the
ये लोग entry ले सकते हैं भाई, इसका ult है.
Gonna play with that. I mean, it's
भाई
such a
दोनों का ult है भाई. IC और Havoc दोनों का.
this round for him to get something done, because if it just ends up being an A exec, he's Sage, wall-less, slow-less, trying to retake a site with an operator. Everything is riding on these A players.
I think they will farm the orb and then they will entry. MW Zera ke ult se.
Oh, is IC gonna heat up?
I think so.
Forward.
Really weird round from EG.
Because ult है इस पे.
North side into drop. Really just
इस पे भी ult आ जाएगी.
And with that early smoke, they've been pushed back there too. This could end up being an EG fake look with the Raze rocket out of drop.
It's a full pivot from
उससे
before the
entry मिल
timeout, where
जाएगी
they were
वैसे तो.
almost always completely ignoring north side.
भाई उसको पता है वो उस पे बैठा हुआ है.
Backs away. And IC's gonna heat up with the rockets.
पैंड की टकी.
No one's on site here, but Havoc! Okay, that's a great reply with the rocket of his own. He'll swing and get more!
Havoc!
An incredible triple for Havoc has put Furia back
पैंड की टकी. क्या मारा उसने?
Furia needed these A players to step up, and maybe they just needed an A player to stand up. Havoc absolutely sweet on that one.
क्या मारा भाई?
Just walking towards this operator. That'll be Rafa again. First one falling on back. Oh, okay. Taken down and
ये तो
actually
तेरे से बुरा खेलते हैं.
that's 2 orbs. Get another.
भाई वो क्या था भाई?
I mean,
dying's good too.
This could be a sweet round.
क्या रौनक भाई? Welcome जानू.
That's just 4 orbs out of nowhere for him. We take those.
Yeah,
My
it's one of
danger.
the all. Got a credit for Furia though. They needed that hero. Havoc.
भाई वो क्या था भाई?
Show us that again.
Also, the decision making there is satchel up, so he's above his opponent's raft. This is
Havoc
sweet.
ने क्या किया भाई?
As he almost shot the showstopper into the ceiling, like it was just barely off because of the send up.
So simple it was for Havoc to do.
Operator's been recovered.
ऐसा हल्का सा उड़ के मारा है उसने.
Playing towards
वाह.
A main. And again, post timeout, Evil Geniuses have switched their default to play very heavy. Yay, just getting a pick in main. I was going to say playing very heavy north side.
Hey, good, bro.
As well.
And seizing this early drop control. So their mantra has been get the ultimate, the orbs, get Derek online with that, break the tripwire.
Ah, it's called इस पे ult है.
Blood out of
Rafa
drop,
पे.
and just a alert going in.
But will they revive him?
With Derek's ult, they're gonna have 2 more.
That's the question.
Fracture is a map where usually you're playing 3 or 4 agents with heavy exec utility. So when you get into a rhythm, when you start cycling these ults together, it can be deadly. Fortunately for FURIA, they've guessed correctly on this round, playing no one towards that B site. So that ult, Derek farmed up, gonna go basically to
जीवी भाई जिंदगी चुनी पड़ी है. कोई tips दे दो.
Flank, 2 players on the south side, Heat going solo up north. And it's just Khalil on low HP in spawn. Oh, and they're playing for the
हाँ
runs.
तो जिंदगी को बोलो condom
I think
पहने.
Havoc is safely behind the wall there too. Derek though catches out MW Zera, switches around, takes Heat low, but it's not enough to get the kill.
2 players on 1 health. This is still a retake with an operator, but that's a rolling thunder back in this round. MW's gonna rip it.
Bye!
Nature stunned up. But is there
गया ये.
aftershock?
dear.
Nature somehow
अरे बच गया.
dodges out on every bit of utility.
अच्छा गावत.
For it. 2 kills from Nature. Heat on the spike. Icy will go through and try and deny.
अरे इसके HP लो है.
Khalil on 1 HP against Supa. Needs this headshot now. But Supa won't give it to him.
पैंड की टकी.
Toys around Dice. He wins this round.
भाई
this time.
साहब.
Secures the kill too.
Crazy भाई.
Players there, you gotta shout out.
भाई वो नेचर कैसे बच गया उधर भाई? मैं होता ना तो मैं तो पक्का नहीं बचता भाई.
See that again.
मैं तो बावड़ा शावड़ा हो जाता, पता नहीं किधर जाता भाई मैं.
Before he falls down. And then Supa's movement at the end was also pretty
क्या
excellent.
मारा बे?
Just baiting out as much time as humanly possible.
साला बचने के बाद मारा भी
There's
इसने.
paint shells in front of him. There's a
भाई वो स्टंट था, वो
Paint
सब
shells were just
पता
a
नहीं.
second later, I think. There's no chance for him.
Danger.
Hard to make that actually happen in real time.
Let's go.
भाई
No, we won't shut up about
फ्यूरिया
the
तुम 2 मिनट का टाइम आउट लो भाई. 2 नहीं 10 मिनट का
Nature
लो.
has his. Yay, Supa, both one off as well. This is a full-on snowball for EG.
Anti-eco from EG. They put that alarm bot down underpass. While FURIA
भाई नेचर का फिर से अल्ट है.
Spicy just waiting for MW to walk on into his crosshair. It's the first one. Some nades push Heat up as well. And
भाई चाटा.
is just again. I
अभी तो अल्ट की जरूरत लग नहीं रही है वैसे मेरे
next
को.
to each other. The way they've traded each other out consistently since joining this roster has been good.
By the way,
No
that was
point.
Hero gun spot into this round for FURIA.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, unrecoverable.
Very recoverable down there in underpass.
अरे.
Also, playing no Tejo means that
He knows
it
something,
helps
he
some
knows.
availability.
Yeah, that's definitely something you're missing here.
बहुत आगे आ गए.
Can't say I'm enraptured by the Sage comp so far.
Not quite.
Although again, I do like what it can do on the attacking side with walls. It's a little more annoying. Sean also was a bit of a Sage believer back, at least when he was coaching on 100 Thieves. Maybe he can talk a bit about it.
भाई
Because the
बहुत
100 Thieves
crazy
comp had
खेल रहा
Sage
है
in
भाई
it for a long time. And I thought that was really good. Those forward walls towards CT sort of interrupted
Bro,
the retakes.
that's
interrupted
yay,
that
okay?
typical brawly style of fracture play. But so far, we've really just seen those round start walls that haven't really slowed down EG all that much. They just avoided them.
ये का एम बहुत crazy है बे.
6-1 up now for
बहुत मस्त मारता है वो. बहुत मस्त.
And this is how you dream of attack sides
क्या
going on.
difference दे रहे भाई वो लोग इसका.
Your opponent starts to try and make plays, block up on you,
यूटिल
get
का.
ahead.
वो लोग दिखा रहे हैं कि भाई हमारा तेजो की वजह से हम लोग जीत रहे भाई.
FURIA also don't have great
भाई तेजो का बहुत अच्छा
aggro plays
यूज हो
because
रहा
they're
है.
playing the Sage just a much more controlled style. So one side of the map is usually
भाई फिर से
gonna be
time
side
out
with
लिया वो लोग
Sage,
ने.
looking to just stall out and buy time for rotate.
तौबा,
So if you're
तौबा.
doing early aggro pieces with Havoc's Rays, you can find those flank timings. But it hasn't seemed like FURIA can really punch holes in how EG are playing this right now. You know, Derek can just use the drone to re-clear A main whenever it's FURIA looking for some attention there. I think the early defaulting from EG has been really unchallenged thus far because of the info pieces they're putting down with that underpass alarm too.
With the more common comps on this map, your normal idea as an IGL coach out of this would be, okay, let's try and do something.
भाई दीदी बहुत खुश है भाई, दीदी बहुत खुश है कि क्या खेल रहे भाई हमारे टीममेट्स. दीदी बहुत खुश है.
With this comp, but the issue is EG have such strong tools for counter utility that it doesn't
Exactly,
feel like
they have such strong tools for the
also,
counter utility.
Have, you know, poo-pooed on
भाई वो लोग डिफेंस में ना गाइस
now Teo can just break the ultimate.
बहुत ही
The turret
ज़्यादा
is still one of the
स्ट्रॉन्ग
best
रहेंगे
aggro tools
डिफेंस
because
में
you
भी.
play having that watch one side, you play on the rope, can dodge out of it on the other. The mollies and a post plan are still effective. The alarm underpass. So this agent, even if you take the risk that Teo nullifies your ultimate, can still have value here, and EG are proving that in their default play.
Right.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
चलो जी मैं बाय जॉब पे आया हूँ. ओके बाय बाय जानू. स्लीप वेल. अरे जॉब पे है ना, सॉरी. काम करो अच्छे से.
Play for this drop. Move on forward. Get an orb.
Shot.
Get a free kill on Havoc. He just swung alone and is dead for it.
Yep. When your weak side is getting kills like this, it's hard to
मुश्किल है भाई.
Was there any utility to set that up?
I think we had no.
Maybe, I think
MW
it was a
has
Roomba
everything.
that missed.
Yeah.
And that was it.
And they saw the strong side being north, but yeah, you don't want to call in utility, you'd imagine. Here's a double swing. Again, there's full range
utility!
And they just feed the meat grinder.
Danger भाई, danger. भाई कुछ फायदा नहीं है इनका वो लेने का.
Fury have practically already lost this round.
It just hurts because at a certain point you're like, okay, maybe Supo cleared out of that space, and we're taking the risk, but when you're already playing a comp that has limited fight,
like Cloud9 and MIBR will be like that match. वो बहुत अच्छा होगा.
Those engagements you're actually taking, EG just on a bit of a hunt for some kills, some KD, some orbs, everything. Because they've got infinite.
Everything is fine until and unless you get around, bro.
And EG don't have to use a thing to win that round.
Cheat.
Often he will try and keep these weapons.
Santa.
Let that happen. One enemy remaining. Okay, Rafa. At least let's one gun be saved on through. It's a 7.
भाई सब जाके मर गए उसके बाद.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see a huge switch up from FURIA. I think bring the Cypher over. I would call Cypher over onto the A side. Play for like the cam and A main, especially if you think EG are going to.
FURIA will be eliminated from kickoff and Masters Bangkok if they lose this map. Oh, bhai saab, danger technology
really just
game
rinse
play.
Repeating these A lobby fights. Yeah, you can change your util pattern. Maybe you have better luck combining that. I don't know.
FURIA just 6 rounds away from elimination, from kickoff, from attention from Masters, and
भाई ये क्या मार रहा है?
eviscerates another player off the rip.
Yeah, got in front of the orb, as a matter of fact. Drops the ultimate in case anyone's on site.
Bro, क्या मार रहा है Superman?
Slant corner because you're going to get bombarded by utility. FURIA maybe have a chance to spam off the Cypher camera. That's an annoying one, and he's taking his time.
Superman is there, bro. Super is there, bro.
Getting killed, and FURIA now don't have a concerted effort to make this retake happen.
भाई क्या मार रहा है वो?
Because the Brimstone ultimate came in just a second after that swing happened. I think FURIA were calling to fight out with that, but just jumped the gun a little bit.
They're saving.
भाई साहब
Back
back to back दो इसमें saving करने को लगाया
he had playing with crew, switching his role to initiator.
हैकर है भाई हैकर. भाई बहुत मस्त खेल रहा है वो. पूरी actually पूरी team अच्छी खेल रही है यार. EG they're playing so good man. Comms उनके बहुत अच्छे चल रहे हैं.
Honestly, not looking prepared.
Happiness भाई क्या scene है जानू.
Rafa is a new IGL in the sense of we're seeing him on the Americas stage IGLing for the first time, but not his first time IGLing a highly competitive team. Made it pretty deep into the Ascension run a couple of years back. Wasn't able to qualify himself.
Some water.
But now
बच गया वो.
what has historically always been Evil Geniuses and Potter's best map. It has been a
Good evening, Jimmy bhai. Have a great evening. Hello, this is morning. Okay, morning bolo morning.
Pretty cobbled together for FURIA.
One off the showstopper, perhaps, for FURIA. maybe that's the tool they could use to have a pace change and
Must kill rahe bhai.
early kill in the next round. But similarly to last time Icy had the ultimate, it will be coming out of drop. It's because the Raze pathing is just so
Good morning.
when you come up from an
Jimmy, I have a
position
great
with that
day.
ability.
Yes,
Pretty
bro.
nice
Good
at clearing out A.
morning.
Also has the reach to take A main control, which, hey, that's that early Sage wall and the flip of Cypher and Sage to the A side I was looking for.
Rolling Thunder.
Oh.
The side actually towards Sands is the rocket path.
Awesome.
With heat. Rafa traded out from the pinch in main.
Nice.
And it's a situation we've seen so many times with Furia's Anchor's dead, a 3v5 retake. This time at least one better. Some of these members are going to be coming in from drop.
Havoc needs to snipe a kill from up here so he can get the showstopper and get back into sight to really have a chance.
Ult भी नहीं है इन पे पास तो भाई.
Unfortunately, EG's post plants on this A side have been really locked in. They're
भाई
not
KJ का ult आ जाएगा एक दो.
some utility to try and flush the players back on site, but it's not gonna bump Icy out of here. Icy
Oh,
comes in.
एक मर के मारा भाई. एक मर के मारा भाई.
His team backing him up with stall utility. Missiles heading towards the spike.
It's endless,
A flash into main.
Oh my god.
It's just not there.
Okay,
Havoc. This is his chance. Rocket. It misses. Havoc gets the kills regardless. And Furia finally reply with a round.
Boy, sub.
I mean, the 2 rounds, Fury have won. It's just Havoc going crazy. That kill onto Icy, trading out his teammate, getting over.
Bro, chamber को but ult नहीं लगी.
It is all lost, but those 2 rounds from him, enough to get 2 on the board for Furia.
पैड की टकी. ये देखो guys.
Here it is. How does that rocket not get a kill?
अरे कैसे तेजो साथोरी. तेजो कैसे बचा?
Teo's just immune to splashdown.
भाई साहब. So lucky man.
Okay, stun line prepared for MW Zera up here off the contact in arcade. I like this. A different setup for Furia. It's late in the half, but
Ifichi just contact main though. They could cook this goose. MW now set pivot is stun over towards main. And the trap plays diffused.
yeah, the nice thing for Furia is they hadn't actually showed their hand too much on that side of that. MW holding on to the stun, so EG didn't feel comfortable to accelerate. Instead, they want to re-clear arcade and pinch in with it. Ye's going to come from up north side. These 3 players move into underpass so they can swing this heaven line on 2 different angles.
भाई Furia पे 2 ult है भाई.
Nature with stun in hand. Will catch on to Havoc as the drone follows through and spots out 2. No more util available for the members on site. They're going to fight back towards heaven, but tail rockets are coming in. They're pinched yet again as Nature runs down the site and yet again establishes a post plant for EG.
Evil Genius
by 9-3. Is it 9-3 guys?
The last site hit, the round they lost, making it work nicely. There.
क्या ये 9-3 होने वाला है?
Way too much pressure. He can't have that round he needs to win it for Furia. We'll see though. Rafa and Heat creeping up. Time's a ticking, and with main held, with tower.
This is gonna be 9-3, bro. 10-2.
No entrance into this site.
अभी तो कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते वो लोग.
Kills on the opposite side. That is it. Moving into a 12.
भाई ये एग्जिट निकालने में रह गए. वहाँ भाई साहब बैंडी पूरा गेम निकाल रहे इजी वाले.
When people watch Soul
Exit निकालते रह गए ये लोग.
thing was the big set piece rounds. The ult combos, the Sovalt into a Brim ult on this crazy execute. But I think what really made their game
10-2.
on Fracture then.
Let's see by Mir bhai. I think
Seeing them play it in 2025 is the legwork going up there. How adept they are.
Why do I feel like it's
After
9-3?
that initial default, taking one part of the map, then slowly re-clearing and getting themselves in a position where they're confident they
Ult
can
भी है ना
lose
उनपे.
on their execute.
इसलिए बोला.
They can't look at this side anchors from
पर
Furia.
बाय का थोड़ा लोचा है
They're
भाई.
always looking the wrong way because EG are coming at them at the same time from 3 different directions. It's wild.
बाय का थोड़ा लोचा है इनका. एक के पास बाय नहीं है.
Yeah, he
शेरिफ
has a
यूज कर रहा है.
lockdown.
कालिल बाय शेरिफ यूज कर रहे हैं.
And Furia can't do a thing about it.
I think Furia are going to try going for a big flank. You can see them repositioning on the A side of the map.
भाई साहब.
Lockdown wind-up time to end up getting that push. MW also picked up an orb, so a couple of kills on this flank, and that retake could get wild with a Rolling Thunder.
Oh, they know.
Active. Supa already down. Very good opener from MW, but EG are going to turn and fight. They dodge out on the stun and they shoo the Furia members away.
Nature's also underpass. It's only
I'll
Icy on site here.
plant to फिर भी हो रहा है ना जानू.
And at the same time, MW is regrouping back in spawn, so all of a sudden, Havoc is going to be the very late lurk, and he is turning so many heads his way.
Icy has a rocket. Could satchel around and help his team if players start to make contact through spawn. Rafa's walked into the site. They spots him, and he doesn't have a gun out until Icy still double satchels, ready to wrap around and help the team as the flank is dealt with. Icy goes 1 for 1. They're off the spike, and now more util coming in. Furia have to fight.
सब पूरा आएगा, सब आएगा भाई.
Heat is critical, and he
चकावात.
EG closed another.
Nature ने दिया है.
Nature started the game off good with a 4K.
भाई साहब danger.
First half with the clutch there, the 2 kills
10-2
at the end to make it happen. I mean, my man is 13-6 right now in the breach. He's having a game.
One enemy remaining.
Bye, just
Incredible
needs.
stuff there.
Bro needs 2 rounds to win.
For EG. It's been a long time since they played Fracture. We've missed watching it.
Bye.
Now they'll look to end.
ये इतना जल्दी मैच क्यों खत्म हो रहा है लाला? कोई ना, good for us. सोने को मिलेगा. इसके बाद वाला जो मैच है ना चैट, that will be crazy. That is gonna be crazy. वो मजा आएगा.
A true Venus.
ये कौन सा रेड बुल का ऐड है? साला 10-2 हो गया. हाँ का. अब इसका क्या है अपडेट? भाई ये कहाँ जा रहा है मैच? 8-11 about to win and who? नहीं होगा जल्दी खत्म भाई. यू नेवर नो भाई. 9 बजे तक तो जाने, 9 बजे तक तो 9 बजे तक तो जाएंगे भाई. ये मैच 9 बजे तक तो चलेगा. इनका मैच तो अभी खत्म हो रहा है, डिसाइडर चल रहा है अभी भाई. नावी जीत रही है. डेंजर. एक राउंड देख के जाते.
It's rotten. On Guardian already, Koala Noob's down on 26.
Team Sniper, madam.
And this is a position where the Na'Vi, the rookies on Na'Vi, I'd be interested to see how they handle this. Especially Ruxic and I mean Koala to me doesn't seem.
Bro, बहुत
old ads है. भाई मैंने first time देखा वो Red Bull वाला ad.
3v1 वाला वो मतलब unbelievable.
Saying it, the seaside of the map.
बाकी तो Navi अच्छा खेला.
Weak for Fnatic and Navi haven't been able to convert.
3v1 थोड़ा unbelievable था.
I like that Angel's still confident in it.
Can't make it count. So Chronicle going to evacuate.
Bye!
Trips being cleared. We could actually have a plant off this. I don't know if you can go for any sort of flood. I don't think they're quite close enough. So plant's going to be in. Got to keep there are, as much as this is, you know, sheriffs and everything else, there is still threat here. Post.
There's going to be the ISO shield coming in from Alpha. There's going to be the entry on this route.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Shuts the voice line right up, but the ult did come through. Koala Noob's timing not good enough. Booster given the doubters lockjaw right now. We're down to Ruxic, Angel and Hero. Oh my god, look at this naughtiness though. Look at what they're up to in this.
Oh my god.
It doesn't matter. Fnatic's got the red like a book. They're back in the game, baby. Fnatic not down.
Oh, चालू हो गया.
Drop alert coming on in. He'll have some control here to pinch down into sight, make sure no one gets out from CT.
Bro,
These players are looking for it, but he gets flashed. He's dropped down into hell, somehow staying alive between Rafa and Heat. Fury have found themselves a pistol.
Flawless at that. Finally.
भाई कितना राउंड? एक राउंड, 2 राउंड. अभी EG पूरा निकाल के ले जाएगी भाई. आपके ताली में से पूरा निवाला.
Something back. We got Vandals purchased up. We got an Outlaw on Khalil. This is what
nice prediction, Jimmy. Well done, Sale.
They need to keep this momentum rolling here. Already got a little bit of a look at that A lobby fight. You can see maybe the Teo utility comboed with the breach. Covers a lot of ground, but you can still find some holes if you dodge away from the breach stuff.
For sure. Like, the only way you're getting kills with that play is if people are actively getting hit in the stun, and as we see here, Havoc sees the missiles coming in, has time to disengage.
यही तो है जलवा तेजों का.
Still have that to refight. Maybe if players push past this smoke.
भाई ये लोग कर ले लिया second round. हाँ राफा भाई.
Anyone on EG is going to do it'll be Ye with the Sheriff. Really taking his chances, jiggling over for some B main control. I don't know if Rafa
13-4, 12-5, 12-4. I think 13-4.
He's not ready for this. That's a Vandal.
Oh, Chanta.
And he's ready for Heat too.
Oh.
Doesn't get the kill though.
That said,
Equal.
it was Super that picked up the Vandal.
Running to है oh my god.
Down in hell, but it's actually.
Oh, he knows.
Icy's helping out. The players are stuck in main. Havoc gets that
first
in hand, but Derek spamming away. FURIA are not out of the woodworks just yet. It's 2 players on site with Heat going for an incredibly late lurk, and EG are flooding on in.
They're fully grouped up though. In towards main, they have to wait out these smokes.
Heat actually through.
Rafa की गन ले ली.
The only rifle to work with, and that's a good re-clear. Icy's dead, and he didn't even see Heat. Oh, they just want to contain. They're playing for damage here, not to win around.
As soon as they lost that sand player, it was basically over.
But that's such a good play when you're up 10-3. Take away as
Good.
many guns as possible, make that
Varax.
base round as weak as possible.
I think now they will take it.
2 players with over 2,000 credits here from FURIA. It was an FPX.
Now they will
them,
take
so
it, bro.
3 rifle or outlaw equivalents. So I still think they have 4 weapons minimum. And if I'm FURIA,
पड़ गई ओए पड़ गई.
And they are okay. With a little extra left over from.
Now
FURIA
I think
too.
it's 13-4, guys.
Light armor on Superments. The Outlaw not going to be super effective. If you see light armor on entry agents, that's when it's going to be a little bit more punchy. Same A setup from EG. Horizontal stun line. FURIA dodged that away.
भाई ये तेजो साला तेजो और ब्रीच.
Making
By
sure
what a
they see
combination,
these
bro.
players. Only spotting 2 though, I think. Will make these EG players on B stick their feet.
Heat very early lurk.
What a
Yeah,
read.
he's not looking. The turret makes contact though. And he's missed his chance.
He wanted to get that timing because he knows Ye likes to play there after the other round.
Re-clear.
Oh dear.
Perfect nade.
That is nice. They give up that early control. Now Ye up in heaven. Guardian playing underneath him. The swarm comes in. Heat fights his way out from down underneath. And Supa's looking the wrong way. He takes him down. FURIA are moving here.
That's
भाई
the heat that FURIA
ये
had
comeback
moved.
ना हो जाए भाई comeback.
The guy who was probably the best player on crew last year.
I think he was just the best initiator in terms of fragging power.
Comeback.
America's last year.
क्या लगता है शायद?
Ridiculous
Comeback.
numbers every single game. And it's going to be a big change when you go into the Sentinel role. All of a sudden, you don't have those fighting options. You need players to come into you.
साला.
This time around.
अभी ऐसे 2-2 बढ़ाते रहो. 13-4 से 13-5 किया. अभी 13-6.
You start to see the vision of the rest of this half now, where
Very nice.
EG are forced onto a bye at 10-5.
एक काम करो 13-8 all together बोली दो.
Maybe FURIA have a breach ult, have a raise ult coming up online.
थोड़ा क्या है? Compensation हो
the
जाएगा.
critical round that makes or breaks this half.
तुम्हारी नहीं मेरी ये नहीं
Fracture's really
13-8 कर ही दो
a map
ऐसा
where
लगता
it
है.
comes down to just a few rounds. I really feel like where it's a big buy disadvantage. You know, one team wins or loses this, determines whether a buy the next or not. And it's going to be Ultimates coming online too. So you have these huge explosive rounds. And all FURIA need to do is win a couple of those. They win those right ones. That momentum can keep carrying them and bring this back even.
I did like Potter taking a pretty early timeout here.
Chiagawa.
Against Loud.
Both of them.
दिख रहा है?
Maps it slipped away after a
क्या भाई रिफ्लेक्स तो है भाई एनवीडिया अरे सॉरी एम लैब्स स्पॉन्सर मी बेबी स्पॉन्सर मी
Even though
क्या रिफ्लेक्स है भाई क्यों पता है एवरीडे आई प्ले एम लैब्स
and he heard those bullets right next to his ear. He knows how close that was. So Potter maybe flipping where they want to be fighting, maybe not in this eco round, but in future rounds, putting some more attention into arcade, or maybe fighting there to get an underpass walk and fight down into B main. Switching things up so it's not so readable, because their default has been exactly the same these first 3 rounds.
Compared to Furia's defensive side, EG have a lot more tools to be able to change into a more proactive look.
It's true. You know, EG could also do other things where they show, you know, Taeho utility, raise util on A side, and just move the breach away. You know, pretend like they're holding onto the stun for a refight, but really that could be on the B side, get some quick rotates over in. But again, on this eco round, one thing as a coach a lot of times you'll do is you'll say, play the same overall strategy. Don't give away what we think is going to win that make or break round on round 17.
That's the 16th round भाई. वो बात अलग है. इन लोगों का इको राउंड है, कुछ फायदा नहीं भाई. पर भरोसा नहीं है, साला इको राउंड भी निकाल ले लो.
Yeah, not giving that one up, because then next round, Bleach doesn't necessarily have to be here. See off the drone contact, stun comes in. Icy won't be satcheling forward, instead just creeping, but the second stun, the rocket to follow, that is nice. The blind is in, Khalil is down. I mean, EG have just pieced together a perfect round.
Bro,
Here's
this
for the refight.
crazy guy, Icy.
Smoke is going up. EG can't get Derek out of dodge, but that's still an advantageous trade.
On the B side, though, both Sentinels keeping an eye out for each other. He knows that one more step forward and that turret's going to be hitting him, so he takes his time until Havoc gets a little close. Wait, no, it doesn't.
Remember that turret nerf. Can't quite see 180. He has to be checked on manually instead. And now the cavalry is arriving, and Heat doesn't want to stick around in the same spot too much longer. Straight through does good damage. But he's stunned up. More damage onto Heat. Icy is killed another round. This man is standing alone. He'll deliver, though. It was more players wounded from EG. All of them, in fact. Oh, half health. He can do a hell of a lot.
अभी पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई. ये वाला EG जीते. पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है.
Furia needs this round, and yay, he wants to rip it away. So it's all up to Heat. A new rule, but a same outcome.
पैड की कितना भाई मेरा बोली क्या है भाई?
And they've taken the driver's seat yet again.
Oh, I just can't believe it. EG didn't even change anything. They held the stun a little bit for the refight. Just a slight little shift to their util.
भाई मैं जो बोलता उसका उल्टा कैसे हो सकता है भाई?
Icy's first kill. Icy's looked
भाई ये
really
शॉट
good
अच्छा था भाई.
so far today. That's on full display here. Even
भाई इको राउंड जीत गए वो लोग.
Furious walk up onto the B site.
Nice, let's go. Oh my god.
भाई इको राउंड जीत गए.
Seriously.
Lala.
I'll admit my own fraudulence a bit. I haven't played the Killjoy since the changes on this map, but I think you can angle it at a 45-degree angle and get a little bit better vision of main and still have arcade coverage.
Sure. I'm pretty sure you can, but it's a little tight angle.
Up to heaven quickly from Furia.
Ye wants to fight through the smoke, I think. Waiting for the right timing to do so.
Ooh, this is a weird round, though, because Heat is still in drop. He could go for a late flank, or they could just, you know, pull players here because they went showed all the way up into tower. See, the timing is just crazy into sand. EG are trying to double swing this. They really are anticipating Heat's presence here.
At this point, they know he'll fall away, but that's such a big kill from Rafa.
Crazy! Icy was pushed down into main, finds the first kill, needs to deal with Rafa, who's boosted up on his own wall. Players absolutely not where they should be.
Icy looking to be the hero again. 4v4, the Sage isolated.
And it's a slow creep on the zip line from Heat to come and flank wrap around on Icy.
But Icy's not slowing down. He'll heat up and get the kill onto Rafa.
Here's Heat.
Worried about that flank. Icy throws in the nade, but he's past
Bye, pata chal gaya. Arre.
Khalil now the last man to try and salvage this, and Nature, he's not getting off.
Oh my god.
Khalil for 3. Furia somehow salvaged that round.
What a mess! What's going on here? Icy finds that catch into B main. Ruff was boosted on the wall. It's madness.
The spaghetti's everywhere.
It's on the floor. It's on the ceiling. I don't know.
Maybe that's where these Furia players shine.
I mean,
crazy, bhai.
There you go. 3 kills, rapid fire succession. Look at these ultimates from Furia. That's what I was talking about.
Bhai, फ्यूरिया पे 4 अल्टी है भाई.
Imagine society.
VG
stolen away that eco round. Here's another chance for Ye. Actually stunned up, though he's going to be able to just barely drop down. Pinch from Furia will be coming in. Sage Cypher slowly making their way into A main.
Re-clear of B main.
Oh,
shot by.
He's just so bold. Rolling Thunder, as well as the off, and that's just a res straight back to Alpha. Site secured, back in command. And the EG players will get picked apart, trying to go for their one.
You can see some of the ideas with the Sage, though. That wall towards heaven, super annoying. You have to spend a lot of time to clear that. It also builds you that ledge to play on Rafter, where you're fully protected. That could come into play more meaningfully in future rounds. This time, though, it's just double fights into spawn from Furia. They want their eco frags. Want to charge up those ults.
We talked a lot about the ult economy.
IC bye.
And now Fury's starting to
IC bye के आगे कोई बोल सकता है क्या?
Derek doesn't have time for this, but the damage is still good.
अरे कुछ नहीं भाई, ये वाला कह रहा हूँ. मैं बता रहा हूँ chat, it's gonna be 13-8. 13-8, 13-10 bro. 13-10.
Did cost MW Zera and Rafa their ult.
लिख के ले लो guys, it's gonna be 13-10.
Now the Brimstone ulti to play with. And one thing, obviously Ye is feeling very emboldened because it is an eco round, but Ye, I think consistently is going to try and take these angles fighting into the weak side. So when evil geniuses show their hand early on, and they show where the Raze, the Breach, the tail, all those fighting agents are, you can expect Ye to look for a time, or even Icy to look for that sort of angle peek, that swing against the Cypher, the Sage.
Still they have 2 ults bro. Furia has 2 ults and these guys have 3 ults bro.
High low.
Bye.
Stun for nature too.
क्या बोलते हैं ये की ult से they can hold their side bro.
Once he peeks around.
He is not gonna like this.
No, I don't think so.
Delay the blind.
There's a
Get him
stun.
out of there.
There's an aftershock. He's running.
Okay, good news
Bye.
is Nature wasn't snapping the ult. Derek wasn't snapping the ult. He'll get out, no problem. Just some chip damage. But what Furia can do off of this is now accelerate into the A site. Ollie's out to slow them down, but it's really Furia attacking into Sands so they can get the Sage wall down and then pinch into the site.
Why they have ult?
Back towards Sands, a counter ult.
Oh, nice, yeah.
But BG's just getting every kill. Icy will eventually break his way out of jail, and he tries to find a
Oh,
duel.
yeah.
A little too bold. Khalil's alone, and no magic this
Crazy,
round.
bhai.
EG are at match points.
Respect to EG, by all accounts, that
By match point में आ गए वो लोग.
without a player being able to flood out of heaven.
मुर्गी भाई, मुर्गी.
They come flying out of spawn. Doesn't matter if they have the second angle. Breach ult helped them out big time.
भाई वो तो बॉल भाई एक बात बताओ ये MW भाई ऊपर क्या कर रहे थे वो उसके वॉल के साथ ऊपर चढ़ गए क्या
On the Sage is crazy.
On top of the Sage wall.
Oh, that's what happened.
Did he get bounced
yeah,
up
he got
by the
bounced
breach
up
ult?
on top. Yep.
हाँ वही बोला उसने
That's
तो
funny.
क्या कर रहा है भाई ऊपर टटी
Now though, series point.
Bro, this is
Furia,
going to be
kickoff on the line for them here.
Icy has another raise rocket. He wants to end this. That's a good shot. In comes the ultimate, and somehow everyone escapes.
बच गए सारे
Barely late from nature. They're still hunting.
Here comes that raise rocket. A Brimmo.
भाई
This round, EG.
Oh my god man
As the rocket misses, EG gets
Oh
the
my
kill.
god
And now
भाई
Furia out of kickoff. It's been 2 years since we've watched EG on Fracture. It may be a new team, but they still own
भाई
this
जो
map.
यूटिल डम मारा है आई डम भी मार दिया भाई
Rapture round at the end there. Complete Valorant spaghetti. Ultimate
crazy
flying
भाई
everywhere.
crazy
Icy doesn't connect us, but it doesn't matter. EG closing things out in the second half. Yeah, Furia built up some momentum, and you see a little bit of hope that this roster had when it was put together. Right?
खत्म कर
Coming
दिया
into the squad, Khalil, you know, can frag in the server. But at the end of the day, this
बुरा
team
लगा
just didn't seem to be able to compete at the same
फ्यूरिया
level.
भाई के लिए बुरा लगा
First team
एंड EG भाई के लिए
eliminated here
खुश
from
हुआ
America's
मैं
kickoff.
क्या बात है good game what's happening with
A massive recovery from
Fnatic
the end result
Hey,
there was
Bro!
a little Galax.
That's 13-13.
Final semi-final होता है ये में.
Necessary. It's unfortunate that they've walked into Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
But I thought that was quite nice.
Crazy
The
recon ना.
little distraction on A. If you're an A site holder there, you can hear the comms like, oh, it feels like.
भाई EMEA के matches crazy भाई. EMEA का काश मिलता भाई अपने को.
Okay, so upper hand goes to Fnatic now.
ये लोग ने ये कभी नहीं किया है यूरो ए शॉट. यूरो बोल रहा
And
हूँ.
Alpha's confidence knows no bounds. Set into play, obviously, by
Ah,
Bolster.
finally.
Everyone else who was around
जीत
Crash,
गया
he's
2-0
being
पता देख रहा
supportive
था
with the
साइड में.
util, but it gets him the man up, and that takes away Angel, which makes these side hits a little bit harder now. How does Na'Vi do this with just the
GG
4?
obviously.
Jump spot towards the... Oh my god, Koala Noob goes right into the eyes and arms of Alpha. Light work for him, and he's getting step by step a little bit closer. Hold on.
Huh?
Hero, Shao, in unison, ripping up
Acer?
Fnatic, who just seemed to fall to pieces. How the hell did that just happen?
भाई ये कैसे हुआ भाई?
Kayak.
कैसे?
We ask a lot of the young man. The man to fill one of the great shoes coming into this roster. Not an easy position to be in. Can he close this out for them? Can he get him out of this jail cell with Na'Vi? Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's even better!
Oh, माचुदी.
भाई साहब. Bro, ये matches जो होते हैं ना. Oh my god. Bro, these matches. EMEA matches are so crazy, bhai. So crazy, bhai. भाई Fnatic जीत गए भाई. खत्म. नावी भाई घर जाएंगे अभी. नावी भाई घर. Fnatic जीत गई ना. नावी भाई घर. क्रेजी भाई. क्रेजी 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 क्रेजी. भाई अब मजा आएगा गाइस. कम बैक हो गया क्रेजी. हाँ भाई. अरे मेरे को एक्चुअली देखना था यार ये पूरा गेम. बहुत ही मतलब नेक्स्ट लेवल होता है ये. अब मुझे अब मजा आएगा भाई. Cloud9 और MIBR का जो गेम होगा ना, दैट विल बी फन. पर पता नहीं कितना टाइम लेगा ये. आई थिंक हाफ एन आवर दे टेक ना. कितना बज रहा है अभी? 5:30 हो रहा है. आई थिंक दे विल मैच 6:30 को स्टार्ट होने वाला था ना. थोड़ा जल्दी स्टार्ट होगा. बाय जी, बाय बाय मीर बाय. आपने FNC से नावी मैच मिस कर दिया भाई. मुझे देखना था यार साकिब भाई. मुझे देखना था भाई. मेरे पास एक्सेस नहीं था उसका. परमिशन नहीं मिला है मुझे EMEA का अभी तक. मेरे पास खाली अमेरिकाज और पैसिफिक का है. बट आई नो दैट्स लाइक दैट गेम. मैं बिना देखे मैं बता सकता हूँ कि बहुत क्रेजी हुआ. बहुत क्रेजी हुआ होगा मैच. ये तुम्हारा फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन है? किस में? 11-5 FNC कम बैक. FNC कम बैक. ओ माई गॉड ब्रो. अभी मैंने बस लास्ट राउंड देखा. 13-13 हुआ था एंड FNC जीती. भाई EMEA के मैचेस आर सो फन ब्रो. EMEA मैचेस आर फन. अभी बट साकेत भाई अभी मजा आएगा. जो क्या बोलते हैं जो मैचेस अभी जो होगा Cloud9 और ये गोटे मुंह में आ गए थे. नहीं भाई है वो साइड. वो रीजन में वो रीजन थोड़ा क्रैक्ड रीजन लगता है मेरे को. है वहाँ पे थोड़ा ऐसी कोई गेम्स रहेंगे तो मज़ा आता है भाई देखने. आई फील. और अभी अमेरिकाज में ये है MIBR और Cloud9 का हो रहा है. तो ये दैट विल बी फन ऑल्सो. लेट्स सी. अभी जी विनिंग भाई. भाई जी तो यार आई थिंक अभी 25 तारीख को मैच है ना टेलॉन के साथ. मेरे को लगता है भाई सेम वो करूँगा. क्या बोलते हैं? if G loses I will shave my beard. भाई मैं ऐसे करके जिंक्स लगाया था पता है. लास्ट टाइम जी में क्या जिंक्स मारा था भाई, सामने वाले को सपोर्ट करके, पूरा टाइम सामने वाले को सपोर्ट करके जिंक्स मारा है भाई मैंने। अभी भी ऐसे ही हो रहा था ईजी और फ्यूरिया के बीच में। मैं जितना भी खेल रहा था, जितना भी बोल रहा था, उसका उल्टा ही हो रहा था, और ईजी जीतते जा रही थी। बिंग्स भाई का 0 लेटेंसी जिंक्स होता है। भाई मेरा ऐसे ही हो रहा था, सेम चीज हो रहा था। मैं बोल रहा हूँ और भाई ईजी जीत रही है। मैंने बोला कि भाई नहीं जीतेगी, ये वाला राउंड नहीं जीतेगी, ठीक है, और वैसे ही भाई इको राउंड जीत गई। इको राउंड ईजी जीत गई भाई। मैं बोला अभी जस्ट कि भाई नहीं जीतेगी भाई, ये इको है, नहीं जीतेगी, और इको जीत गई भाई। वो भी 2v3, माँ की आंख, वो भी इको, चकावत। अभी पता नहीं भाई 6:30 का 6:30 का ये है। वेट मेरे को देखने दो, 1 मिनट चेक करने दो। पापा पड़ा आपको और बिंग्स भाई का दोनों का स्ट्रीम देखो, क्या बात है यार जी। मेरे को तेरे पे पूरा भरोसा था, साले कैसे हुआ हरामी। चलो भाई चला, कल जाना है काम पे। ओके साकिब भाई, गुड नाइट, आई मीन गुड मॉर्निंग, स्लीप वेल। ओए आई थिंक 19 मिनट में स्टार्ट होगा। 5:30 का कर दिया मैच इन लोग ने, 6:30 का था ना, फिर 5:50 का कर दिया। नाइस, गुज गुज बेबी गुज। 5:50 का गेम है। कितना बज रहा है? टाइम है यार। गुड मॉर्निंग डीएम। भाई ये देखो बिंग्स भाई को, बिंग्स भाई फुल फास्ट बाय सर्विस, फास्ट सर्विस भाई बिंग्स भाई का। MIBR और C9 का मैच लगाया है। तब तक क्रोम पर क्रंकर खेलो। क्रंकर यही है क्या? अरे लोड तो हो रे। ओह आई थिंक आई हैव प्लेड दिस गेम। ओह यस। कैसे पता चलेगा कि भाई मैं खेल रहा हूँ? मतलब कोई है ही नहीं यहाँ पे सामने। किसको मारूं मैं? हट साला, कोई है ही नहीं भाई। अरे है। साला हो रहा अरे मैं कैसे मर सकता हूँ? What? इतनी सुबह स्ट्रीम? अरे मैच चालू है ना, मैं कैसे मर सकता हूँ भाई? किस चीज में मैं मरा भाई? एवी ये क्या गेम है? अरे ये तो ऐसी टाइम पास लगाया मैंने, अभी मैच चालू होने वाली है। माइनक्राफ्ट वैलोरेंट पूरा हो रहा। ब्रो व्हाट इज क्रैंक्ड भाई, मैंने मारा उसको, क्या है ये? भाई चुतिया गेम भाई, चुतिया। कैसे पॉसिबल है भाई? चेस खेल ले, इससे अच्छा तेरा गेम भी खत्म हो जाएगा मैच स्टार्ट तक। भाई कितना बज रहा है? 5:35 ना? हाँ चलो एक चेस खेल ही सकता हूँ मैं। भाई चेस गेम देखोगे ना मेरा, तुम्हारे दिमाग के होश नहीं उड़ा दिया ना। 10 मिनट का गेम है। ओके चल खेल ले भाई। होश उड़ा देता। भाई तेरी चेस देख के गुस्सा आता है, और अगर जीत गया ना मैं, कितना रुपया दोगे? कितना रुपया दोगे बताओ? जीत गया तो भाई सामने वाले को हैंग कर दूंगा मैं, हैंग। होश उड़ा देता। तेरा क्या खेला उसने? अच्छा पॉन को मार देते। पॉन को मारता तो ये है ना, वजीर मारता ना मुझे, पवन मारना नहीं है। हम्म, हम्म, हम्म। भाई जल्दी खत्म करो हाँ, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मैच देखने का है। क्या खेला उसने? होश उड़ा देता। चल छैया 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 छैया, चल छैया 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 छैया, मेरी छैया 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 छैया, मेरे इश्क में दातर तैया। अबे ये नहीं हो रहा क्या? हाँ हुआ। मेरे इश्क में दातर तैया, मेरे इश्क में दातर तैया तैया, मेरे इश्क में दातर तैया, चल तैया 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 तैया, चल तैया तैया तैया। होश उड़ा देता। ना 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 ना। भाई जीत गया ना मैं अगर, कैसे ना भाई, खून की आंसू रोओगे, खून की आंसू, खून के आंसू रुलाऊंगा मैं आपको। मार नहीं पाया अभी तक वो गई, समझ रहे हो, मार नहीं पाया वो अभी तक, कुछ मार नहीं पाया वो अभी तक। पैण की टकी, पैण की। भाई मेरे पापा बहुत अच्छा खेलते भाई चेस, पर मैं उनसे सिर्फ 1% ही सीख पाया ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे, क्योंकि जब वो सिखाते थे तब मैं सो जाता था। होश उड़ा देता। चित परदेसी। हिला डाला ना। क्या खेला उसने? ओके चल छैया 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 छैया, चलो छैया 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 छैया। भाई वो अपना नाइट मूव कर, नाइट क्या बोलते हैं, ऊंट, ऊंट मूव करेगा, ऊंट। नहीं करी उसने अपनी ऊंट मूव, पेड़ की ऊंट। मार दो क्या गाइस, मार दो, मार दो उसका ऊंट, मार दो गाइस, बताओ। बट यार उसके बाद मैं कैसे जीऊंगा, झमेले में से निकलूंगा कैसे? यार मेरा वजीर बाहर निकालना पड़ेगा यार, कोई ना। मेरा घोड़ा चला जाएगा भाई, मेन वो है भाई, वजीर को थोड़ा सा बाहर निकालना पड़ेगा। टाइम से हार जाएगा वो, हारेगा, हम नहीं। अभी देखो तुम, जो रपारप करता हूँ ना उसका दिमाग घूम जाएगा भाई। ना ना करके प्यार तुमसे कर बैठे। एक कुत्रा तो मरेगा, कुछ भी बोलो, एक कुत्रा तो मरेगा गैस। नहीं मरेगा अभी। शिट। भाई मैं टाइम से हारने वाला हूँ, मुझे लग रहा है मैं टाइम से हारने वाला हूँ। I'm gonna lose by time. लॉन्डे पे टाइम है अभी। उसका भी टाइम जा रहा है। लेट्स गो। उसको भी सोचने में मजबूर कर दिया है मैंने। उसको सोचने में मजबूर कर दिया है मैंने पहले कभी मिलने की ना की थी कोशिशें। क्या मारा बहन क्या? किसी से भी मिलने की ना की थी साजिशें। ओ इतना बता दूं तुझको, चाहत पे अपनी मुझको चाहत तो है अपनी नहीं, करूं क्यों तो मैं इश्तिया। भाई अब देखो गाइस, do you guys want to see my move? Now I show you my move. पूछूं तुझे एक बार। क्या सामने वाला येड़ा है भाई। Resign you won. Let's go man. Let's go man. Let's go. 1 मिनट में मैच चालू होने वाला है। Oh my god. The #1 chess player in India. भाई मैंने सिर्फ 2 ब्लंडर किए। I want to see what blunder is he talking about.
You saw your chance for the win with a nice tactic and you allowed the opponent to eventually win a knight.
Okay, got it. भाई ग्रैंड मास्टर जीमी मास्टर। भाई मैंने सिर्फ 2 ब्लंडर किए ओके एंड 5 मिस्टेक्स किए। मिस्टेक्स आर ओके भाई, 2 ब्लंडर्स दे आर सो लो। भाई ऐसा हराया ना सामने वाले को, येड़े को, हैं चगावत। मेरे से बिट रहा था साले कुतरिया। भाई यार एक एडिटर मांगता है यार। कौन है जो एडिट करके देगा यार? कौन है भाई? इतना बड़ा पोस्ट डाला, 2 एडिटर का आया है, देखना पड़ेगा अभी पूरा रिस्पॉन्स अच्छे से। ओ मैच चालू हो गया।
Let's hear it for your first team. It's Cloud9.
Exceeded expectations in their opening match against Energy, but the momentum was quickly stopped in its tracks by G2 shortly after. Not without a lot of positive takeaways though. Standout individual performances and a showcase of a lot of initiative.
Bro, let's go.
This is an interesting matchup again for this MIBR team. Cloud9 has a lot of similarities in the explosiveness as 100 Thieves in my eyes. They kind of see eye to eye in how to approach the game these days. And so the question is what...
भाई Cloud9 का भी capsules बहुत अच्छे हैं भाई.
Energy, or is it, you know, a little bit lackluster like versus G2? And we don't know which Cloud9 exists this year.
भाई एक बार मैं गाँव किसी फंक्शन में गया था, उधर Cloud9 नाम के ब्रांड का मिनरल वाटर था। हमेशा वही है। मी आई है क्या बोला?
The expectations for the teams were high coming into this season. Highly decorated
इसका आवाज अच्छा लग रहा है
Aspas alongside Nas were finally together, leading some really exciting rookies. The pieces are all there.
अबे किसका था यार? ए जेनेटिक तुझे याद है क्या कि मैंने एक कोई तो टीम थी उसका एंट्री सॉन्ग को बहुत ज़्यादा अप्रिशिएट किया था भाई आई डोंट रिमेम्बर भाई मैंने कौन से टीम के इसको अप्रिशिएट किया था भाई बहुत क्रेजी गाना था भाई वो पता नहीं कौन सा टीम का था यार
And something we didn't really get to see a
कुछ
lot
तो
of last
क्रेजी
week
गाना
with
था भाई
MIBR because they were Australian is a lot of set
crazy
plays
था
that help these players
नहीं यार
really settle into the
यार,
game. So if they get the pistol round, you know, they can go into a set bonus, into an ult play, and really
Sentinels
get
तो
their
नहीं
feet
थी
under
भाई
them at that moment. And that's when someone like Aspas can really just dominate the game.
Yeah, he can end the rounds for you, close it out, win some clutches even.
Aspas, let's go Aspas. क्या लगता है guys कौन जीते भाई मेरे को तो चाहिए कि MIBR जीते.
That's because they are rattled. I'm expecting to see them
But
make
this
a lot of those
game
plays,
is going to be
especially since we're gonna be on Lotus.
Here is our map set.
Hello,
Yeah,
Pat.
bands make sense. MIBR buying a Fracture, which I like because Cloud9 looked good on Fracture. They had some really interesting ideas there, but
Oh, yeah.
Lotus and Abyss.
Yeah, this is really interesting because Cloud9 played both these maps just against G2 like the other day, so a good
I
opportunity.
want MIBR to win, bro.
Come up with game plans.
Game show में मजा में एकदम मजा में.
I'm worried though. On this America's stage, I've seen so many teams start on the defensive side of Lotus and just go down. They spiral so hard. It happened to MIBR in their opening game. They picked Lotus in that game and they started on defense. Here,
Bro,
they didn't
first
even pick
game
it, but
Lotus.
they opted to start on defense.
चलो मैं चलता हूँ सोने का टाइम हो गया. Okay man, good night, मेरी जानू.
Hopefully.
They got run at. And
Sleep
here
well,
is the
Giannu.
agent select. What are we thinking, guys?
Not a surprise. I don't think that anyone wants to make a crazy change, you know, this early on, and it could really. As I say,
my
that,
God.
I literally bite my words because this is a completely new composition. But you know what?
Why?
I think this makes sense because the utility timings that they were running with the Tejo, it didn't look like it was on. It wasn't stopping any of 100 Thieves defaults. Maybe this is what they need. Okay.
That's right. Our teams are ready for the first pistol round. Let's send it over to your casters making their 2025 debut. Please give it up for Vansali and Riv.
Thank you so much, Soy in the desk. Yes, we are ready to get into game 2.
Viper woman both way.
One Cloud9 taking on MIBR. Cloud9 having a bit of games under their belt, still feeling that loss from G2, but we're waiting to see what MIBR can bring to the table.
Yeah, no matter what, this has been a wake-up call for both MIBR and C9. More for MIBR's side because you did have a debut of Shenom and Artesia, and they were getting farmed on this very map. We talked about the jitters that Artesia was mentioned before in the interview with Dan Dryad. But also, you're looking at this one here for C9. They're playing against a G2, realizing, oh crap, it is a meta that uses a lot of utility. Thankfully, though, going into this game, you do have MIBR going with a compositional change, but it's not out of the ordinary. It could be something that's very practiced here for Cloud9. So this matchup is going to
start, guys.
for the elimination game.
I can't wait. I mean, MIBR looks like they got a comp that needs to be active as well. Might just see that on the retake here as we see C9 focusing that C to start.
This is a change. Cortezia starting things off, still angry on the side.
Bro.
He tries to slow things off and also scores first blood.
They don't seem too worried about it. MIBR feeling good as
Oh,
RC
nice.
comes up 2 quick kills. Now 3 members of C9 mill about in the back of sight, just seeing if they can get the positioning to get this spike down for a slight positional advantage.
And MIBR playing in numbers, but the thing is, they allowed C9 to actually place the wall to block off Waterfall. That's super strong on pistol. Everybody can now focus towards the spawn.
Quick Oxy push forward, trying to scale a little bit with Vic on the help.
What?
2 quick ones coming in from Cloud9. It looks like they'll be able to clear the rest of MIBR.
भाई कैसे हो सकता है ये भाई?
And that's the thing, when you look at MIBR
कैसे हो सकता है ये?
they tried to come out with a breach and a tail. It almost looked like it was a plug and play as to MIBR just trying to catch up to the meta. You're thinking here on paper, now they're going potentially to their comfort pick, what they practiced on during the offseason. But looking at how they tried to play the retake on that round, getting blocked off this deadlock wall, they were still uncoordinated to really try to flood back as a team. Yes, they tried to go for the 3-2-1s here, but all individual tight angles held by Cloud9. That was so clean at the start. And this is a great start for C9 fans.
Advantage था, फिर भी मर गए.
Being able to attack the high-low like that, C9 continues to push aggression on those early rounds and scale into their opponents. Little rinse and repeat. It looks like we're going to do some orb max in here onto Oxy to start things off.
Makes
And
sense.
that drone's going to clear.
He's already got 3 kills going on. They want to bring up this showstopper as soon as possible, have him entry. And we talked about these stylistical matches that were working out for Oxy. He could satchel in, he could fight against opponents. He's not getting overwhelmed by utility.
भाई मैं MIBR को क्यों support किया guys?
And this is again right into the comfort zone to potentially what C9 could bring in this whole series.
क्लासिक से क्रिस्प एम कैसे हो सकता है मेरे साथ? भाई वो तेरे से नहीं होगा, वो प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर से होता है। भाई मेरा देखा है ना कैसे होता है। भाई वो कैसे समझाओ भाई? नहीं हो, पॉसिबल नहीं है। बहुत lots of training is required भाई।
You'll see too, as Artazine was the one anchoring up in the first place towards the seaside on an eco. This again, the combination, you have a Viper coming out, playing double control now with Cortezia. They actually do have great opportunities to stall now. And it almost looks like C9 really wants to take advantage of the hit C, hit C, hit C.
One,
just like
two.
how 100 Thieves did that against MIBR, knowing that C was easy to take.
That's so cool. Oxy gave a stinger to Vic to run forward with the ghost, collect more orbs, so they save that stinger and they get out. Every little thing being thought about and put into place here by C9 as MIBR is looking to get themselves into that spike zone.
कैसे भाई? मैंने फुकट में सपोर्ट किया MIBR को, MIBR को सपोर्ट किया और वो हार रही है। I think I should support C9. C9, let's go. I love you guys.
Hey, I was struggling a little bit. And
Instant कैसे धोखा मिल सकता है
in his last matchup against G2. So this gives him a chance now to say,
Instant jinxing चालू होती है मेरी भाई.
shut down
पता नहीं
Zebra this
कैसे.
time around, who hasn't had too much value yet in terms of firing power, but Oxy, if he's going to start waking up, that's 2 players now that MIBR has to take care of.
It's so true. I still remember the quote from Doug, too, when they were in a timeout. He's like, Zeppa had 19 kills in the first half of the first map, and then it was like 8 rounds in the second map first half, and he already had 16. So you're right. They're going to be gunning for him, and it might free up Oxy a little bit to get that momentum going.
And Baby Bear was also mentioning on that to chime in.
Technical pause हो गया भाई.
2 ults already in like 7 rounds or 4 rounds or something like that. So he was definitely on fire at that point. But unfortunately here we have a little bit of a tech pause. Okay. We have a little bit of audio issues.
Technical pause हो गया.
At this point. But again, this is an
यार कुछ खाने के लिए भी नहीं है chat यार. मैं कैसे
but also a debut stage for a lot of these players. And when Cortezio was mentioning, yeah, this is a little bit tough for me in the first game. It's different when you're playing from home versus on the stage. But to have, you know, Noswer, to have Aspas, to also have Fraud, who's been a Counter-Strike champion back in the 1.6 days for so many years, there's a lot of veterancy that could really help the newcomers.
भाई क्या tattoos कराए ने भाई ये लौंडे ने इसमें?
I think that MIBR could get an upset win or a deep run here in this
game. Crazy tattoo कराए भाई?
To add that much pressure into this newly formed team in the very beginning.
Yeah.
And you're expecting with this exactly. And you're expecting in this with this roster, it's going to switch around in like mid split 1, split 2 potentially, and then we'll see that team here, the vision that MIBR was building.
Yeah, I mean,
left hand
playing the retake simulator the whole time, right? So it's kind of like he wasn't able to get into the fights. Did we really even see a lot of play from him? So also to that point, the team needs to stay alive on the other side. They need to adjust and push and pull a little bit. So
left हाथ भरना है भाई tattoo से भाई. एक दिन भाई, एक दिन.
There's some time there.
And you bring up a great point.
यार मच्छर काट रहे यार.
Something that was a struggle again against 100 Thieves when they played on Lotus. Their map pick on top of that they lost. But the thing is they played a composition that Sean was mentioning, and I do agree with him. They tried to plug and play this Breach and Teo.
Right.
Asuna Neon was just running by through everything.
Yeah, you don't have that timing yet.
And now you have this change as Artazine playing this Viper. You do have more stall with the free wall that's unbreakable, so you have an opportunity to really break the waves of hits that are coming through the executions for Cloud9.
Prediction, MIBR
of how they could fight and take control of
यार MIBR 13 भाई ये बहुत close जाएगा यार match. I feel so because both the teams are crazy. 13-10.
Take your driver's seat, sorry, in this map.
Well, could it be on
ये वाला map
round?
13-10 maybe.
Actually kind of put down to the
बहुत
light
close जाएगा यार ये.
They're reaching into the pocket still for all the credits they can use.
Both the teams are crazy, man.
We talked about just Oxy going to farm some kills, and with
ये match बहुत interesting है.
Showstopper in the bonus round, which is actually so strong for Cloud9. 4 rifles on top of that, leaning towards again the seaside. The condition continues to be very good for Cloud9.
And Rubble's already controlled by Shenum, so they should know this is happening. Oxy's going to take that space and just flex the muscles. We're here quick with a stinger.
भाई वो stunt था भाई.
Nice. Control will be left here for the control over C site. That wall goes down, and so does Cortezia. Okay, quick trades. Nasra back into the site. Didn't expect this just as fast. They're working kind of 1 by 1 right now, and it works for a few kills, leaving a 2v2.
And Aspas is still alive here. Both of them working together. Oh, the wall bang from Vic.
Bastion!
Consistency of how he's not going to make big plays, but could still anchor it up for Cloud9, and they already have a clear advantage.
Yeah, Aspas. Gonna have to use the mechanics real tough on this one.
C9
Swing up to the
जीतेगी
left,
guys,
almost
सब
like
C9 को
the,
support कर
10
रहे हैं
split, or 7-10 split, I should say. There's one. Oh,
मैं भी कर रहा
the other.
हूँ समझ रहे हो क्या बोल रहा हूँ
Side. Nice split by C9 to make that work and pick up the bonus.
पता नहीं कैसे जीत रही है भाई.
You get in those moments where you always think about your veterans that could turn around over. So yes, Nazwar was able to think about that.
पैर की मेरे चड्डी में पसीना हो गया. एक
Look
मिनट
at this pathing that they have on that right side. The fall line helps on the left, so nobody could swing towards that front. You focus on that pillar so that those angle players, every time they're trying to play so far, they were stopped by next utility. So the idea for MIBR there, let's try to stay inside the site. We have the crossfire set up, and then now it's just too much util from Cloud9 that really breaks it apart. Unfortunately, also breaks the utility for MIBR in round number 4.
What a round for Oxy to have an outlaw. He's looking at a bunch of money in front of him now.
भाई RGX तो use होती है भाई इसमें. RGX is aimbot.
Yeah, and it's a quick round for MIBR. Quick decision too to go for a stinger by around Sheriff. So hoping for some long-range pop shots and play with the stack that they have with the 3.
RGX is an aimbot gun भाई.
Worked out well. They had a correct read in the very beginning, but
भाई ये क्या है ये? C9 Nitro देखो कैसे पकड़ा हुआ है. अपना mouse और keyboard.
Maybe even this time doesn't allow for them to get too proactive in terms of fighting for space, but at least they could find information here with this fade.
Aspas already rotating, trying to find some frags here.
MIBR पे I think ये I think क्या बोल रहा हूँ.
that into the next round.
इन पे buy नहीं है यार.
Right now C9 goes.
मुश्किल है ये वाला round निकलने को.
Been loving it. Here the orb. Quick salvo goes out, and they're just trying to see who's going to be running in sight. Finally, MIBR has enough to delay, but C9 looks like they're ready to hit again.
So it's an orb with a snake bite. Then if they go again, it's a wall with a stall here from the Razorvine. So it's very good here for the stall of MIBR. But here's that pivot towards B.
Pushing right through. Quick smoke out. Does deny anything from Waterfall here, and C9's going to have a second to breathe.
Fortunately, though, for MIBR, not too much utility for the retake play.
Exactly.
Best thing they got is the paranoia, so they need to leverage Shenom here towards Monk so that he can actually flash back, and it's going to be a beautiful line if they're able to find the correct timing coming out of heaven.
One
smoke out, quick paranoia back.
अंधा हो गया वो. दोनों अंधे हो गए.
Beautiful job by Aspas. They're going to throw a screen from heavy.
उसने उस पे फेंका, इसने उस पे फेंका. क्या बात है? पैन की टकी.
Have their eyes on the prize, and that's going to be a quick 4th round.
And a selfless play for
Pants
Austin,
की
play out in
आग.
the open so that he could actually stall as much as he could. 2 of his teammates were
Danger भाई, danger.
But as soon as that happens, and you know, you had to stall in.
C9
was able
looks
to just hold them back.
strong,
You saw the swing coming out from Mitch. It's just really good in terms of coordination. Something that I actually want to praise Cloud9 for too, in a change that they've done from last year into this year. They're a little bit more coordinated in terms of how they want to set up for these trades. A lot less.
अरे इको round था रे उनका. कोई ना. It's okay MIBR मेरी जानू. It's okay. इको round था. Tension नहीं लेना है.
When this team came together going into kickoff because of all these last-minute changes.
We were watching their fracture match as well. We could see in times when they had lower or big buys, like Zeppa would have a Phantom and Oxy would have that Stinger. Zeppa keeps Oxy with him. He's like, no, we're going to have this leash on you for now. So they're kind of giving Oxy room, but also making sure he's doing what the team wants him to do.
Yeah, it feels like there was a little bit of a miscomm cut out from MIBR because they tried to go potentially for this paranoia showstopper right in front of B. But you look on the side of C9, they barely use any utility to get out, so they have so much to hit towards this A site.
They keep doing this. They make MIBR throw a bunch of utility out, and then they...
अरे लग गए उसके.
Oxy has to be careful. He's used to this position, being alone across from the team. And nobody's even peeking. MIBR is giving so much space, but finally Austin's able to trade. The rest of the cavalry comes
कर देते भाई.
C9's going to set up in sight with a nice wall on A-Link.
उनका वेट
Quick trades by MIBR. Kind of scattered in sight now as Vic is firing for the last shot. A bit scattered there as it's a back and forth right now, but it's going to be Aspas up top, and he does.
Let's go.
For MIBR's first round.
And that's a nice change from
MIBR के खाते में एक
having that double push and being
फिर
able
से
to
हो सकता है ये इस पे अल्ट है.
the showstopper so they could stall towards
MIBR पे.
and fight back
Raise
towards
ult.
the C side. But if nothing happens, you have
Still
the
they
back
can
pocket
take out one more
showstopper
round.
for the retake. But if not, change that util. I love the wall that was being placed towards tree. It's not necessarily just for information gathering, but it really trapped C9 into a position where it could actually go for a trap play into Oxy if they wanted to, but if not, stall even the ult that Net had with the attempt of C9 moving into the site. So very nicely done. The push from MIBR, and that's the start that you want finally. The first round that they have in is a clean one.
They're taking mound control. They were taking rubble control from MIBR side before to get a read on C, so they should have a read on A now to get back over here and try to shut down C9. Aspas Could use that showstopper as well as Steel Guard and that ult from Cortezia.
Yeah. And he's playing way back towards the A site. The flash that he placed on that previous round was already identified by Cloud9, so they could leverage that and sell a little bit of this fake and break that util to finish towards the B side. But we're all still playing the information game for C9.
Right through baby door. Yes. Ooh,
भाई भागे सारे पीछे.
May find nothing for it.
लग गया
The
इसके.
paint shells forced back, and this is going to fizzle out before he even finds a kill. C9 is reading things so well.
थोड़ा सा राइट जाके अगर मार देता ना तो एक तो मिलता ही.
So that it pulls it out so that he's like, oh, I have a green light. I could move in with the rocket. I'm not going to get stalled. But then he gets funneled into paint shells that pulls him back. And now C9
हो गया. अल्ट का बन गया 32. अभी एक ही अल्ट है वैसे.
front B side from Shenum could be huge.
साइड पे मार सकता है.
Beautiful job off Zeph's utility, but they don't know about Shenum. A quick hit and Shenum plays his life. Super smart. What's this lurk from Net going to do though? Obviously seeing one Cortezia just on the other side.
By Cortezia के लिए वेटिज कर रहा है वो वहाँ पे. इधर समझ में नहीं है.
Net staying far behind, so they isolated him. They can fight back towards the spawn.
Quick hit shot. Cortezia comes up with a big one, but they're going to be pushing forward off of that. Mitch answers.
Shot.
Hard scene brings it down to a 2v2, and Mitch is low, limping around that heaven area, trying to get the arsenal back up and online.
5 HP है वो.
It's just past half fans. Looks like the
Danger, Zenon.
coming up big as the defuse happens.
Danger.
Hard scene, a bit scattered, but MIBR adjusted
Let's
the flush
go.
very well.
MIBR for the win, baby.
After seeing Mitch push towards that spawn with the right click classic.
Showstopper?
Just doing it for the ASPAS.
Controlling that round until the pulse plant. Losing a lot of players in the process, but we talked about that important position that Shenum had in front of B. Really delayed things around. I mean, look at that on the retake. He's still playing in the front. So for C9 saying, okay, well, we're not going to try to push him back. We'll play inside the site. They got sandwiched, cornered, nothing they could do. Even the grab net throw.
MIBR on your head top.
There because there's no aftershock to help out to really take the diffuser off the spike. So MIBR swinging 2 rounds together, and now we're pressure for right into a pit.
Nice
early by Artesi.
Oh, Rolling Thunder goes straight through. The whole team is here. Rubble control already by MIBR, so they're going to have to close in on this. A quick peek.
Argentina!
One tick away from dying. Anything hits him and he falls. What a stall again by MIBR. They figured something out here.
But that's the spike too. Mitch moved in together thinking that he had his teammates behind with him, but the thing is trying to pressure into that pit. They got stopped by the wall set up by Cortezia. So the study of the King9 for C9 to be able to abuse towards the C site has now been funneled by Cortezia's agent change. It really foils their plan, so they have to rework now in the mid-round and really try to pinch back in. They still have a lot of time to work with, so they could still do some damage.
What an awkward spot for the
There's
spike.
still one guy who's
They're going to get as deep as they can on one side. We'll try and
but भाई है ना अल्टी नहीं है वो ब्लांट नहीं है उन पे साला ओमन का अल्ट भी नहीं है इच्छा गावात क्या लेंगे भाई ये वाला राउंड इनका है भाई अल्ट नहीं है उन पे
so ready.
Second wave too, so you have util coming through. You heard the salvos, and now double walking in. Crossfire is beautiful though.
क्या बात है भाई अर्जेंटीना ओह भाई
coming up with a frag there for Net and Zeppa as Nasr clears off.
Arjun भाई ने तो जो लिया है.
Roll now.
Artesin's the one that's getting 3 kills with a shorty from inside this pit, starting with his first one here on tonight.
भाई बहुत ही प्यारा अल्ट है.
Great job MIBR from splitting that first wave. Look at that.
कुछ फायदा नहीं है भाई तुम्हारा HP लो ही करके मार रहे हो.
Going inside that pit.
Stun bro, still doesn't care bro. रोहित भाई क्या सीन है? Welcome baby. Doesn't care, don't matter.
Here. None of the
don't matter, doesn't care.
Rapid play we saw coming out of them in the first match that they had, where they were unsure about things. It was like they were playing injured, and they were they didn't want to hurt that injured foot a little bit more. So you peek a little different, you play a little different. Seems like they have gotten that out of their system. No longer an injured MIBR. They're coming out strong here, and they're looking to tie up the game. Getting C9 to call a timeout.
Yeah, a naming timeout. That's, I wouldn't necessarily say early in this half, but also probably figuring out and trying to see how they could actually play around this new composition of stalls that comes out of MIBR, because yes, they've done a great job here holding out and filling out the utility at the very beginning in these rounds where
इधर हम लोग को नींद आ रही है तुम सो रहे हो.
Also this Vice util, when it comes down to those holds in the pulse plant, it didn't look too good on that B side hold. So now you want to have to iron that out a little bit more. Go back into the work towards the A side, as you can see here, where they're able to bait out that utility from MIBR, force MIBR also to use mid-run utility.
Like करें जानो.
Hoping to be a little
Hello
bit
Dave.
out into maybe a
welcome baby.
To not allow Shinon to get too much value here on the pulse plant retakes for MIBR.
Yeah, Shannon being alive in any of these instances seems to be delivering so much info. I hear this util was used, we can attack now, you know.
Exactly.
Just able to set up the re-hit. And that's what MIBR is kind of needed here.
They can
himself into sight pretty fast each time, but the post plants have been trouble.
You already see
it.
They started with paint shells, all that util being used by MIBR.
Nazar pe ult hai.
Cloud9. Yes, there's still going to be a little bit of a stall for MIBR on that side when they move inside
Okay.
the site.
Oh, bhai, nice.
No way.
Bhai sahab.
3, the hat trick coming up quick here. They can't even
get
the razor vines.
अकेला C देख सकता है
But it really
भाई.
didn't even make it into sight.
Arjun अकेला C देख सकता है. He doesn't need anybody.
Vandal.
Bro, he can check
and Zeppa
C
had the ultimate
on his
there.
own.
Looked like they wanted to use just about everything to get into C.
It's quite interesting too, because Cloud9 in that pistol round, they did a good job paint shelling towards that front.
भाई जो अकेला वो C पे ना अल्ट वल्ट लगा के या यूटिलिटी लगा के खेल रहा है.
Razor vines, which allowed here
Manchurian भाई.
Stuffed them on their attempt to hit towards the C side, but at least Zeppa for
कौन
now.
टट्टी बोल रहा था भाई C9 जीतेगी कौन?
Quick salvo. Tall task.
Too tall.
1, 2. And, the trade's going to be there for Mitch.
Time to do. ऐसा मारेगा ना.
More alt orbs.
भाई आर्टसिन बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Still have this Nightfall coming in from Nazwar, so able to use that, able to figure out if they do need to retake the site where their opponents are going to be. Really, and they've had that for a while.
Wonderful.
Actually,
Wonderful gameplay, भाई. Wonderful.
Because they feel so confident about these holds. And props to Arzine, actually.
You'll look at that exactly. He's able to get 3 kills like that. So the fact that they don't have to use the Nightfall already from Nazwar, it also allows for them to start cycling these ultimates that are getting very close on the defensive side too. Most importantly,
देखो अभी भी
there's a lot of confidence coming out from the MIBR camp since that round number 4. They tied things
Angie
up.
comeback देख जेनेटिक सॉन्टिए.
We have a game in our hands.
क्या मार रहे भाई MIBR.
Claims the skull.
भाई आर्टसिन भाई मचा रहे.
He is crushing right now to help MIBR get back in. So what can C9 do?
Bro, still he's taking care of C.
Third and fourth round strat here. They want to tempt C.
Arjun bhai.
Util, but now they got some lurkers this time, Vans.
Here they're just well, we'll take those.
Okay.
Random spray through the smoke and Cortesia falls, and that's that wall and all that Vice Util already gone.
Cortesia कैसे मरा?
The C smoke spam game seems to be happening right now. I'm sure Mitch is very happy to see
Spam
that.
में मरा क्या वो?
Organize the team to go across the map, choosing where the solo Shunnum player is. And they should be able to hit quite hard.
I mean, you already see it. After losing so much utility on that C site, now MIBR has to stay towards this site because C9's been doing good at stop and goes. Stopping and cutting noise and re-hitting towards that same site. So MIBR, the call from
Bye.
is to continue
उसको आवाज आ गई है. जल्दी आओ रे लाला.
Hopefully Shinam could escape because he's got the TPs and he could play the retake once again with a splash.
मार के मरा है. मर्द का बच्चा.
They're going to be able to take sight. The run over from MIBR, that Nightfall's still there, but it's going to be a tough consideration with Zeppa's ult and the control C9 have.
That's one thing too that was good for C9 on the pulse plant on this A site. The delay that they have around this composition to utilize his salvos with like 10 seconds left on that spike, and they guarantee that round. It happened twice the last time they played on this map too. So it'll be difficult for MIBR here to retake the site.
They throw the ult in.
Arjun भाई shot. Arjun भाई का जो aim लग रहा है ना भाई, on point, locked in.
Don't know about the tree members or that ult from Zeppa ready to be popped off from far away.
I mean, look at that. There's already Sonic sensors on the first one. There's the ult. It's gonna get a hack.
कर डाल बच्ची बच गया. Oh shit.
Almost. Got hit by the
my
door,
God, bhai.
getting on the way out, if you will. That was
Hello, hi,
that was
sahab.
close,
Welcome,
but
bachi.
C9 still knew they had the post plant with ults in hand.
And I get it that you have to stick the spike because, again, you have to think about the salvos after the Armageddon coming out here from Zeppa. So you have to make sure here that you at least get it halfway, if not the delay is too good for Cloud9.
भाई रेना होती ना इधर.
No matter what. But the thing is that position
रेना की कमी महसूस हो रही होगी उसको.
Vic on the top of heaven.
ऐसे मारते मारते मार के.
Can't even escape. You're hoping that at least for your teammates that they were able to drop some players while you're defending. But it's just
easy.
Cloud9 had a great crossfire set.
दबंग नींद में लग रहा है. क्या बोलेगा रे दादा.
Regain the lead in this first.
Hello Kush.
All right, they focus Aspas Orb on A. Just grab the ultimate for him, so Showstopper is ready to close the curtain on Cloud9 this round.
That's why we wanted to see the paint shells to come through, but it's a little bit too shallow. So the razor vines are still pretty good for the inside, just around the water up that ramp.
Look, he's playing mid so he can get over to C, where Cloud9 have loved. They've just made a home here, a second home away from home. And this is the fact, they did this before. That was actually the way they got the showstopper out of B last time, but nobody's buying it. MIBR
कैसे हो? बढ़िया बढ़िया. आप कैसे हो?
C9 in this first map.
You see the change too. Finally taking advantage of that smoke so they could actually bait out that wall.
Bye. Net
Really
पे एक
want,
ult
at
है.
this point, now that you have Ox
एक को
still
खींच सकता
towards
है
the
वो.
C mount for him and for Ox to
सीधा
start
खींच
selling
के.
this fake towards the C side. They might even use the annihilation on top of that.
भाई ओमेन को खींच ले. ओमेन को खींच ले भाई.
Look at this beautiful read. Aspas is winning towards Rubble on that side.
पता है
But
नहीं
after
उसको
that
पता
drone,
नहीं.
it's like, nope, let's go back towards C. Let's try to avoid that showstopper.
Especially since the Shenum is so far up.
इतनी रात को live. हाँ, watch party चल रहा है ना.
They're figuring he's at B, ready to go either way, so they have to.
रात को क्या अब तो सुबह होगी?
Here's the rush. It's going to be Oxy again.
बैंड के और ऑक्सी भाई.
He hits backside.
ऑक्सी भाई ने जो एंट्री मारी है.
And Cloud9 are going to be able to plant C.
Too easy. Razorvines, yes, they blew him out, but he's already satcheled through most of it, and it takes a little bit before it blooms up, and Oxy gets 2 nice entries. Very difficult for the last 2, but at least 2 players of C9 are low. Showstopper could be really big for MIBR.
Ooh, Aspas does hit, but the wall is still there. He got popped back just a little bit from the recoil.
Oh, so low, man.
Doesn't make it over, and it's just
by दोनों की, by it's actually 2v1, bro.
Vic's first contact.
Waiting for that head peek. Get the quick swing coming out of net. Not even going to peek just yet. His net is low. He leaves it up to last second. Aspas still finds him. This is what we talk about, the mechanics. Creating the 1v1s, finding half defuse.
By left में देख ले आसपास भाई.
It's coming from. Here's a shot from Vic. Quick blast. Oh, he's going to pop himself off the spot.
भाई चिपक जाता ना लाला.
He's forced to peek. Unfortunate, but Vic claims the round.
Just one of those unfortunate moments on the 1v1 when that spike is ticking down. You want to be quick and react really quickly for Aspas, and a rare miss in terms of utility from one of the best duelists, if not the best duelist.
मेरा just 1 AM हुआ है. अरे 1 AM. अच्छा तुम तो वहाँ अमेरिका बीच रहते हो ना.
And sometimes, you know, the best of the best can make those small mistakes and on that 1v1.
चिपक जाता उससे बेटर है भाई. मरता तो मरता एटलीस्ट ऐसे तो नहीं. Bro, go to sleep. अभी तो चालू किया है सैम भाई.
And just slotting in with this team like it's been so many years.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff from him so far.
And right now there's
अभी तो चालू. थोड़ा टाइम पहले चालू किया है.
You want to start reeling things back.
खत्म करेंगे.
For the MIBR camp, it's
9 बजे खत्म होगा अपना.
This whole series
UK,
UK,
sorry.
They leveraged that timeout that was called up by Yemi. They were able to string a couple of rounds here, but then now they're realizing that C9 are actually baiting that util that we're talking about here from Vice. So after they bait it through, they don't have too much util in the mid round to figure out really what C9 is going to try to, or where they're going to try to end up. So
bro, I personally feel MIBR is going to win. 2 rounds on. And ये timeout के बाद.
Yeah, I think one of the things with MIBR's map grab
is
they're so easily
timeout के बाद
C9 is bringing the whole pile.
MIBR is winning, bro.
Push off
2 more rounds.
And they figured that's okay, so they go back to the other side, and they're just getting that bit of information instead of MIBR saying,
big love, my man.
Shenum's pushed up.
Sam meri janu.
As well, and see if they walk into us, because C9 is never ending the first spot. So I feel like MIBR has to take advantage of that and keep scaling the position they first push. See what happens.
Yeah.
Ult है वैसे breach पे.
Trying to take advantage of this re-hit from C9, not only playing for delays, but you need to add more.
C9 का ult तो है भाई. Entry मिल सकती है C पे.
Also to happen.
Bye.
C9 camp and to kick things off, we talked
Cottage है भाई, retake कर लो. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
Pushed all the way up towards the entrance.
अपने को टेंशन नहीं है. Retake कर लो.
They have a good idea that C9 are playing that same default at the beginning, but they are unaware of what's happening. Who's holding towards that spawn?
Retake कर लो. Ult मारने वाली है वो.
Big fight coming up here between both Aspas and Zeppa potentially.
Trading shots through the smoke, not trading, but putting shots.
3 लौंडे साइड पे भाई. Ult मारने वाला है वो. हट जाओ लाला.
Seems like smokes will always be the beginning of these 2 series on Lotus. Attempting it once again as the gas comes back up, and really just a stalemate right now as MIBR is not giving up that util C9 usually sees.
He's trying to save a little bit of that fuel because they still have a snake bite with this cross.
और ये start.
Full could do it.
Artsin doesn't get hit.
Bye Artsin bye. हमेशा से Oxy भाई को मारते हुए.
Sight is not considered open just yet. Still one Noswar in the backside trying to hold it down.
He got netted.
Oh, he still gets the kill though, and he's able to skirt to
क्या मारा है उसने भाई. क्या मारा है भाई.
Quick flank. We saw this push coming in. Shenum and Aspas already
भाई क्या बोला था मैंने chat?
Perfect. And Nazwar's damage from the back of the site leaves Mitch alone. Leaves him in a very troublesome spot. And Aspas cleans it up. Another round for MIBR.
Nice one,
exactly
nice
what
one.
you want from your IGL.
I told you guys, I told you.
Yes, some teammates are falling down, but you've done some good damage. You did great delay, but on top of that, not giving your life away. You don't allow C9 to flip the map, to flip the site over to play towards that spawn. So he delays long enough, even avoids getting hit by the ground and aftershock, and even get a kill on top of that to allow these two players to flank from behind. And you also saw the setup from MIBR before they started flanking. The first contact wasn't going to be Aspas at that point. It was going to be Shenum on the front. He can actually get the first contact, bait out that util, and bait out the players to focus against him.
One more round, MIBR, baby.
Really in the multi-kill, but it was done towards the late round.
Attacking में
Last
बाद में देख
round
लेना.
of this half, and MIBR are keeping this game close.
Credit to them. Figuring out the little things and just slowing C9 down is making them so uncomfortable. Not too many ults here to be used in the last round. They've been all used to just get us to this point. Seems like they need to rinse them as soon as they can. They are going punch for punch here. A lot of A for C9 to start this one off.
C9's another slow default. Probably want to try to make that pit come out as soon as possible here so that they could actually work a better mid round, trying to isolate and understand where this Viper could be playing.
Prowler doesn't see anything. And there's no push from Artsine right now, but he does know. No quick C push. They can kind of focus these three, so the defense is good for MIBR. And these are the reads that have kind of set them up right. They have enough util to just stall C9.
This round is too important for Artisine to actually push out. He's got that pit. He's playing solo on that C side too, so he's just jiggling for information while the other ones could actually stop.
इस पे alt है, वो alt मार सकता है, पर वो C पे है ना.
The Haunt actually didn't get too much information here, so that's going to start having MIBR guessing.
That 40-second signature comes back up, so we see a bit of the skills being used. Oxy opens up the site here, and now MIBR has to force back C9. They get one. A second on the site. Vic's able to transfer that one over in the trade, though.
Nice, bro.
Is chasing just on the heels, just on his coattails. The right one, classic. Nazwar gets the 3K and a 6-6
Hey, let's
That's a great start for MIBR.
Bye.
They're the ones
Cut
that
competition
with nothing to lose because this is a brand new roster going into the stage of the VCTs. Cloud9, you always have that name around, you know, the fan base that you currently have here in North America that will most likely go towards C9 at the very beginning. And
good morning, bye. Good morning, Kanak.
But now you have the new players coming in and actually shooting.
It's so good. Don't go anywhere. We cut right back with the conclusion of Cloud9 and MIBR after the break.
Crazy, boy. Crazy. Let's go. अब बताओ चैट में जरा C9 और MIBR, ये साले C9 वाले जो आके बोल के गए थे, बताओ गाइस, what do you guys think? Who's going to win? MIBR or C9? Kush bhai, thank you so much for the membership. Love you मेरी जान.
जिंदगी भर याद रहेगा मुझे.
भाई लड़वी क्या लग रहा है भाई?
Changed over
Watching
the
the
decades,
finale of
and
Jet
that's
Lag.
made music and audio more accessible. And that
भाई कैसा लग रहा है भाई?
Why is your hair more red than my girlfriend on the third month? I know you don't have a girlfriend. You think your girlfriend has periods on the third month?
भाई क्या बाल किए रे लड़विक ने? ये आसपास वाली MIBR है ना? हाँ. और कौन सी MIBR है? एक ही MIBR है. MIBR अकेडमी होगी दूसरी. आ गया स्टार्ट हो गया.
Welcome back. Let's get the second half underway at Cloud9 versus MIBR, and a very different MIBR than I think everybody was expecting to see, but I think they're happy to see it because they are showing some life here. They are showing that they can control what's going on when it goes wrong, and they can make it right.
It's definitely nothing but big tests for MIBR because Sean mentioned at the desk.
भाई अच्छा खासा इन लोगों हाफ में जो टाइम आउट मिल जाता है ना, वो अच्छा खासा मिल जाता है to discuss things.
And they got rolled. And now this time it looked like it was going to be a similar story until you started seeing MIBR string 4 rounds in a row and tying up the game and even closing out on a 6-6. and that's coming into potentially an untested composition against C9. But that shows a lot of work that's been done here behind the scenes by Fraud and how much hours are put into both of these coaches to make sure they don't get eliminated today. We start things off now in the pistol with MIBR starting very slowly at the beginning of the spawn.
Yeah.
Didn't find any util at all coming in here from Cloud9. Even Zeppa saved his salvos.
Is this going to be a wall coming in? Yeah, here's the wall. Here's one thing he knows he can wall a link, but it's going to be tree for MIBR. They should have a pretty easy walk in and set up as they see Mitch for quick damage to the wall. But here comes the salvo, the site rush. Cloud9's actually ready to waterfall in here, and MIBR's a bit split. Oxy and Mitch, quick two to start it off here as they get things fired up with C9. Now it's just a hide in the smoke.
MIBR वाले सारे लो हो गए भाई.
Just too much going on for Cloud9. Even that wall funnels them into the front line. So much util to stall them and allowing for C9 to be able to do what they're good at. Flitting back and training as a team so far this kickoff. And Cortezia and Shinam, the new ones, have to clutch a 2v5.
What an awesome set of util. The wall to the left there's a salvo on the spike, and then you can only hide in tree or in the open. Bye-bye.
Shells on top of that too. Fault line at the same time. And that's a little bit of C9 when they played against G2, for example. Remember when Oxy was satchelating in the front of that B site, he got stopped by salvos and fault line. So you're really just trying to funnel everybody towards that right spot, so that MIBR cannot get a plant, cannot get set up in post-plant situations, and also forcing players to run right into your crosshair where you're just placing their easy shots, as you just saw here from the replay. Cloud9 have
Deadlock बहुत help करेगा
two of them won so far, but to win 2 pistols and make it at 7-6, MIBR still has a chance.
They are definitely fighting back strong to keep it that way. 2 pistols down, you're right. C9 will start cleaning up some kills here.
ठीक है, इको round है.
Second round.
मारो, सालो इको round में मार रहे हो.
Pretty handily. It's just a sheriff for Ospas looking to find a headshot here. A spike plant to get money in the hands of their team, but it is not looking like that will happen.
It's so nice. You're looking at the protocols of a pistol round, or an eco rather, for the team losing the pistol. You want to try to farm up some orbs, trying to bring up the ults here in the later game, in the mid-half of the half, literally, to try to turn it around and start cycling a little bit of these ults. But C9, they held extremities and then made sure that they put the wall into B, because if you can't take the orb, what can you do? At least try to go for a plant.
Yeah.
That's also gotten delayed by C9.
I wonder how annoying Net is going to be here. We saw it A over there with the wall. Now he's got stuff on C, but he walled B this time.
Sure.
So is MIBR going to go a place each time and be like, oh, no, we found the wall again. Slowing down their strat. Ospas, a bit of damage there, but Vikanashi will find the last 2 for their second one of the second half. And a quick defuse here as they come into the bonus round.
And you'll take this for Cloud9. There was still a heavy investment going into this second half, or second round rather, in the anti-eco, because you had an Outlaw, a Phantom, Bulldogs on top of that, and only losing 1 player in the process. You'll take it for sure here for C9, especially with how they were aggressive on those extremities. If it was a 5-player death ball going out here from MIBR, it could have been different story.
अब ये round देखने को समझ में आएगा कि क्या सीन है भाई. अभी ये राउंड जो है बाय राउंड होगा. अभी समझ में आएगा भाई.
Once you unlock him, you know he has a server aura that everybody has to respect. There's less peak.
उन लोग का half buy है वैसे भी. इसका Cloud9 का.
Can they get him to that point? Can MIBR start to get
भाई
him back going?
इसमें तो नहीं हारना चाहिए उन लोग यार. ये वाला राउंड जीतना important है.
Nothing will be free to start these rounds. They push out on both sides of the map.
Yeah, everything's being held down. Again, the objectives of getting the orbs now denied, even as Oxy is 1 away from his own ult.
Yeah.
And Mitch never used his fault line in the very beginning. They just used his salvos, realized here that MIBR wasn't really adding or trying to fight back in terms of their own util. But this is just going to be a chess match of who's going to start using the second wave.
Oh,
गया लग गया बम्बू.
Fault line goes across the team. They try to showstopper in there.
There's a nice paranoia from Shinam to actually cancel that. So this gives a chance, despite the player disadvantage for MIBR.
भाई घुसे भाई वो लोग सारे पीछे भागे भाई.
And Ospas even potentially could get higher ground.
He's gonna push. Oh, aftershock. Just threw his first.
Oh my god.
Right now. Nice setup. MIBR gets into position quick, and they have pretty decent defensive positions if everyone being inside where they want to be just on that backside. Oh my gosh. Just wait.
Bhai, don't throw the net. Please don't throw the net.
Here we go. The distraction.
Bhai.
Gets hit there as Noswor's just in the drop with a flash coming up big on that as the waterfall into the site is just too much. Cortezia now in tree. A few shots to hit, but it's going to be the swing from Cloud9 to pick up another round in their second bonus.
Continuing to
roll in these back to back भाई दो bonus निकाला उन लोगों ने
But that extra piece of util, throwing away the razor vines behind those boxes, could potentially give that tell that somebody already
दो bonus निकाला उन लोगों ने.
Potentially an opportunity here for Aspas to punish somebody that's going to overpeak in these moments where C9 could get caught off in moments like these. And you saw the timing. They're trying to hold back towards that drop. It didn't work out as they planned to for MIBR.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि
trying to play the salvos around that flash.
Things are going south
a little bit too early at that point. So C9 ended up having a clean retake, and MIBR forcing into Stingers in this round. Well, a half buy so they could buy into the next, and leveraging Stingers and group play, working in tandem, buddy system, trying to get this plant towards this B site.
Nat utility towards B. Almost looks like Vic's ready to paranoia if they do get information across that B front and main. Really great setups to start, but MIBR has worked around it. They're going to start heading towards A if door hit here once they get the motion going.
क्यों रे लाला?
It's going to be to Oxy's outlaw.
ये लोग अभी भी बोनस ही खेल रहे?
The positive things about MIBR playing this double controller is that they could actually
खाली Oxy ने outlaw निकाला
against teams that were a little bit too passive. Almost got punished there, but at least they know that the Raze is there with the outlaw. They pivot potentially for a split to the B site, but it's held off by Net's wall in the front.
So good.
Mama.
Netted off, fault lined as well. You can see back from Mitch there as they went through the wall.
Bye.
Communication across the map that this team can utilize as Cloud9 stops MIBR's quick push there. The plant will still go down, but a little worse for the wear. All right, Shannon with a great scale push. I don't think they can retreat.
44. Let's go.
Each other in sight here. C9 getting prepared to retake. Put themselves inside. Get that defuse. Slow kills just from heaven here. I think MIBR is kind of scrambling on this one. They don't know which way to look as their whole team starts to fall down around them. Nazar is able to answer, but it's just a stinger. Knowing these vandals are coming
to
scale just a little bit.
Arjun bhai!
And the two veterans are able to
Arjun bhai.
Oh my gosh, that looked like it was going to be a C9 being able to play.
भाई मुझे literally लगा था कि C9 निकाल लेगी. Important round. Nice भाई, nice. भाई वो जो घूम के फिर से दिया आर्जिन भाई ने.
But you saw it from MIBR's side. They were starting to use a lot of util to try to push back the defenders towards their spawn, but they're already playing further.
Nice, man.
Less util to work with to stall in the last re-hit from Cloud9. But thankfully the Stingers were really good here onto Artazine and Nosware. And half buy that converts into a round. You're going to take that for sure because it adds a lot more room to breathe here for MIBR, who continue to trail behind in the early halves of this map.
नींद नहीं आ रही है क्या? अरे दादा क्या बोलेगा नींद? नींद जिंदगी ने हराम कर दी है बाबा.
Calls got a judge just on the outside of that. Is 3 members ready to rotate to any side of the map from B. As MIBR plays a bit of the door game. Remember, Spike's still down though, so we're going to see a big rotation.
किसी की अल्ट नहीं आई है, खाली इसकी आ रही होगी, Zenon की. भाई मॉड का क्या सीन होता है दादा? कौन सा मॉड? अच्छा चैनल का. मॉड को like टाइम लगता है भाई ऐसे
So your second wave, the re-hit back into
मिल जाएगा मतलब. Regular.
Oh God!
What do you score?
Jumping headshot. That's going to cause Nazar to back up. No one to heal on that.
Hello, Azim bhai.
Up, so they know they don't have the initiator utility to the left side or wherever they are going to hit. C9 is doing really well right now, controlling the map, and they paranoia.
गुस्सो अभी गुस्सो टाइम नहीं है अपने पास.
Off MIBR's pressure.
अरे होल्ड कर दिया उनको. Crazy भाई.
Doesn't matter if you have pistols towards the end.
भाई होल्ड कर दिया उनको. Alt waste हो गई.
The wall that comes up from net
and stunned again.
And now you have 0 util going into B.
What are we watching?
Bro, Oxy ने क्या मारा?
I feel like they were
गावात.
MIBR's comms. Every stun, every hit, shutting down the steel garden. Picture perfect there.
That was exactly what we were seeing. A masterclass round by Cloud9 on their defensive round. Just doing a good job here. Just this right here.
भाई ये इसकी वजह से हो गया पता है.
Comes out, and he's already playing close towards that door.
Oxy चालू हो गया भाई, बहुत danger भाई.
Way too scared to play against a judge just around the corner with no more util left. You have to pivot somewhere else. You're going for the Hail Mary to try to work towards that C site, and you basically have not burnt any util on that side from Cloud9.
Yeah.
And that's how you pay the price. Now you're falling behind by 3, and you're forcing also the second timeout by Fraud.
It feels like Oxy may be feeling it again, little bit. He said he wasn't playing so well, wasn't on his game, but 20 and 13 is pretty good. I think he's enjoying this one. He's getting a lot of support from everybody on the team behind him. A lot of that util is really giving him space.
भाई किसके साथ हो? मैं MIBR. भाई आसपास के लिए बुरा लग रहा है. भाई मेरे को चाहिए कि MIBR जीते यार.
To be for the rest of the team, it's been great for the rest of them.
भाई मेरे को ना बैठने नहीं जम रहा, पता नहीं क्यों. आज पूरा दिन इसमें निकल गया, इसके लिए गया. ऐसा बैठू चलेगा गाइस? हाँ? ऐसा बैठू चलेगा?
And suddenly you see here Oxy dropping a 20 bomb against
बुरा तो नहीं लगेगा ना तुम लोग?
somebody that wanted to activate a little bit more.
ऐसे खेल ऐसे देखूंगा तो थोड़ा सा लेट के.
The best of starts in the last 2 games. Remember, Zeppa, yes, he's only at 8 and 11, but now you have to start shutting down 2 players at the same time for MIBR.
कितना दफा टाइम आउट ले सकते हैं? एक क्या बोलते हैं? एक हाफ पे 2 टाइम आउट ले सकते हैं.
Another one who could drop plus 23 in your series.
Yeah, it looks like he may just do that. He's going to keep going for sure. Got a few more rounds to do it.
टेक्निकल पॉज जो होता है उसमें कुछ नहीं होता. आई थिंक दैट इज नॉट कंसीडर्ड एज टाइम आउट.
to understand they have rush control and MIBR can't do anything at pace yet.
And it's just one smoke here that slows down MIBR. They're going to try to go with
क्योंकि वो या तो फिर उनके साइड से होता है या तो किसी को सच में इशू रहता होता है.
It turns out good for them.
पूरे एक मैप में 2 टाइम आउट होता है. अरे भाई हो ही नहीं सकता, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई. एवरी हाफ एटलीस्ट 2 टाइम आउट तो जाता ही है भाई.
From Cloud9 by tapping an orb, for example, trying to see if C9
ऐसे तो ये तीसरा टाइम आउट था इनका.
because Net was already there here playing toward the front of
Cloud9 का या तो इसका MIBR का.
Talking about little trap plays and sneaky stuff. MIBR has been opening the door quite a bit. You're opening the door against the team who opens the door all the time. They do that on rounds where they're like, well, we don't know what to do. Open the door.
Oh, शायद नहीं बराबर. Sorry. C9 ने टाइम आउट लिया था उसके पहले. My bad. बराबर. टोटल 4 टाइम आउट होते हैं, 2 इनके 2 इनके. बराबर.
You know what they say? Opening a door opens another opportunity. An opportunity here for Cloud9 to anchor the second attempt to push. Yeah.
Here it is.
And that's the opportunity this time for C9. Unfortunately, though, for MIBR, because they lost the first player in front B.
But where are they going? They open it again. They didn't want to go that way. The spike was stuck for a second. They're going to try to get through now. All of this deadlock utility, but it's still there. Net has his hands in every pie at every site, and you just can't get by this utility. Vic's going to be able to clear the site there as Osbos doing what he can, but gets danced. Takes a third.
And it was almost there. Like you would think that
अगर OT हो गया तो एक्स्ट्रा एक मिलता है. हाँ वो पता है.
Maybe the wall was missed here by Net, but he's
इसमें कंफ्यूज था मैं.
throwing this wall just to thwart the push back up towards the ramp of water. So you
danger भाई.
So what does that do? You funnel everybody into a potential cross.
भाई ये राउंड C9 ले जाए, ये मैप C9 ले जाएगी ऐसा लग रहा है भाई.
They're playing basically an
4 हो गए सारे भाई, सारे 4 हो गए भाई.
Look at that. Look what Osbos has to fight around. Look and. People have to push by it and not have a trade from their teammate. The wall.
बहुत बुरा लग रहा है आसपास के लिए.
Net is making some of these sites so difficult to fight in right now with just that, the deadlock Net and the rest of the util. The first time from MIBR saying no, A rubble's ours. What a pressure hit here.
Yeah, and that was answered back by Zeppa.
बैठा नहीं जा रहा ऐसे.
Split that push from MIBR,
oh my
but
God.
not adding more util for C9. They're okay with letting MIBR take this over because it could still potentially combo more towards this tree because Oxy has Showstopper. You want to bait him into the tree hit.
It is over now, actually, भाई.
Caught a fault line for Mitch. Like you
Hello, Varma.
Timing the MIBR is dealing with. It doesn't affect them too much, but that was going to be their hit.
Alt है but इस पे आसपास और
in the tree, right over the top of one. Oxy's going to get traded back by Osbos.
और ये गए खत्म.
Only to fall to Mitch.
माँ की आँख.
Zeppa on point with the salvo to find another one here, and again a scattered MIBR.
By still doable. If
you just love these moments where you can just stay in the back of the spawn and get free kills by just hitting on your
आते Cortesia मारते
You can't play a lurk against the master lurk himself, Net, who's been punished here and there, but also finding great value on super late lurks. Just really snuffed down and sniffed out Cortesia trying to go for that flank in. This is going to be
क्या ही
another
सुप्रीम टीम होती वो
impossible task
Demon
for
One
the
और आसपास
other
एक ही
rookie
टीम
in
है
this roster for MIBR.
बट
Shenam
ऐसा
on a 1
नहीं
versus
होता
4.
ना
Oh my, dude.
Wrapped up in a cocoon of utility and taken down.
भाई वो लोग क्या डाल रहे हैं गेम चो भाई एकदम मजा में वर्मा भाई तुम्हें गेम चो भाई वो लोग क्या यूटिल्स डाल रहे हैं भाई
Get a little bit of a silver lining for MIBR. You look at the economy going into
यार
the
ये
last round of this
कुछ
first
भी बोल
map.
एक बात
It's
बता दो
abysmal.
चैट
They
ये
have
साला
nothing left.
ब्रीच
So
और
getting that
तेजो का जो
extra 300
कॉम्बिनेशन है
credits
ना
off the board with the spike plant,
इसका
it
कोई
gives you
वो
a
ही नहीं है
fighting
भाई
chance
लास्ट
where they
गेम में
did
अपन ने
get
देख
value
लिया था
off a Stingify most
ये दो चीज
recently
का
in the
कॉम्बिनेशन
second
जो है
half.
वो
And I'm just looking
अल्टीमेट
at
है
the
भाई
amount of util where, dude,
You can't do
it's basically
shit, man.
Oxy what it was saying in his interview.
And
with
it's very
Pedro Romero.
irritating
He couldn't
also.
play that game when he's trying to entry towards that side because there's so much util. Now it's just Cloud9, just activated, understanding and learning from their mistakes and learning how to play with this composition, maximize the value of the Tejo.
It has been a bit of that moment for Oxy. It's like, oh yeah, this is how you do it again, right? Oh my gosh,
अरे छी आसपास भाई
straight through the smoke to the back of mound.
आज आफ्टरनून में स्ट्रीम होगी आफ्टरनून में नहीं होगी बट इवनिंग में होगी थोड़ी लेट करूंगा रैंक असेंडेंट है ये पता नहीं इसको ग्लिच हो गया कुछ नाइटबोर्ड भाई अरे नाइटबोर्ड क्या बोल रहा हूं भाई अबे यार नाइस
right under their feet, but it's not going to cause anybody to go down just yet.
And thankfully they saved the third player, that was Cocoon, so Nas were the IGL's back with the team.
Oh, Zeppo's super close and they didn't even realize it, but Archie still gets the flick there. Now Oxy trades into 1-2v2 as they try to get into the side.
Nightbird by अरे वो थोड़ा नींद में हूं ना
tries to stay hidden, but it's not an outlaw. It's a shorty as Nasr comes up with one, and Mitch is able to capitalize on the frag to give C9 Lotus over MIBR.
No way that happened.
Moving on to Lotus. अरे Lotus क्या बोल रहा है?
MIBR to delay here, at least to try to get the plant down, and it's just Oxy running in with the shorty, not giving
dedication तो है.
MIBR to
हाँ dedication भाई. एक दिन stream कर लिया तुमको dedication लग रहा है.
From MIBR here on Lotus.
गेम छे जिमी एकदम मजा में एडी भाई तमे गेम छो
they had it being able to stall a little bit in really communicating in those hits, but it seemed like if anything was disjointed they had no chance on those rounds. So everything being in the same spot, the right spot at the right time is tough against Cloud9 when they're going to a site making a util, another site making a util, and you don't know where they're going to end.
At least a positive thing, at least for now.
Guys, Abyss, what do you guys think? Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win, bro? Abyss, हवे सुबह जसो नहीं अभी तो और एक और मैप है अगर उसमें से अगर MIBR जीत गई तो फिर एक और मैप है बेस्ट ऑफ 3 चल रहा है लेट्स सी अभी कैसे जाता है भाई Cloud9 क्या मारी भाई मेरे को लग रहा है MIBR का थोड़ा सा बट मेरे को लग रहा है Abyss में शायद कमबैक हो जाए Abyss में शायद से कमबैक कर सकते हैं वो लोग C9 लग रही है तुम लोगों को कर सकते हैं भाई कर सकते हैं अभी वो है लोग लेके भी आ गए थे भाई 6-6 भी लेके आ गए थे हाफ भाई कर सकते हैं वो लोग और अभी पता नहीं कैसा वर्क कर रहा है भाई देखो इन लोग है ना क्या बोलते हैं ट्विच के चैट में कुछ भी लिखते भाई कुछ भी लिखते भाई ये देखो कुछ भी सिर्फ ऐसा ये टीम के मैचेस नहीं है कोई तुम स्ट्रीमर के भी इसमें जाओगे ना ये देखो अभी तारिक की स्ट्रीम देखो कुछ भी आंडा सांडा लिखते रहेंगे भाई
That's not me. That's not me. I take it back. I did say it, but I take it back. Now what?
भाई सो जा भाई मैच तो खत्म होने दो अभी मैच है भाई C9 वर्सेस MIBR द हैवी मैच ऑफ ऑल टाइम यही तो मेन है लाला भाई मेरे को तो यार आसपास के लिए बुरा लग रहा है कि उसके आसपास भी नहीं आ रहा है कुछ भाई राइट के कितने चैनल है भाई? राइट गेम्स इंडिया नहीं है क्या? बुरा लगा, बहुत बुरा लगा। बहुत ज्यादा बुरा लगा यार। मच्छर बहुत काट रहे भाई। ये मैच खत्म हो भाई। एक काम करो, Cloud9 को जिताओ और मैं जाता हूं सोने। ये आने हो भाई। इनका 1080p भी कितना क्लीन होता है भाई। अपने साला 1080p इतना टट्टी आता है भाई। YouTube पे 1080p लगाओ तो इतना टट्टी छी।
E agora o Aspas já garantindo 2 abates logo de começo, hein? Só que o Xenon já foi eliminado. O Aspas de novo. He's hit a couple, but Net's gonna be there. That's 4 for Net.
Cloud9, they get the
तू के भी इतना क्लीन नहीं दिखता भाई। तो
the first thing that I want to ask you here is, Imi, you talked about struggling with the post plans and struggling with the pistols
भाई
after
एक
that
इम्मी है और एक
last
दूसरा
match. How do
मिम्मी
you work
है।
these past couple of days to make sure that is fixed, and how do you feel about this going into the second map?
We just watched the whole game back at first against G2. We actually thought we played bad, and then we watched it back and we were like, oh, we didn't actually play that bad, just our post plans were really poor. So we really made an effort to fix our post plans this week. And pistols, there's a lot of RNG, but we put focus into new pistols as well.
And really quick, was it hard to adapt to the composition change from FURIA, or from MIBR, I'm sorry?
No, because they just took...
मैं जा रहा सोने, कल जॉब है। कोई दिक्कत नहीं कुछ, मेरी जानू सो जाओ। मैं भी ये मैच मतलब होपफुली Cloud9 जीते। अगर जीत जाए तो मैं जा पाऊंगा सोने, वरना एक और मैच।
Welcome back, everyone. We're here with TCK10, a Brazilian streamer from Cloud9, and we gotta ask you first thing here, of course, is it hard for you to root for Cloud9 when they're playing your brethren?
It's a little bit tough. I mean, I'm friends with Aspas, so it's really sad to me to see him go like so early in the tournament. But yeah, it's gonna be.
You're already calling the loss. You're already calling the loss on him.
Yeah, he's like, yo, they're already gone.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no.
वाह,
Like seeing this.
Daredevil भाई, thank you so much। अरे thank you so much क्यों भाई? मेरा सर दर्द हो भाई। मैं गया गया मेरा भेजा गया। मॉर्निंग भी मॉर्निंग। मैं थैंक यू सो मच बोल रहा हूँ डेयरडेविल भाई को। हो गया गाइस, हो गया। हो गया दादा, हो गया।
I have to ask you, you know, yeah, I love it, dude. I love it. It suits you very well.
इसका लॉकेट बहुत मस्त है।
I have to ask you, you've been around with Cloud9 for quite a bit of time, and you know, in the off season there was a ton of crazy stuff going on, roster changes. What was that like, not knowing who the hell is on our roster, you know, and then you see them perform the way they are?
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, I went to sleep and we would wake up the next day like, oh, new roster, nice. Let's see how it goes. But now we're complete. Like, we're killing it, and we're going to this second map with the whole confidence of our EGL Meech and our probably
very positive streamer, bhai.
So
I can see you never doubted. Yeah, roster changes.
Very positive streamer. Yeah. अबे यार बच गया।
I mean, I think Cloud9 is doing good. It's doing pretty good right now. I think with the tournament happen, we only get better.
मैं सुसु करके आया तब तक guys, एक मिनट।
It's pretty like new. They are like together for about 2 months now. So I think if we played more like games, like difficult games like this one, we just like grow our friendship inside the tournament. You know, we grow our resilience to play even better. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, it's great to hear. I love the confidence. Where can people find you? Where can they follow you?
Oh, they can follow me at my Twitch, twitch.tv/TCK10. Yeah.
That's right. For all the trash talk against Aspas and all the hype talk and glazing for Cloud9, make sure to follow all the action. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. And
Thank
we're
you so
now
much
heading
for
over
having me.
to
Appreciate
learn what the coach of MIBR has to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here, Fraud, ahead of map 2, and Fraud. I want to know, you choose the composition here.
कितना तू है कमाल.
For that second map.
Just to keep focus on what we practice. We felt like you know,
Cutie.
credit to them, they
साले.
played very well.
Sim.
We felt like we had a really good read on what
लड़की देखता नहीं है कि कान खड़ा होता है भाई. तुम जैसे लोग के लिए एक रील बनाने वाला हूँ मैं.
What we do in practice, which is just focus on the execution.
तो देख के ऐसे कान खड़े हो जाते हैं. क्योंकि
you know, hope that you know we have a better half. You know, get us a pistol round. Can't lose some of these rounds that you know maybe 5v3s and stuff like that. But other than that, I think that we are very confident. Like I said, practice well, have good reads, and we just got to execute.
It's always the little things, right? Thank you so much.
He always looks ever so slightly concerned.
Yeah,
I mean, that?
for good reason. That was both pistols, both bonuses. Yeah. Like
That said, though, I still feel like we've seen a lot more signs of life from them this time around.
I mean, that's actually what I just said. Because you can't win a game like that. The fact that they even got any rounds at that point is like, okay. They played well individually, but you can't dig yourself those holes. Both of those pistols, the opening pistol, was it 2v5? Oh my God, it's so brutal.
It's extremely difficult, but I gotta, this guy on the screen, this was such a breakout performance from Vic. I mean, he hasn't really had a moment where he's had an impact like this at 3.9 KDA in the offseason. We weren't seeing any of this. 44.2 headshot percentage. This is the Vic that we know from tier 2. I got to play against this guy tons of scrim.
कब स्टार्ट होगा भाई? एक और मैच लगाओ क्या मैं गाइस? हाँ? एक और मैच लगाओ क्या? वो उसका चेस का कि अभी स्टार्ट हो ही जाएगा. हम पावर क्या कर रहे हैं? ऑन स्ट्रीम सो रहा है. यहीं जो पूरा दिन तो सोता ही है भाई. पता नहीं शाम को स्ट्रीम चालू करता है केड़ा. हम पापड़ इज स्लीपिंग. ये बंदा लिखता है स्ट्रीम चालू करके ही सोने चला गया क्या? भाई साले ने स्ट्रीम चालू ही करी और सोने गया. Marathon stream will start from tomorrow. Right now I'm sleeping. डेंगूर भाई डेंगूर भाई डेंगूर. अरे चालू करो ना दादा. ये लोग आ गए शायद. हाँ आ गए. टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम्स फिक्स हो रहे हैं. Let's go.
Been a stronger gun buy for Cloud9 in these third round buys.
Can we have some predictions in the chat?
This is going to be very interesting. We move over to Abyss.
हाँ थोड़ा एक्टिव हो जाओ चैट में. सालो हरामी हो. बैठ के देख रहे हो. थोड़ा प्रेडिक्शन. ए 100 आ लिया उसने.
Something that's new. But it's not. They're playing something very standard. Instead of an Omen, though, playing an Astra, so you're losing a little bit of that extra flash, but still getting a lot into the pulse plant utility.
Exactly. We'll definitely see the double smoke side on Cloud9, but MIBR is going to choose to have that KO in, the Jet, Cypher, a little bit of that Sova as we expect to see, and the Astra. Interesting.
And interesting enough too, it should be easier for Cloud9. I'm going to put it out there right now because when you look at C9 digesting what happened, they weren't familiar to play against a chamber.
Vinayak Behra.
You want to brush things, you want to watch demos. Okay.
Vinayak Behra और मैं Jimmy Andha.
Cleared middle the correct way, and we got punished for that. Now that they've isolated that and understood that, okay, maybe in these moments we could do that again, but now they're doing it against a more standard composition, something that they're used to playing against, which could really give them an advantage.
Oh, straight off the bat, it's going to be a hit
Nice.
towards the bottom of B here, right off a ramp. A trade back and forth leaves only one down for each team as they are.
आसपास हमेशा सोते रहता है, आसपास meditation करता है.
Mitch on the side, it's going to be Nasr up high that able to trade that one back, and now a beaten and bloodied C9 are left with 2 to defend.
I love here that Cortez is not continuing to push forward. It allows for them to just fight a 1v1, but even for C9, they don't care about front B. They want to trash him right away.
Oh, that's the beautifully done there, but Nets.
But they know now where he is actually.
Ghost
Okay,
is there for Net.
don't fuck up.
Usually alone on the lurk.
Easily round nikal lo.
1v1s, but is it going to be enough? There's one. The trio almost a
Oh
swing.
my god, अगर भाई अभी इसने हक दिया होता ना, stream बंद करके चले
They
जाता मैं.
almost got the lineup too. I think he even got a chest shot with the Ghost. It was going to be super close, especially the Aspas invested into a Ghost where a headshot probably would have taken out clean and give Net that Red Bull clutch. But I gotta say, the first time here that we see some miscoms coming out from Cloud9, I love the fact that they were pushing back and crunching from Ivy into the connector to try to take down that player right there, Cortezia. But then looks like the Silva just kind of broke out from that line a little bit too early, which allowed here Cortezia to get that pick onto Zeppa and give a chance here for MIBR to finally pick up a pistol round in this series.
Holy push from C9. Once again, we're going to get action out of them. I think we'll see this just about every time. Even on their fracture maps, if they didn't see anything, you saw them whipping across the ropes from the side to find something. And they forgot the parachutes.
Got the
देखो chat, alt points नहीं देने थे उनको.
They knew they were wrong, didn't want to waste it, didn't want to give orbs. We'll have the buys coming out, some guardians there on the side of MIBR.
देख रहे हो?
Across the board for C9.
देखा कि नहीं तुम लोगों ने? चगावत alt points नहीं देने थे उनको. MIBR को. इसके लिए जाके मरी गए. सीधा.
You see a lot of these standard comps that leverage control towards the A side. Usually a lot easier to get recon dart, take control of the orb.
इतना दिमाग Ascendant Immortal lobbies में नहीं लगाते. क्यों लगाएंगे लाला? क्यों लगाएंगे?
But MIBR are leaning towards B a lot here. Owl Jones still to start things off and potentially waste out the first wave of util.
MIBR जीत रहा है क्या?
Throws the knife out.
अरे नहीं. Cloud9 last map जीता है. ये map का सिर्फ 2 round जीती है MIBR. ओए आसपास ने क्या entry लिया? वाह.
As the rest of MIBR starts to scale into the site very quick.
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है guys, Abyss MIBR जीत जाएगी.
Agreed.
I feel that, bro. I feel that.
Playing a composition like this for a brand new team. When you talk about the synergy,
I feel it, bro. I feel it, bro.
What you could do without thinking about the map. You already know the timing that the KO flash could throw, what Aspas could do on the dash to entry towards that side. It almost looks like an old school Aspas playing with Loud in their championship days, where he's going to be there, the tip of the spear really going in and finding good value with good util around him. So for MIBR to convert that pistol into a bonus and forcing C9 on a save, that's a night and day performance from what we just witnessed on Lotus.
And you're starting them off at 4.
भाई अगर ये लोग एक round से हारे ना, they will regret it कि भाई उन्होंने वो round क्यों वो फेंका.
He's only having the angles he wants to look at when they enter these sites. Really.
अगर वो लोग एक round से हारे तो क्या बोलते हो chat?
Going from no bonuses to grabbing their first bonus.
आसपास का real value Loud में था. भाई वो लोग मस्त अच्छा खासा कर रहे थे.
Learning on what C9 has been doing.
But what do you guys think? If they lose, if C9 loses with one round,
the halftime with Dan Dryad,
they will remember that one round.
That what they were doing, it looked like on paper or when they were playing the game that they were.
Aspas currently holds the VCT record for most kills in one map, 47. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, 47 kills.
MIBR, they won this, right? It should be an easy 2-0 for Cloud9. But MIBR, they're doing a great job finding those weaknesses very early and punishing these anchored plays towards Troll, where Net couldn't escape really because he's playing an Astra.
C9, we're going to be very quiet to start these off, fans. They know Aspas is ready to peek, ready to look out. We talked about what he can do to a server, right? He just makes you feel like you can't do anything you regularly do.
Yeah.
And we're getting to that point. We see C9 playing fully on the defense.
And he also used both of the rifles that they saved towards that same site where that stack is. So Mitch, so far, he's finding audio information. You can't really smoke towards that front for him because Vic is all the way out towards that B side. So for MIBR, dropping that smoke and also, actually Net could help out. I forgot.
अपने सोवा पे अल्ट है.
But at least it's good information.
They can play post
knowing
plant.
that here MIBR not re-hitting towards this A site, so they actually have a good read on the stack on B.
Get themselves right into the majority of Cloud9. All these smokes to come out, the paranoia as well from Vic to slow down the hit. Vic starts on Aspas though. We expected that to be much different this round.
30 seconds
Big lurk.
left.
And now they're forced back. This lurk could be huge from Cortezia. He does take down Mitch.
Nice.
Now they have an opening on the map. An easy cross from side to side here.
Ab घुस सकते हैं.
They don't know about the push actually. So they're being a little worried about this, as they should. But it'll all be clear space.
Exactly. Right now for Cortezia staying on top middle, but there's only 13 seconds left. If there's still a star left,
Bye.
and he can suck it off the spike. There it comes for that spike attempt, and it'll go down. There's no stars coming through from net. So no shenanigans coming through.
Double trade, a swing there. Nice job by Zenom to use the structure around him.
Zenom, bye.
And now it's
Machare.
just looking for Zeppa. It does have the Phantom, so look to save this in the end.
Save or do damage. You still are going to have max bonus into the next round.
They got money.
So you could go for a half shield buy if you want to, but he's going to choose the option of saving his rifle, which is also very fine in that moment. But to go back to that round, we want to see the importance of what Cortezia could do here on these lurks. Also, when we're looking at the first week of kickoff, you had an opportunity to speak here with Melau. Gustavo was saying, hey, Cortezia going from like what, a controller role to a sentinel role, back from the Brazilian scene into
भाई अभी मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है
he has crispy shots.
ये third map
Now
तक
you
तो
have
जाएगा ही
somebody with
जाएगा
great
आराम
aim
से.
that's able to find timings like he
Easy
just did
peasy.
right there. You want to see more of that on the attack side of MIBR.
No more retake simulator. Cortezia creating these situations with the rest of the team. So now we're seeing them get into the mix. This is what we wanted from those last week games. 4 for MIBR now as we get on to this Abyss pick. And that's going to have an ult, but so will Naswer. They were focusing those orbs as they went towards that B side for Naswer as we saw it. So now they have a little bit more post-plan advantage.
Just util information at the beginning. Just trying to see if they could find out if C9 is going to try to play aggressively as MIBR. So the knife comes out early, but you also see here for C9, they went into an operator. Half shield for Oxy, and he's locking down the B side solo. That hasn't been spotted yet by the Brazilian team.
Maybe they just give him a quick cosmic divide if he does start to get hit fast.
Still ult तो है अभी भी easily कर ही सकते हैं. भाई ये तो मेरे ऐसा सोवा निकला.
Right site right now, and it's going to force everyone out. Vic just chilling by security, and a great scale by Aspas. It's been MIBR kind of out of position once these happen, but they have a lot of time. There should be no problem here.
It's going to be
मेरे ऐसा
difficult
निकला
for
भाई
Retail because
सोवा.
you have an operator
Exact
for
ऐसे ही
C9, and
reveal
you
देता
also
है.
have a Hunter Sphere
Might
and
be.
a Pulse for Noswer, but he's actually using it to fight back.
Cosmic Divide's going to split a little bit just so they can get a hold of this chaos.
Oh, nice!
On one as Arsene tries to break the crosshair. Arsene still is going to find it. Nothing's going down. We see the pings happen.
भाई क्या घुमा के दिया उसको?
MIBR is capitalizing so much, but wait a minute. Cloud9 with 2 as they're chasing. Now they're running. Blood in the water. And it looks like Aspas is going to go hunting.
Smart plays by Artezine, almost catching players off guard, trying to run back. Oh, still a nice shot, but they lost net in the process.
Save that operator for Oxy. They want it. Even though it kind of slowed them down on the retake, they feel like it's what
अच्छा घुमा के दिया उसको?
They go to hit these sites. The op gets saved. MIBR pick up round 5.
Really down for that anyways, to see Mitch also pull out and save an operator, and he also did that
भाई कड़ा कल्ट मारा
to
उसको.
allow Oxy to move inside the site, because Mitch has been good on operators on, you know, unorthodox agents like a Sage, for example, back in his early C9 days here in Valorant. So
he was the flexiest of flex players.
अब तो भाई timeout लेना पड़ेगा जानी.
Like they still had a great idea of what they wanted to do towards that site, but MIBR to be able to move into A and get a plant with barely any util used. They just walked in, they went for a recon towards that back, they realized that the site is clear, they went for a pop flash in the pulse plant, and now everybody's trying to play the retake for Cloud9 when you're playing against a Hunter's Fury, where you can't tempo as quickly as you can, because you want to try to leverage the operator to punish MIBR on an overextension. They did so with the Hunter's Fury at least, so there is support around MIBR's game plan on how they want to play these pulse plans. So at least here you're looking at what Fraud said. The boxes you have to check here in the second map, they are definitely taking them.
And a lot of teamwork too. 3 kills for everyone across the board. Aspas has 4. So everyone's getting in the mix.
ये stream के बाद जाऊंगा सोने. और ऐसा सोएगा ना तेरा भाई. सीधा शाम को उठेगा और stream करेगा.
On Lotus, didn't matter to them. They reset in the break, and they come back strong here on Abyss.
100%. They've been there before, right? With these type of
उठेगा
players.
सीधा शाम को stream करेगा भाई.
And fraud. I mean, even if you're looking at the performances from kickoff to the stages, they've always been towards the losing end.
भाई यार शाम को उठो फिर बाद में रात को फिर से stream है यार.
And the learning is
की माँ का.
quite well for the debut of
कि रात को फिर से अमेरिका का मैच है और सुबह में सुबह उठने के बाद 1:30 बजे फिर से भाई बहुत बीटी है भाई.
Quick save, no shot. They know the office
तू
there.
चले जी में
That's gonna
बका
be the
एकदम
power.
बढ़िया.
Basically, it's going to be protected pretty heavily.
Nice.
Artsine goes down. Null command still working pretty
मारते
hard.
रहे कैसी.
Just to the chest through the smoke it would be, but it's no shot. Cortesia, Aspas coming to the site fast, but Cloud9 on top of it before it even happens.
Cloud9 turned.
Cortesia walk around.
कब से stream कर रहे हो?
Yeah, it's like, hey
कब
guys,
से stream कर रहे हो मतलब?
for us, but then it's just him alone as his teammates.
अभी तो मैं 3 बजे से.
It looked like they were trying to fight as a team for MIBR, but they were not. I was actually scratching my head on Artizine just running alone with the null command. Yes, he's able to find information, but there was no util, no players swinging outside of that smoke for instant trades. So there was so much good value coming out from Oxy with the operator, with the crossfire setup. I think from Mitch too on the other
अब finally इनके पास एक round आएगा भाई.
Now, MIBR, I mean, off a timeout, that should have been something they could have kept moving forwards to. With all these rounds that they strung, the confidence they brought through, you could continue to try to disrespect C9 in their attempts here to come back in the game.
Srot, bhai, Srot.
Start now with the first round.
3 for Oxy on the op. They put that over towards B. Yeah, you would think. You're like, hey, we flashed Oxy. Rush that site. Man's already repositioned, has assistance, ready to defend. Can't get much by the young one. See again, he was just flashed, updrafted, and got back behind the bridge. Zeppa on his right. And like you said, all those X's just in a line in the front. Almost looked like they had a crossfire, but really it was just a 1-2 in the back of A. Great job by C9. They pick up their first.
भाई ऐसी नींद आ रही है ना अभी. ऐसे नहीं बैठना है भाई, सीधा ही बैठते हो. वरना मैं सो जाऊंगा भाई.
Aspas reaching into the money pit as well. So 2 ops.
Bye.
And I love this type of battle.
C9 has 2 ults. By main एक ult KO का ult है भाई. They can like वो कर सकते हैं. Hold in कर सकते हैं.
Wants to prove here that he could triumph and take over as the best Jet player here in the Americas.
You can see him pushing out of A right now. He's like, maybe I go a little further. He backed up towards the box. Somebody probably saying, Oxy, I see you on the mini map. Don't go any further.
Advantage though is that Aspas still has.
भाई ये बैठा ही है भाई ऐसे बार. Hello Ethan भाई, good morning. ये बैठा ही है यहाँ पे. Oh!
Through the knee of Harddisk into the face of Aspas. A double for Oxy as he pushes up to grab that main control. And now it leaves MIBR wondering. They lose basically everything that would get them into sight. And now they just have that Sova dart to use from Naswer.
Well, Oxy has dash now,
but
they lost Zeppo at least. Now, again, great lurch coming out from Cortesia.
3v4.
It's maybe enough to break the map going into the re-hit into this B site. The walk for contact.
I think 3v4 still doable है भाई.
Rotation from Oxy now. Really great save so far by MIBR. Can they keep it going though to repair the round?
पता है वो उसके.
Cortesia with 1 peaks and
nice MIBR.
On Vic 2. That's 3 more now. Oxy full rotate. Blades are out. There's 1 just to his left. Here's the shot. Extra master as well. Shenum. Or Shenum's gonna go down. The ace from Oxy just to the side. It's gonna be the Oxy ace.
माँ की क्या गंदा भाई मेरा मुंह भाई. हाँ कैसा मुंह है रे मेरा. जो बोलता उसका उल्टा ही होता है.
Everything looks so good for MIBR in this post.
कैसे भाई?
The fact that he walked in, let the site open was Cloud9, and he took advantage of the pinch. The rookies coming in to isolate the players, to shoot them from behind, and suddenly Oxy comes for the rescue.
इतना गंदा जिंक्स कैसे कर सकता हूँ भाई मैं? हर चीज में हर बार ये देखो.
After that $100 right gift card and $100 in iBuyPower rewards for each one we see further for the week. And make sure you hit up iBuyPower on hashtag unlock your ace because Oxy just did.
And that's the fear that Oxy could instill. After that first kill, you're seeing that Shenum was just running back for his life so that at least they could play the crossfire setup. But Oxy did a great job just finding all those timings. MIBR this round though, looks like they don't want to build up or allow C9 to build up in that on that height. A fast hit towards B.
Oh my gosh. Just
nice,
funneling down onto Oxy there. They finally get the 2, and yeah, C9's going to have to wait for the scatter here. Or Mitch, in sight, alone, trying to do things as we see.
3v4.
Oh, the creep down. He uses the audio for the drop just to hide it. Still can't find anything as they mill about and try to get another position for the site. It's going to be Mitch almost with 1, but the trade back from Cortezia. They're still going in. Vic chooses the shorty.
Bhai saab, chatti ho gayi bhai.
It's going to be Shenum. Now he has to get to the side, just on the ledge. The defuse isn't there. Faking it back and forth. The spin. Vic gives him his back. He's firing too high. He fires too high, but Shenum's able to grab it. Get that 9th round. Beautiful job. Look at the
Beautiful job, man. Beautiful.
That was around. That was almost converted.
Bach gaya bhai. Almost.
That time it was a 5 versus 3 for MIBR, and you saw this super nice paranoia coming out here from Vic. Yes, it allowed for them to come in and swarm through and get a couple of picks, but not enough of a buddy system to thwart that double swing out from the window for MIBR on the post plant.
Are we going to have Aspas go wild this round, fans? It might be.
He's got Bladestorm and only a shorty. Already pops him in. The drone's going to try to clear the way for him to move in.
Spike's actually coming here a little bit late. They still can wait for it. It's just going to be 1, so it looks like C9 will have the retake on this. Aspas will get all the room that he wants, but he's been pushing up and scaling, causing a lot of problems for C9's retake.
So far, at least, the TP that we see from Vic doesn't allow MIBR to get forward space.
Zeppa bhai pe ult hai. Easily wo post plant kya bolta hu.
As Artazine almost got punished, and now all of C9 can group up for a flood retake.
The amount of info
एक को टैग करो सीधा अल्ट मार.
Cloud9's hit could be bigger here. Nice damage to start from Aspas.
क्या बात है?
Fury is going to cause a bit of chaos right up
But
the gut.
अल्ट जो तुमने करी है वो बहुत ही टट्टी है. मुझसे सीख के जाइए.
Everything, a patience, a moment to breathe, but Oxy keeps it going. Not a time to blink, not a moment to move. As Shenum now tries to trade it back with Cortezia. It just leaves Zeppa. Clutches happen every day for this guy, but MIBR has been on point in these post plants. A quick star will deter the defuse, and now Zeppa has to go searching. He almost gets the last one. The rookies are firing for
Hello Neil.
And that's why
Easy again. Easy again.
Yes, he almost got caught towards Ivy, but where he falls back, when he found all of that information, it's towards that side where they planted that spike. So yes, there was a paranoia once again that hit both of them from Vic onto MIBR, but he throws a pop flash towards the air. Doesn't give a chance for C9 to get the best value around their Hunter's Fury. And that small piece of
मेरे को लग रहा है कि this thing, what do we say, map,
and win at least due to
MIBR will take it, bro.
C9 to make mistakes.
Crazy stuff here from MIBR. Really great adjustments on each round to make sure they can thwart C9, who are going to be pushing.
Yeah, it makes sense. Eco round for Cloud9, Guardian for Oxy, trying to trade it off.
अरे पहले मार देता ना. अच्छा नहीं सही है बराबर.
Trade from Zeppa, maybe able to grab something off of that. And it's just a plant into B for right now. So the regroup from C9 here.
भाई इको राउंड ना निकल जाए इनका भाई.
That's where it's important. He's going to have 4 players crunching him on him and not giving a chance here for Cloud9 to allow Noswar to play the pulse plant in front B.
Cloud9's lower by rounds. They've always been trouble in their opponents.
मैं लास्ट FNC का मैच देखा 9 से जीत गए ओपोनेंट FNC हारा.
Artazine says no.
क्या? FNC जीता है bro. क्या बोल रहे हो?
Sees that. Noswar not faked out in the situation, and a quick shot from Aspas is C9. We would figure they go down on that.
जीता है bro. क्या बोल रहे हो?
Pretty clean fashion.
Again, Fraud mentioned it. How do you react rather on the reads that you get? So Artazine and actually Cortezia at the very beginning to start things off got picked off, got information that there was at least 3 players in his point of view, so that there was going to be a flank no matter what. So Shinam, he holds the staircase. He trusts.
भाई अभी ये लोग charged up हो गए हैं MIBR. Full charged up.
Kill out of that, as you just saw. So they react quite well. Communication's very good. And MIBR are really crushing here on this map of Abyss.
They really want that operator back in play too. Pushing towards A, start things off as the spike is just roaming mid.
Yeah, just trying to hold it back for a bit too. Door is not being broken, but it's actually being pinged out. So just potentially saying, watch out. They could maybe go for a pinch around here. Maybe they heard the door break early at the beginning of the round as well.
A होगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
Players inserted in the very beginning here from this
एक ही प्लानिंग है.
हाँ,
अल्ट करके प्लांट कर सकते हैं एक्स्ट्रा का. नहीं एक्स्ट्रा का तो इसमें सॉरी हाँ एक्स्ट्रा का हेल्थ है ना बराबर सॉरी भाई मेरे को नींद में ना डबल दिख रहा है. पोस्ट प्लांट भी खेल सकते हैं लोग. एक्स्ट्रा अल्ट एक्टिवेटेड एंड प्लीज प्लांट भाई.
Quick Hunter's Fury comes in. A lot of pings are going down, but nobody can
By
capitalize
nice.
just yet. MIBR does find shots towards the back of the site, and C9 just gets obliterated to start things off.
And while all this happens,
भाई मैंने एक मैच देखा था तो वो कमबैक हुआ था चैनल में मैं नहीं देखता.
It's so simple.
तुम्हारे को देखने में कुछ तो ना फेरबदल हो रहा है. चाय नहीं चाय का
working according to plan. What they drew up here for MIBR in this default composition.
1v4 नहीं होगा.
On Abyss. But they're lining up the stage so far with how clean it looks.
It's for sure
तुम्हारे
comfort
चश्मे में
as well
चमन
for
प्राश.
these players you see coming in.
100%.
I mean, Cortezia feels so comfortable, it seems, on these rotations. Just getting the flanks in control. And getting that information.
मारते रहे लोग क्या गाइस क्या मारते रहे हैं हेडशॉट.
Knife to knife.
Tries to give him a loper dart to confuse him, but Shenham's not being confused, not right now.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing so well.
You're not playing Teo, so that's not going to do
9-3.
damage. Actually lands on him.
What's a chat? 9-3.
Super clean, as you just mentioned, Riv, for MIBR. This is 4 rounds in a row, stringing 5 rounds at the very beginning too. And it took what a timeout out from Imi to allow
Cloud versus Fnatic भी इसी ने देखा होगा.
They'll have a chance very soon here to play their own attack.
रेसिस्ट भाई जरा देखते हैं पर देख के आधा ही देखते लगता है. या फिर देख के फिर कहीं और कोई और मैच देखने लग जाते हैं. उनको लगता है कि मैंने यही मैच देखी है. बावड़े से हो चुका.
Cortezia is going to do it again on Oxy. A huge start off on the round for that first blood.
Shot!
Mosware just went for a recon dart off the pop flash play from C9, and it was just an easy kill as Oxy was trying to find a surprise play.
All right, final round of our first half here. And already they start 5v4 trying to convert this one. The beautiful shot from the Cypher.
Man. That's a green light go for sure.
Yep. Oh, jump over. Inside.
My Cypher.
No, Cortezia is in between just about everybody. How
Cortezia.
much damage can he do? And Net's gonna say, not this time.
Yeah, a little bit exposed at this point, but you still have other players inserted for MIBR. Look this.
मुझे लगा निकालेगा एक तो निकालेगा वो.
Towards Z.
भाई बोलने ही वही जा रहा था मैं बट ठीक है.
With guard out, they leave tower. It's just kind of a fight for the high ground right now as they're trying to get back into sight. Spike already planted, obviously, so C9's got to do some work here. Ospas and the rest of the team start getting frags left and right as that's a 3K.
क्या बार आया था भाई उसका? Glitch था शायद.
10-2 in favor of MIBR.
I got to give it to MIBR here on the half. A lot more confident in their post plans. They were definitely more assertive, especially around the Hunter's Fury. That was out for Nosware. Getting
by
so
10-2 जो लास्ट मैप का बदला लिया इन लोगों ने.
But the pulse plan that they have here, the game plan that MIBR has on that attack side was definitely
Cloud9 से जो बदला लिया इन लोगों ने वही किया. 10-2 ही करा इन्होंने. 10-2 ही हुआ था लास्ट गेम भी. हाँ लास्ट मैप 10-2 ही था चैट आई गेस.
Well, we're going to be right back quick, just like that first half, to see if MIBR can bring us to a map 3.
सॉरी 6-6 था. तो मैंने कौन सा मैप देखा था 10-2 वाला? वो पुराना देखा होगा यार. ये रेसिस्ट भाई जैसा हो गया मेरा दिमाग. भाई ये थर्ड जाएगा यार. ये मेरा नींद प्यार की टांग हो जाएगा. भाई मेरे को नींद नहीं मिलने वाली. बढ़िया.
We are back for the second half and to see if MIBR can bring us all the
भाई
way
कहाँ रहते
to
हो?
Pearl.
मैं मुंबई.
enough to keep this momentum in the second half.
अगर आप मुंबई में ही रहते हो और आपको नहीं पता तो मैं वैसा ही रहता हूँ.
We'll have to see. I talked about this
Actually, बाहर के लोगों को मुंबई बोलना पड़ता है.
But MIBR definitely had something to say. So MIBR
महाराष्ट्र के
showing a
बाहर के
very
लोगों
strong
को.
attack side. C9 could also very much do the same, as their difference in comps also made it difficult for Cloud9 to play a stronger defensive side because of the double controller. But this might be a chance for them to.
मैं वाशी में रहता हाँ तो मैं वैसा ही में रहता हूँ. मैं वाशी में बचपन में रहता
back
था.
onto the map and we're about to see if C9
बचपन निकाला मैंने वाशी में.
the pistol back
Sector
from
9
MIBR.
Interesting round here. You do have a buy from Net onto Oxy. So Oxy's going with the Raid Boss and Shield.
Okay.
And Net only has 2 stars. So that maybe could be good in terms of smoke execs to play towards that site. But the delay that we talked about in the post play that Net was doing so often for G2 is not going to happen there.
He has 2 stars already used. You can see one of the Astras just a one-way at the back of sight. Vent's going to be a bit of a fight here for Oxy.
Oh!
He gets another one traded by Aspas. Almost tries to get the dash shot on here. Little tower action coming from MIBR and Shenam and Aspas with a little teamwork play there.
मेरे को तो लग रहा है ये लोग इसी में निकाल लेंगे भाई.
We talk about from Aspas just getting a bit
इको राउंड्स में ये लोग निकाल लेंगे.
upper hand. Cortezia steps back.
बोनस राउंड में निकाल लेगा इको.
And then he'll make his move. Oh, slow and quiet. They're just creeping around. All shift buttons are held right now as nobody really knows what's going on until they peek. It's just left up to Nat. Trying to stop that defuse. Cortezia.
Bye.
Cortezia.
I think I'm wrong.
It's got it.
Half. There's too much time. Not even half yet. It's going to be shots from Nat. A beautiful job on the Astra to make sure the round goes to C9, and they do.
कोई नहीं मैं भी कल्याण में रह के लोगों को मुंबई बोलता है. अरे वही बोलना पड़ता है भाई. अभी लोगों को समझ में नहीं आएगा ना. अभी भाई एक बात बताओ. कोई राजस्थान से देख रहा है मेरे को. मैं उसको बोलूंगा भाई मैं वैसे ही रहता हूँ. घंटा समझ में नहीं आने वाला है. और उसको मैं यही चीज बोलूंगा मुंबई रहता तो उसको समझ में आएगा. अरे हाँ. इसलिए बोलना पड़ता है.
But this is still something that we've seen before, that they like to go for these pop flash fights on the top of heaven for Cloud9. And there was a good read for MIBR. They had a triple swing to fight back against that, but somehow you had Oxy head on a swivel to get that second kill. 14 and 11, still on the top of the scoreboard in this second map, 49. And it was good enough here for Net to clutch that 1v2 and get that Red Bull clutch for Cloud9.
Oh dear. Lots of info on this. Aspas will always take that. Good for a shot, but it just goes wide as there was too many to choose from. And now they just hang out as they get a quick orb grab onto Oxy to make sure those blades can be effective in a few rounds.
And while the other two, the double controllers, are just holding back, trying to listen for some noise, listen for some sound. It started off here with an aggression out from MIBR, then nothing left. So you would probably think at this point, because they're
भाई वो कोल्डप्ले कॉन्सर्ट की वजह से थोड़ा क्रेडिट्स मिला नवी मुंबई को. अबे भाई नवी मुंबई पहले से अच्छा था भाई. कोल्डप्ले कॉन्सर्ट की जरूरत ही नहीं थी उसको.
And that's going to sell it even more. This is going
Good morning, Jimesh. Have a great day ahead. Yes. Good morning
here.
to you too, मेरी जानू.
He says, guys, guess what? You are free to take A, and you see how leisurely now Cloud9 is going to go ahead and set up in sight. Still a pretty decent.
अब देखते हैं लोग कैसे रीटेक लेते हैं.
With what we've seen from MIBR.
शॉट भाई ऐसे लेते हैं.
Gotta be careful. There's a
ऐसे
frag
नहीं
right
लेते
there,
हैं
but now
बट
they've traded sides of the site. It's all
भाई
just
साथ
up to this
तीनों के
choke
तीनों
point.
मेन खेल रहे हैं. अभी
No smokes
कैसे
coming in for
निकलेंगे.
either
अरे
side. Actually, CSM doesn't have
जानिया.
any stars.
Confirmed at least now with the Aldro that nobody's flanking, so the delay util, they still have 2 shock darts to work with, and sprays with the rifles for Cloud9.
He just got a star back, able to use
Not
it.
doing,
Makes
not
the
doing.
defuse to see if they can pull
Oh!
Cloud9 out of the woodwork. Aspas with one, double shock dart inside the smoke, delays for just another second, and this is the game that C9 has been playing to grab their rounds, drain the clock, and take out as many members as possible.
And Aspas is just hoping to get one with him before he dies to the spike. But that looks to be not as clean as we wanted to for Cloud9. It started off well, though. Net did a great job opening up this B side right here with
अब
this
देखते हैं लोग का क्या है scene on the other half
and the
भाई.
recon dart to say, hey, look at me, I'm selling a fake here, and it worked. And then C9 were just able to play an easy take towards that B site, but the post plant, the shares are still really good here for MIBR. They still are continuing with the confidence that they built here on
ओमन
this
ग्लिच मार रहा है इन लोग के इसमें.
Focus.
ओमन के भाई.
Looks like they might try to. Okay.
ओमन का केप जो है वो उड़ रहा है.
2 orbs? It's gonna be tough to get both of those, but they do go for the buy. Looks like it might be A again.
Yeah, stars on both ends too. One just to counteract here on the attack side on Cloud9 in case it was this early fight coming out from MIBR.
Blender में डाला हो ना, ओमन को ऐसा लग रहा है.
That's why we don't have capes.
Cape उड़ रहा है उसका.
All right.
Yeah, that is so annoying. See that come out of Vic all the time. It's just like
he's like, woo.
Somebody's using old school ESP.
Yeah. Over to the left side. So they're trying to just default the map. It looks like the spike still wants to go here. Vic doesn't have all, so we do see a probable end at A.
But this position that you have forward by Aspas.
Oh, does get a trade.
Trying
to sell the fake again. So it's the
same
round, but with more
cape दिख रहा है भाई.
On the left side of the map. They get it for now, but I don't think MIBR is fully bought into this one, so they're ready to defend.
ये round तो नहीं हारना चाहिए भाई.
On the A site.
Oh, the shots come through. Net says
भाई कैसे रे?
Members on site.
Well, let's scratch that, right? Now we still have Owl Drone on the post plant. The double shot that brought a lot of value for Zeppa. And of course, Net doing what he does best, staying behind and making sure that he's the last line to secure the round with the gravity well ready here on this Astra.
Not even a connection there. They're able to back off just enough. Net can get that easy long shot as they swing out to try and get... Yep, ease. What a trade. Picture perfect there. And they can rinse and repeat as the members keep coming in.
कैसे भाई?
Just the little things into how Cloud9.
भाई ये लोग तो numbers में भी ज़्यादा थे.
They were able to learn from their mistakes.
अरे but भाई ये ना इनको diffuse करना है तो
used to playing against a
थोड़ा
chamber,
मुश्किल ही हो
for
जाता है उस
example,
टाइम पे.
right? This position you have from Aspas.
Main चले जाते हैं ना वो लोग फिर तो खत्म है भाई. Main चले गए
For
तो
3 or 4 rounds trying to take advantage of a chamber op right at that spot by jumping across and then TPing back.
लिया MIBR ने टाइम आउट लिया. बहुत जरूरी था भाई. ऐसी 4-5 राउंड चले गए.
Or trying to hit the A site, you want to try to still add that surprise element.
I should say they didn't buy for the fake, but Terminator was here.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. They didn't buy for that fake, but they still cleared that corner. They made sure that that corner was cleared, walking back into the A main. So again, a great job for C9 and showing the amount of work that comes through from this team. It's been talked about before in other interviews.
भाई फिर से सो गया वो
आसपास. The team that has come together here for Cloud9 going into this kickoff. It is a team that, yes, it's fairly
ये लंबे बाल वाला लड़का है क्या? अरे तो करण भाई सारे लड़के ही है इधर. कोई लड़की नहीं है. बिना लड़की के खेलना पड़ेगा इनको because the game is all about boys.
Based on what they
not game.
Drawn up at the very beginning in the strat book.
This tournament.
And it shows here, just a small thing here.
It's a boys tournament.
Allows them to be a little bit more perfect on a map like this.
Girls tournament not happening right now.
Zeppa in the interview last week, he said he believes this is the team.
ऐसा कुछ होता है क्या कि इन लोगों के साथ में कोई लड़की खेल रही है करके? ऐसा नहीं होता ना guys. Women's का अलग ही होता है ना पूरा chat.
Kind of doing stuff around the map, just being goons as they can get their frags in and just do whatever as Oxy goes hard. So.
ऐसा भी है क्या कि ये लोग they can if they want they can add
found their stride and you gotta say
a lady.
they're having fun too, seeing the rookies fragging
मैं तो बाद में
well,
okay
getting that vibe on. They look night and day from their first match here and very much like we could get a third map from them.
And that's what you want. You're seeing a lot of these star duelists going into more supportive roles. The Heat, MW0, the even 10s into the last season. So to see rookies already go these roles when you have heavy firepower to support a star player like Aspas. Looking pretty good here for MIBR in the second map.
Up and over, such a tough spot to defend from. If that jet is on the box, Osi's going to take position. Headshot through the box, but he's traded by Aspas.
अगर लड़की कोई बहुत अच्छा खेलती है तो उसको चांस मिलना चाहिए. अरे वुमेन्स का है ना ऑलरेडी. चांस तो उनको ऐसे भी मिल रहा है ना. अगर they are playing good, वुमेन्स का ऑलरेडी है.
And already that flank is watched by Net here as MIBR set up for the Sheriff Classic retake.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it's an anti-eco, just how clean
Oxy was. वुमेन्स में नहीं है. कहाँ जी रहा है? स्विच कर दी. किसने? Fluorescent ने switch कर दी.
Through the box to get the headshot.
Ortezia.
Pop flash, beautiful.
Oh, you better buy him dinner for that one. A few more from C9 here, as they're obviously going to be able to take down the MIBR members.
भाई उस ओमन का क्या सीन है भाई?
So this
I hope it's not like उनके visible में नहीं है भाई वो.
That could be for the next round when they get guns, right? It's like, hey, we're going to have this low bind.
उनको ओमन एकदम सही से दिख रहा है ना, वही मैंने.
We're going to focus on this, so we'll see if the timeout comes into play here as we hit the next round.
Fluorescent ने men's के साथ खेल रही है, even performance भी दे रही है.
The Astral Wall to be able to play the retake. Aspas has Blade Storm if they need to actually buy a weapon for somebody else if they don't have enough of that economy.
हाँ नहीं उनको ओमन बराबर दिख रहा है एक्चुअली अभी इसका पीओवी में देखा ना ओमन उनको बराबर दिख रहा है
Two of them didn't get blinded. So not the best value in the end here for Cortezia, but I like the attempt.
Hey, इतने rounds तो नहीं जाने चाहिए भाई MIBR की साइड से.
Trying to get these opening kills as well to slow down C9's pressure. Maybe that was the idea, is to play this safe and see if Ospas can start get going.
Opspas.
Opspas.
Just covering up towards this main, and they actually double it up too. So this is a huge risk, right? You're playing this one and done in this position for Shinam. You're trying to play the bait from Ospas.
MIBR का ult है. अरे माँ कसम. Extra ult है.
As you can see, Cortezia could see nothing as they came in. A quick trade from the teammate though. That's all they get for now. C9 an easy plant and a setup here. The speed they've been hitting the sights, I think, is what MIBR is trying to stop, but it just is not happening.
And the Astra wall maybe could give an opportunity for Shinam to even play behind the wall if they want to start using it, but that clock has been taken down on that spike. Not too sure if that's going to be the play. Well, there he goes. It starts.
Nobody expects it's Harddisk plays any plays, but Zeppa's still there for one. They know the op is there for Ospas, so they're just going to play behind walls here. Make a quick trade.
अरे diffuse तो करो रे लाला.
Do a little walk around here and help Shenum, but they are getting routed right now. Vic is about to have the back shot. Oh my gosh! What is?
Bhai साहब क्या दिन.
For the play, Ospas gets out with the op though, but another round for C9. They do lose everyone, but it's still another round.
That was still a nice
Bhai
play by C9. They just stayed within the site. They didn't necessarily overextend back towards the heaven side. They just played towards the Ivy where there was no back from MIBR. So many of them were funneled towards that top because they wanted to protect the VIP, being Ospas with the operator. But as soon as they fall, when they couldn't
भाई इतने rounds जा रहे हैं MIBR वालों, क्या कर रहे हो यार? क्या कर रहे हो?
For you to retake with an operator on a 2v2, you just keep net alive towards the Ivy. He throws a suck, there's no defuse, and that's it. Trap play attempt, maybe aggression.
They're trying to push out. You can see right there in mid, yeah, from MIBR. Looking to capitalize on something. They've dropped the op to Shenum here when Ospas has the Blade Storm. So interesting to see the choice there. He has been fragging. Let's see what he can do with the sniper. Ooh, they kind of bite into this. Oxy's going to get one. These blades.
Ospas for the rescue.
Are going to strike true. You better believe that. And he already gets one. They don't want to figure out what else is mid, though.
And I could allow Ospas to pick up a weapon as C9 gives up that space. So that's a Phantom now picked up.
भाई ये बाकी सारे रेड दिख रहे हैं, ये अकेला क्यों सोवा क्यों वाइट दिख रहा है?
For MIBR as well.
Great control with Ospas moving up. They know this hit's going to be here. Quick Hunter's Fury.
भाई ये अल्ट कितनी टट्टी है?
Just misses to the side. It's a bit of a flank as they trade kills across the map here. Mitch is going to be able to plant the 3v3 now. Slowly stopping. They don't feel safe in this situation, and that always feels weird. They know the spike's going down backside. They don't know about Ospas yet.
No!
Yeah.
Oh my god. Net कैसे गिरा वो?
It's okay.
Nasr kills Net off the drop.
Still that's no suck as well here.
Just a sheriff for Nasr. Jump peek, patience, perfect pull in here. Great high low to play, almost is able to capitalize on the 1v1.
वो नेट को इतना गाली मारते ना वो लोग. अगर ये वाला नहीं जीतते तो.
You can definitely feel the suspense going through in that one. In those moments where MIBR only have pistols and sheriffs to work with, they still have great firepower. You look at these regions in Brazil, in Turkey, they have tremendous firepower coming out from these regions as well, which is why, oh, that's unfortunate. Which is why, though, you're looking on that end, you have to credit teams like MIBR trying to bring up tier 2 players into their main comps, into their main rosters. But as we continue to praise earlier on, MIBR's on their attack side, this is all
losing for no
their
sense.
attack side.
Bye.
Quick cross the map check here from Vic. As they're going to stick A, but look at Oxy. He is inserted
निकलवा लियो, बहुत
way
मेहनत
deep
कर रहा
into
है.
mid here. Nobody knows.
निकाल रहा हूँ मैं, निकाल रहा हूँ. Don't worry.
Potentially in spawn.
He's going to be able to stop all of that. The team feels comfortable to get into the front of the site as Oxy takes down Artisine on the top of tower. It's down for now, but Vic already makes the lead to the top box. And they capitalize on the site. So far through, they have to wonder how far MBR does. They can get back to the site without seeing him.
And that's Oxy giving a little bit of a taste of MIBR's own medicine, as he's the one pushing out towards middle. Usually the lurker as a sentinel, as Cortezia did. But him with a dash, able to get more space towards that spawn and catching players off guard. It doesn't give a chance
next
for
उनका buy नहीं होगा बाकी लोग का
early round going into towards the end
बाकी लोगों को save करना पड़ेगा next round
who has been hot you mentioned
ऐसे नहीं
going to the second map.
Feeling very good here, and they do a good job to do it too. I mean, you take Oxy and you slow walk him up mid. I think MIBR has been alerted the whole time to a site hit being Oxy dashing in. So like, oh no, he hasn't dashed in here. Oh no, he's mid. So very big change up here from the way C9 approached the round to possibly avoid that off. Not show a strong hit, but be silent until they were ready to attack, and that was Oxy's move through mid. So
क्या मारते हैं बे लोग
switch up the strategy.
मुझे लगता है C9 निकाल लेगी मुझे लग रहा है अभी कि MIBR कुछ करेगी भाई
wrench in the wheels for sure when you think as an IGL coming out from a timeout.
मुझे लग रहा है MIBR करेगी कुछ ना कुछ
to understand and read a little bit more of how
still feeling है
executing here in these rounds, but then suddenly you have that
timeout लिया है ना इन लोगों ने लिया है पर गेम 3 देखने में मजा आएगा तो मैं MIBR को सपोर्ट
Interesting. And C9 was able to capitalize on.
हाँ भाई मतलब कुछ interesting देखने को मिले तो मजा आए भाई.
So Emmy using this time.
Interesting कुछ देखने को मिलेगा तो मजा आएगा.
Get through into what the team needs to do.
MIBR मुझे लग रहा है अभी भी है. निकालेगी कुछ तो करेगी भाई. अभी ये राउंड्स के बाद 2 राउंड निकालेंगे भाई. एक टाइम आउट लिया है ना. अब इसके बाद 2 राउंड्स निकालेंगे.
Except for that round where he actually gave the operator to somebody else so he can play the blades for him. But and that's C9 doing a good job avoiding these extremities and focusing potentially a little bit more onto not necessarily mid control,
like
but at least inserting players in that spot. So there is an opportunity here for MIBR to maybe push a little bit more in these occasions to try to thwart here C9's setup.
Yeah, and when we get back into game, I mean, just look at that scoreboard across the top there. Cloud9 on the second half has just been punishing. Towards MIBR.
Something that we've seen on Abyss as well, right? Especially when we go towards these more default comps, it's been much more explosive on the attack sides. And pulse plants usually really good for stalls with the Astra, but with these two teams playing within.
अभी निकालेगी, अभी राउंड निकालेगी. वो आया है ना इन लोग ने वो लिया इको पे गए ना इन लोग.
The push. Even in the KO knife.
अरे स्किन मार. उसको दिखा नहीं.
Kill though at least with the Hunter's Fury. So off the timeout was actually just to play around the operator and the Hunter's Fury while they have, you know, whatever buy they could muster. Cortezia with the Guardian, but at least they find value for MIBR at the start.
0 point, locking in pretty well there for the side of MIBR to let them know they are at the right site. They're watching the right, but here actually comes the paranoia. Oxy gets taken down by the fragment grenade.
That was from back A, so they read that as well in terms of the hit that Cloud9's trying to do. A pop flash play into Heaven rather again gets thwarted.
अभी मुश्किल है निकालना. अभी मुश्किल है भाई.
Adjustments off the timeout. That was
इसमें अगर हक दिया ना भाई
said here by Fraud
तो फिर GG है भाई.
But well downloaded by MIBR in the server.
And MIBR have chosen to
इसमें हक ही नहीं सकती भाई MIBR अभी. 5v3 है भाई, easy.
They're happy to guard the sites with the members they have and let mid be taken as long as they can still get an idea of what's there.
30 seconds left.
Won't come into play anymore. Net was pushed up quite far, but now back on the flank is C9 looks to get into this B site. Beautiful shots by Shannon. Almost another one as he identifies Nat, just looking over.
Nice.
And it's going to be Cortezia from the top of tower, taking down Nat. And a nice round by MIBR as they kind of get a
अब वो लोग ना टाइम आउट ले ले भाई. उनका एक टाइम आउट बचा है.
That's how you get value off the operator from Aspas. How do you get the best out of it? Just pushing him forward to support through the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
Despite him, you know, getting blocked by a beam, it's still allowed here and funneled the players over into the util that MIBR has set up. So it looks like they have found. I mean, it took a bit of rounds.
उनका एक टाइम आउट बचा है. I would suggest अगर वो लोग उतने स्मार्ट रहेंगे तो एक और टाइम आउट ले ही लेंगे भाई.
How they can actually counter this Cloud9 play.
Man, they are just, they'd love to butt heads here today.
भाई क्या मारा आसपास ने
Coming out with first blood is
आसपास के सारे लोग उड़ा दिए
So
5v4
quick. I think Mitch went down first to last time as well.
Plans are to go B, I feel.
Identification here. They have to make sure Zeppa's in place for when they hit it. But it is a bit of rinse from rinse and repeat here as Net goes for the push again.
That's it. Instead of a camera this time around, it's a trip. So now they still have passive information.
Exactly.
They want to give up this middle. So when I thought in a timeout they wanted to fight middle more, it's more reactionary. So the trip breaks, they pull out the L drone, they see a little bit of information here and there, but there's still a minute left on the clock. Still a lot of map in Valorant to be played this round.
I feel like C9 is playing, if you do good over there, we'll go that way. They're so spread out right now. Obviously they have a plan, but a lot of 1v1s can be created in this situation.
भाई उनको जाना है कि नहीं जाना है?
MIBR off guard, but credit to MIBR. They're playing really smart. Boom.
And that's the thing, the Hat's going to get a lot of info too. A 1v1 towards the B main, and Vic gets 2 nice kills though.
Really quick snap there to make sure he gets 2. The rest of the team says we are all over this site. Every entry is Cloud9's as they take B. But it is a 3v3, and Vic is hurt.
I was just mention too with, yes, they're trying to avoid the operator, but with the position that they have for Cloud9, it was so difficult for MIBR to rotate across.
Cute.
Clearing everything.
Yeah, they still tried to push forward, got a couple of trades, but Vic had the hero play. Gives a chance now for Cloud9 to play the pulse plant.
भाई वो backstab वाला थोड़ा सा आराम से पीक लेता तो कुछ जाता क्या, वो तो डिफ्यूज भी नहीं कर सकता.
Everything's unloaded in the front.
Oh, and the paranoia can't find anything. Knives over their shoulders. Oxy's just trying to sell him something.
भाई वो
kill for Oxy as they pick up
पीक लेने का जरूर उसको आना. ये लोग अंदर साइड में भी नहीं आए थे भाई, उनका ध्यान पीछे रहेगा ना यार ऑब्वियसली भाई. साइड पे कोई नहीं है तो बैकस्टैब ही देखेगा सबसे पहले इंसान. उनको सबसे पहले करना चाहिए था कि भाई वो साइड पे बाकी सारे लोग आ जाते फिर सोवा को पीक लेना चाहिए था. तो शायद थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा रहता कि ध्यान उनका नहीं है उस पे करके.
Too that they could have identified before from Net. He loves to play so far back in these moments where he's going to be the last man standing, or potentially the, the silver lining, the life vest here for C9 in these moments where maybe they lose all these players in the process of the retake. But Cloud9 now, they've closed the gap, narrowed the gap down by 1 round against MIBR, who in their round now has to play the early info game. Already the Owl drone was burnt out while they have Ospas inserted. They saw nothing, so it's a good read here at least that they know the hit from Cloud9 is towards B.
Full retake positioning for MIBR. Let's see how adjusted C9 can get to site here. Ospas waiting to come around with the operator until they get that spike confirmation. He doesn't believe that a first hit is a real hit from Cloud9, and why would you have a beautiful flash from Arcene as they get a quick trade back. No,
भाई कैसे मरा वो? अच्छा नहीं, उसने उसको मारा बराबर.
Has not been planted yet, and it's not even.
तो लगा ऑक्सी से मारा वो.
He's down and can get info, but Oxy somehow still gets the kill.
Still trying to battle back and forth here. A spike is dropped. It's just going to be for the frags, it seems, this round. Ospas is going to be coming around, and he might just get an idea of where Net is before Net knows.
If anything, though, if he moves towards that window,
Bye.
This could be an opportunity. Oh, he makes noise.
Yeah,
आवाज किया उसने कि नहीं किया?
It's a free kill.
Easy. Yeah. There's too much movement for MIBR. Beautiful job to get around the map knowing they have this time, but Nasr going down makes things a bit trickier here.
अरे अल्टे उस पे अल्ट लेके आएगा वो.
It's on the round. All they have to do is live on the side of MIBR.
The suck now, it's a concuss instead, but he's able to stick it.
Shenum coming around, it should be enough, and he cannot stay alive. Shenum with another one of the round-ending frags to get MIBR in game point.
What a nice attempt, though, by Vic to TP to grab that spike. But overall for MIBR, I was questioning a little bit what Artesine was
doing. भाई वो मरता नहीं ना अगर आसपास से तो शायद राउंड निकाल पाते वो लोग. टाइम आउट लिया है एकदम सही टाइम पे टाइम आउट.
Because in those moments where they were playing on the defensive side or on the pulse plant side, when C9 was trying to flood back, what was important? The KO flash that throws up at this very spot right here where Oxy gets the pick onto Cortezia. So getting that null command up doesn't allow here for C9 to counter back with util, so you could actually come in and take the advantage and get the trade and allow Ospas to
get last bullet लगी उसको.
So I like it towards the end. Because Ospas looked like he was way too far to be able to play that retake no matter what.
Exactly. Wild. And then you're like, oh wait, he's here. Okay.
Yep.
क्या लग रहा है chat?
The right time.
यार I want MIBR to win.
MIBR has really been able to fix. Honestly, they've been taking so many punches this round, so it comes up in round 20 when they can find one, and then 20.
MIBR जीत जानी
This is
चाहिए
almost
भाई.
C9 making a full sweep on the second half of the map. And yeah, those last few timeouts coming in from MIBR have very much.
I think they will win, है ना?
3 seconds till we out of
एक round का बात है. I hope this doesn't go OT भाई. ये तो OTT platform पे गया तो खत्म भाई.
C9 have just recently started working mid. We'll see if they keep pressure in that.
Yeah, at least to start, you see behind the barrier, potentially just trying to maximize Oxy in the mid spot. And for MIBR, nothing's really changed. You potentially see the setup for the pop flash so that Aspas could once again take that line. What's really going to stop him in his tracks is potentially just a knife out from Mitch and allow for them to get early information. Unless he wants to avoid it in the very beginning, and he'll do so. Now starts walking up.
Alt है हाँ इसका.
Wants the shot. Nice.
Defense में MIBR का.
But it only
Astra का alt है.
It's a battle of attrition. Both tails through a knife. Aspas still maintains that line. Yes, he doesn't have dash anymore, but actually looks like they're deciding to give it up because he hears.
Most consistent. हाँ, Aspas is the consistent player भाई. खेल रहा है भाई वो. He's doing his best भाई कि वो निकाल सके कैसे भी करके.
Right side, the smoke coverage is fantastic here. This trip is no longer on. They've pinged in. That's going to be the drone.
उसके वो लोग.
Just in time is MIBR to stop a tragedy.
Asus is going to keep holding that line, but lose Mitch in the process.
Oh!
What a look! What a shot! And Aspas shuts down Oxy. The 5v3
Aspas
now.
माँ की किरकिरी.
Wondering where they can end here without their sight hit.
Thankfully, it's still 2 controllers up for Cloud9. They could smoke up everything and try to work as a group. Paranoia is still available as well.
Straight out of the smoke without
shot by जीत गए.
It's what they have to do at this point. Jump forward with the shorty.
जीत गए.
Just taken down to 46. The rest for Aspas is up. And that is the
GG's chat.
We're going to be seeing Pearl come up between these two teams. The elimination match is going all 3.
What a good second map coming out from MIBR. It looked like
जीवन नींद लिए कि नहीं? नहीं भाई. अभी एक और मैप है उसके बाद.
This game.
Serious.
But it was almost the same scenario when they played against 100 Thieves. At those moments when you were already leading.
अच्छा comeback करा. हाँ भाई comeback अच्छा था. But
here and there, you still have so much cushion to work with. So
they need to set back right now.
Leveraging the late timeouts from both Fraud and leveraging even Imi's timeouts to be able to capitalize and squeak through.
भाई आसपास क्या खेला है भाई. क्या खेला है आसपास भाई. Crazy भाई.
Come online now. Those B-site guards from Shenham, absolutely huge. A lot of round-ending kills from him. Stuff we did not expect to see coming from the MIBR rookies, especially after their game 1. But they have
crazy खेला भाई. Last map कौन सा है?
And they
Heaven?
are ready to make the elimination match not be their last.
I think Heaven
We'll be taking a quick break, but stick with us because we are diving into Pearl next to see who will be going home and who will be going on.
भाई क्या उसने वो निकाला भाई राउंड. 25 किल मारा है उसने भाई. मजाक है क्या? प्रॉल है. मुझे लगा हेवन है. क्या भाई साहब भगवान बैंडी क्या गेम निकाला भाई आसपास ने. बहुत तगड़ा. बहुत ही ज्यादा तगड़ा. आई थिंक आसपास के काफी सारे ऐसे फ्रैक्स थे जिसकी वजह से उन लोग का राउंड्स निकले भाई. लाइक कई ऐसे राउंड्स गए जिसमें उसका इम्पैक्ट था तब जाके निकले राउंड्स. अभी नया मैप पे जाएगा ये. नया मैप 9 बजेगा अभी. भाई मेरी आवाज देखो कैसी हो गई है चैट. ये इसको बैन दो. इसको बैन दो. अशोक परमार को. इसको भाई सेम चीज रोज पूछते लोग. आरपी 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 इतना समझाने के बाद भी बैंड की टेंट कोई समझता ही नहीं भाई. इतना शॉर्ट्स में डाला, सब जगह डाला, फिर भी नहीं समझता कोई भाई. क्या करने का अभी? क्या करूं क्या मैं? जान दे दूं अशोक भाई मैं अपनी? बता बता के लोगों को सेम चीज बार बार, कितनी बार बताऊं? ऊपर से गुजराती में लिखा है. साला मेरे को समझ रहा है, किसी और को तो कुछ घंटा भी नहीं समझ रहा है गुजराती में क्या लिखा है. मेरा ए बाय मॉड दो पहले. मॉड भाई मेरी बैटरी खत्म हो गई, इसलिए सोचूं भाई क्या हो रहा है. चार्जिंग करो बेटे, चार्जिंग.
Good start. He had 7 operator kills on that Abyss map, and it was just floating around on the defensive side. And I thought Cloud9, they tried their best to deal.
Good morning, San.
He just got value anyway.
I mean, they tried their best on their attack, but yeah, let's roll it back here in this series in general. I mean, quite frankly, when we heard what the coach had to say, fraud, when they were down, it's just like, you know, we need to be cleaner. We need
भाई
to get
चार्ज तो होता है भाई फटाफट माउस मेरा. उतरता थोड़ा लेट है. अच्छा खासा टाइम बाद, 3-4 दिन बाद ही उतरता है.
Which is a very simplistic map, right? These 3 lanes spread out super far away from each other, and it allowed them to get the separation for these execs that you were talking about, baby. And Ospas was just flourishing on the spear.
भाई आसपास पता है मेरे को लगता है वो क्या एकदम ऐसे काम रहता है वो. आंख बंद कर लेता है.
I mean, particularly
कुछ नहीं, बस उसको चिल रहना है. सुनता है जो उसके कोच बोल रहे हैं. And that's why meditation, भाई, meditation leads you to win everything in life.
That's right now. I mean, Shenum.
Meditation. आज देखना, MIBR जीतेगी.
So crispy, and I think now we're finally starting to see some
because of Aspas
in this
meditation.
MIBR team that we really haven't seen at all.
Yeah, he won a 1-on-1 against Vic early on.
And again,
right? That was pivotal in the first half, in my opinion. He had super low HP, had to play the situation perfectly around Vic, and spammed him right through the smoke. It was a
Rami देखो.
What I love the most about this,
4,500 लोग देख रहे हैं.
people were starting to question obviously after the first 2 performances from MIBR.
He's not playing RP.
Pick up those inexperienced.
It's fun watching. RP खेल रहा है वो. GTA RP companion.
They really showed everyone what.
Should I try a game of Mario Soccer?
नहीं अच्छा ये तो
we saw what they can do when they play, you know, this open
really
default map with a default
भाई साहब, what is this, man?
Yeah, but the question is whether they can show up against, you know, the Teo, against these newer meta comps when they're behind the 8 ball and they aren't equipped with those layers. They can clearly, they have the shooters to go head to head with anyone in the league. It's just whether they have the game plan to do it as well.
Well, and one of the pieces.
अरे Pearl है. अरे I thought Heaven है map. Appreciate your dedication towards your work. Foi na भाई. Thank you भाई, thank you San भाई, thank you मेरी जानू. अभी appreciate मत करो, अभी पहला दिन ही हुआ है कि मैं इतना लेट नाइट तक रुका हूँ. वापस कभी कुछ करेंगे तभी करना. राका भाई ने भी रश चालू कर दिया. हाँ बट मुझे यार खेलना है, बट अभी सीन ये है कि भाई I want people and don't know people.
He said it so dead, Panther. I'm confident.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is we kind of did see them struggle on the defensive side as well. They kind of had to rely on the op crutch of Ospas, but that's a good thing to rely on. Let's be honest. When Ospas is opping, it's a great thing for you.
But even then, they required that 10-2 lead. Yeah, I mean, with that 10-2 lead evaporated.
Hello, Samosi. क्या हाल चाल आपके? सब बढ़िया, सब बढ़िया. How are you?
Oh yeah, let's sit down.
भाई जल्दी मैप चालू करो यार. Without resting time, भाई.
Yeah, what was that?
I'm writing the
उसके बाद
That was kind of crazy.
I will sleep like a small छोटू बाबू. Galaxy क्या है?
I think it could be good.
Good morning, Jimesh. Good morning,
It
bold.
is kind of another one of those maps.
I will sleep like a small baby, guys, after this.
You give these long sight lines to Aspas.
Full chaddar waddar ओढ़ के
alert timings to Cortez.
ऐसे.
Yeah. It could
कितनी नींद है?
be another case of.
बहुत ज़्यादा नींद है.
This has been an off-boss map,
right?
Historically, like I have seen this guy do
भाई.
filthy things on Pearl, just year after year.
कब से लाइव हो? जी भाई मैंने अभी देखा 3 बजे से.
Yeah, he also.
Chat, by the way,
that ace was
tomorrow's matches.
so far. That was insane.
मैं तुमको बता देता हूँ 25 तारीख को सुबह जैसे आज मैं स्ट्रीम किया वैसे ही 25 तारीख को रात को 3 बजे मेरे को स्ट्रीम करना है सुबह मतलब वो खत्म होएगा 9 बजे सोने जाऊंगा ठीक है 1:30 बजे पैसिफिक का मैच चालू होगा पैसिफिक का मैच चालू होगा और वो चलेगा 6:30 तक एंड उसके बाद अपन जो नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम कंटिन्यू करेंगे वो
I think we're going to see pretty vanilla comps. I'd be shocked to see something crazy.
That's the plan.
Yeah, I mean, last year, Cloud9, they were running the Neon on Oxy on this
25 तारीख will be our hectic.
Neon is right now in this current meta that we're going to see.
Valo में कितनी rank है? Ascendant 1.
Because I think that it would throw MIBR
early morning, yeah.
Not having to deal with a default comp.
But is that a risk you want to take? This is
very
elimination match, third match in the map in the series. Like literally everything is on the line.
I think the question is whether we see like a vice or something like that.
तो अपना 25 तारीख को ये बाई शेड्यूल रहने वाला है बहुत हेक्टिक भाई सेम गोज विद मंडे गाइस मंडे को भी सेम है 2 दिन और हमको ऐसी नींद नहीं मिलने वाली वो मैच चालू होने वाला है अभी फाइनली भाई इनका बक बंद हुआ जी मैं आप वैसे भी अकेले रैंडम लोगों के साथ खेलते हो तो मैं आपको ज्वाइन कर सकता हूँ व्हेनेवर यू प्ले आप भी नूब हो मैं भी नूब हूँ दोनों मिलके प्रो बनेंगे ओ साले एसेंडेंट हूँ मैं ठीक है ना तेरी क्या रैंक है 30 ब्रॉन्ज प्लेयर मेरे साथ खेलोगे
Welcome back to the third map of our second series of the day. That means this map will
गेमप्ले दिखाओगे वहाँ पे
our teams going forward.
पहली बात तुम्हारा मेरे साथ मैच भी नहीं चलेगा नो रैंक तो नो रैंक का कोई जगह नहीं है एसेंडेंट में मुझे क्या आए बड़े नूबो बोलने वाले मुझे
where we haven't seen from either of these two teams yet, at least on the VCT stage. So for one end, Sean Garris was mentioning, hey, maybe they went back to the roots of what were they're comfortable with. Are we going to see vanilla comps here for MIBR?
Yeah.
Potentially here, because that's where they found so much success on Abyss. But this is also a map where we haven't seen.
जी भाई पक्का ये बोलना है रुक बस आप देखता हूँ मैं दिखाओ मुझे बोल्ड भाई आप कैसे खेलते हो गेम ये क्या बोलते हैं रैंक बढ़ाओ अपना पहले और मुझे बताओ दिखाओ बता के दिखाओ कि भाई यू कैन डू दिस भाई ये लोग का मॉनिटर वाला स्टैंड मेरे को बहुत पसंद है चैट ये लोग का जो मॉनिटर स्टैंड है ओए योरू लिया है परेल में योरू डबल इनिशिएटर डुएलिस्ट माँ की आंख भाई
MIBR is going to look to thwart that lower bracket run with some of their own default comp, that comfortability. This is exactly
again भाई अभी इनिशिएटर का ही समझ जमाना चल रहा है चैट भाई इनिशिएटर तो 2 मंगता ही चाहिए इनिशिएटर का जमाना है भाई सोवा ओपी लॉल
They have fade. You could play prowlers to clear out towards middle. You could scale up towards long.
Yeah.
You could do salvos with TPs towards the back of the sides here.
आपको गलत साबित करूँगा अच्छा करो गलत साबित करो मैं देखता हूँ वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं आपको गलत साबित
here you're going to be able to work around the map quite easily for Cloud9.
And we know they love to mess with utility to start. So
चलो भाई start करो guys.
First thing, probably mess with where you are in sight or trying to get into sight. It would be a C9 are starting on defense here. Already a rotation, a push out C long as MIBR are wasting no time to dash into the site. Default hit here as they're just going to go.
घर जाएगा बोल्ड भाई घर मेरे रैंक पे आते आते.
Secret right now. Great kills from Oxy and Net. unexpected. MIBR thought they had a clear sight, and that moment they take to breathe is the moment that C9 takes to fight back.
Now you have no choice but to potentially stay inside the site or to go for hero plays.
मुश्किल है भाई, मुश्किल.
Arzine and Shenom, the last two
टाइम
remain.
बताओ. टाइम नहीं पता बट काफी टाइम जाएगा भाई. नो रैंक से ascendant पहुंचना है मतलब काफी टाइम जाएगा.
Oh, shoot the back. Always
difficult.
Good. Beautiful fragment. That's going to drop the health of a few, and net alone. They still get a shot. Well, MIBR is playing this so masterfully right now, but they have to get in the smoke. They have to see if it's getting diffused. Can it be Oxy? No, it can't. It could be Shenom once again. The final kill.
Oh, bhai, anti bhai.
These two players
Shint bhai, Shint.
the rounds and showing us some awesome stuff.
Yeah,
anti bhai, anti.
It looked like they had
anti, anti.
Yes, but it did throw a null command for MIBR
Anti
to
bhai.
spot a player playing inside dugout. I almost think it almost actually did catch net towards that back.
काश आप भी ऐसे खेलते भाई.
To pop flash to fight
मेरा Sentinels versus Cloud में होने वाला है देखना
because
gameplay.
from the get-go there was
मैं
no
हूँ
delays
Sentinels में.
coming through from Cloud9, so you have to expect they're playing for a flood retake. They probably did expect here that it was going to be a double flank. So props to Cloud9 to play so far back.
Let's go, baby! Yes!
Oh.
Pistol
Ah, मेरा पैर में लग गई.
You're loving it.
Usually his volume's like 0 to 100, but that was tame. That was tame.
They're tame. They're tempering the play. They're tempering the go. He's got a long game to go. He's got more yelling to do apparently.
भाई मेरे पैर में लग
See
गई
if they
जोर से.
hit this hard towards A. The lurk here though from Shen could be a big factor. Oh, that was a shoulder. Yeah, I think Vic just caught that. Quick kill goes to Aspas, so they're gonna have a hard time getting into sight, but they're still encroaching, trying to find the back of somebody from C9.
Yeah. I mean, okay, everybody's isolated for 1v1s, but Cortezia does a good job against Mitch. Rifle's a little bit too far away from him to pick up, but at least to get the plant for MIBR.
Vic with a quick check. Giving the team the rest of the time to come from secret, to come from that garden area. Try to file into the site. High-low as they play it and just quickly overwhelm the site as you would expect with these weapons. Oxy on that outlaw from B comes into play.
By back-to-back, 2 round.
That's going to be a dimensional drift for him.
निकाल लिए इन लोगों ने.
Very early as well.
Very
that
realistic.
Can bring a lot of value because you look at C9's investment, it was still a lot being put here. A judge, couple of bulldogs, an outlaw, and those bulldogs could actually be quite good for Cloud9 in the retake scenarios, especially when Oxy. Well, actually, looks like he's dropping.
भाई मेरे को जो पैर में लगा है ना अभी चोट से guys. अब मेरे को इतना दर्द हो रहा ना वहाँ पे.
Do something funky here. I think Yoru, I mean, Zeppa and other maps would stay with Oxy. We kind of talked about that, their fracture game and whatnot. But a Yoru, you still have to.
बहुत ही मुश्किल है इनका.
Still going to allow him to do that. He goes back to the bulldog though. A little measured, a little measured.
It makes sense. He left a TP back.
Oxy पे ult है.
You need to leverage your duelist here.
Information निकाल सकता है.
Get out of jail free card if you're able to get a pick or miss and get out of there to safety. And I wouldn't be surprised later on if you go for the juggle so that they could play the dimensional drift retake.
Actually pushed all the way to A. You saw him took that gate crash back. So now they're at B, ready for the hit. But Aspas creeping around the back. They know they have gotten all the way into sight now. So C9's rotating over, but great positioning by MIBR here on the bonus round.
Here comes all these trades. So Oxy's back with the judge. He's going to be able to find information moving back for the rest of the team, but they're all isolated back towards the spawn.
All right. Blind and find. Here we go. Oxy trying to get in, does have that judge once again after they kind of flipped the site, so they're trading weapons back and forth. Vic to take down Artisine here. Oxy in a smoke. He's trying to break crosshairs, cannot find anyone just yet, as somehow MIBR still hiding in these moments as Nat does search out Cortezia.
But anyways, उनका तो round ही आ गया.
Salvo back and a bit of a break in the fight here as Cloud9 just figured out where their targets are. Havoc should be able to get this. Wait a minute, a few more shots here. Vic.
अरे भाई.
Shenom's not able to get that shot on him.
Shint भाई.
But even with a sliver of health, Cloud9 are able to grab that round.
Yeah, going into that one, looks like it was a regen shield too. For Vic on that diffuse. A lot of chaos has been put into Cloud9, but yes, you were talking about the dimensional drift out from Oxy, and it looked like they weren't really trying to get frags around there. There was such good stall coming out from MIBR on the post plan, but towards the end, finally, when all of that util is gone and everything settles down, at least for
भाई उनका bonus round भी वो लोग जीत गए.
stalls they could do with their util. You have the
और वो लोग ने उससे वो ले लिया, उनके guns ले लिए.
On top of that, you didn't have to trade too much. It didn't give a chance here for Shenom to get that clutch towards the end. I mean, there's a lot of bodies to shoot at. There was like 3 of them, +1 in the smoke.
Yeah. I mean, that should have been MIBR's round 2. You can even see Emmy knew it at the end there on the coach cam. A little bit of space take towards A, but no action.
क्या लग रहा है chat?
Pure rifle for Ospas.
C9 or MIBR?
The Stingers. And Ospas is once again going to be the one running towards that site. Thankfully, they have a cosmic divide to just split the front of that site to work together.
Through. They weren't expecting that from Secret. A trade back though, as Ospas does find a kill. They can play this slow. Armageddon's there for Mitch. The Teho ultimate is ready.
That's just unlucky. Maybe a small mistake on the cosmic divider. Free kill through the wall. Oh,
bye.
Blocked off Ospas after.
वो तभी smoke करने गया. Shit.
Are still on the spike. C9 need to work quick here and start to create a lot of options that MIBR can get a hold of. But no, they're ready for everything and anything. Cortezia with the last one.
आ गया, we are back. ठीक है जिम भाई आप enjoy करो मैं जा रहा. Okay, bold भाई. MIBR will be like we are back. Let's go, baby.
Just to spray out towards the A main. But I gotta say that small mistake from that wall could have been very, very costly for MIBR. It would have been one of those scenarios where C9 could actually walk away with another 5-0, another 6-0. This is not the start that you want here in the elimination match for MIBR when you lose once again pistol and bonus against Cloud9. But thankfully they stopped the bleeding quite early.
Big push. They want to fight this fully.
कैसे क्यों भाई क्यों push किया ऐसे भाई? OB इसमें अंधे में.
Blood of our 5th round.
And that's the Prowler just falling behind that to actually get that bite onto Ospas. The drone behind it as well. Just again talking about this double initiator so good for Cloud9. But I talked about it on the attack side, not on how good it's been on a defensive side to help out here. Cloud9 take advantage of the ward and also deny it from Nosware.
Slowly trying to get themselves behind enemy lines. This is big from Cortezia. We've seen this multiple times across our maps. Huge.
Okay.
And now he's causing problems for
MIBR
time to move around the map safely.
Okay, so they're putting a lot of responsibility onto Zeppa just to watch that 1v1 so that Oxy can move back and support towards the Gout in front of A. But everything's done well enough here by Cortezia to allow MIBR to move in for a plant. And once again, play. Potentially here, another clean pulse plant.
3v2.
Almost a quick frag.
Now 2v2.
Use that Cypher ult.
Yeah, 2v2.
See if they can get in the stars. They're going to be so troublesome here. Hunter's Fury hasn't even used the stars yet. Very well played. The layers to the post plan are making this so tough for C9. But Oxy just gets a swinging headshot onto Nosware. They're going to head back to side of Shenum.
Bye. Easy now.
Can here. Quick concuss, quick shot, but he doesn't get that frag. It's not even the half though. He's got Oxy on the roll.
Let's go.
Clutch in the series.
Let's go, baby.
Interesting enough too.
MIBR. Let's go, baby.
To start things off, but it makes sense because when they play that 2v2, especially with the neural theft thrown by net, you have to. They already knew you were kind of split up. So if you're already going to go for first, then you already have 2 players potentially on the defensive side just trying to push down towards the main. So you kick things off here with the Hunter's Fury. You're trying to keep them at bay, and then you use that grab well so you can play a little bit more slowly towards that arc push that you're trying to do here for Shenum. So turns out quite well. Heads up play for MIBR. And already in an early timeout for Cloud9, Imi wants to make sure here that they don't run through the same type of shenanigans as they did on Lotus, where they're going to run away with it, then it's tied up, and then when it comes down to those pressured moments, you know that Cloud9 they're always like one map, one series away from Cloud9. So they want to make sure that they don't falter that early at kickoff.
Great clutches so far. Red Bull clutch from Shenum, another one on the series, is preventing Cloud9 from doing a few of these things. I think so far we've seen in the games they have a lead they can close. That would plague them as well in these lower long runs if they do make it. I mean, man, they're in such great form, and then a non-closing game comes in. You're like, wait, why does this plague them? MIBR is trying to be fierce so they can bring that error back out of C9. If it's even there, I mean, what does this roster provide for them, right? Maybe it's not even a problem with the veteran status they have here working with C9. There's a lot of it there on the side of MIBR too. As we get back in round 6, they're going to have weapons. They're going to look to take this back in their control.
I'm actually trying to push up towards B to start.
Cloud9 का eco है.
It is an eco run that you have here. Recon, Al Jones started early off on the attack side for Nas.
भाई ये सोवा का सिर्फ एक ही यही चीज है जो सोवा का है ना ये वो कर देता है भाई. ड्रोन कैंसिल करवाता है.
They'll get that info at least because the pip will show up on the scoreboard. They know that Oxy picked it up and that he TP'd away.
Shot by.
They are playing the anti-eco. It's going to be a lot easier for them to just win these duels, especially when they're playing this buddy system that you currently see.
You always have to against C9, right? I mean, you always have somewhat of an anti-eco, but against C9, for some reason, no matter the squad, their ecos are always so strong.
C9, EG, we saw that from MIBR as well.
Crazy.
So. Yep.
Crazy how these teams can organize such good low-level or low-buy strats here to make it work. Already a frag, though. They take down net, so they don't have to worry too much about a lurk. And they should be able to get this retake onto C9 as they hit B.
Especially when they heard the on there by Oxy, and they probably waited that extra 20 seconds so that if there was another one, it was already gone. So now they have power of numbers for MIBR, a 4 versus 2. But you talked about the Sheriffs, it's good for one.
Harddisk still trades back though. They don't have to worry about Mitch too much no more with the salvos coming in. So set up by 4, Cortez.
भाई क्या sweat कर रहे हो लोग?
Probably get his util to stick now. Now Teo's gone. Feels a little bit better. But it's just a slow rotation in here from C9.
और ये left में तो देख.
Great job by MIBR. They're not pushing themselves too thin. These shots come in. It should just be a cleanup. And I think they're dealing well with Cloud9. Always trying to make MIBR sweat at the beginning of the round, right? We had that little push towards C long, didn't do much, but they're always giving MIBR something to think about before they can run their strat.
Thing is, right now, they kind of just ran into the cross of Harddisk, who gets the pick instead of trying to die the spike.
MIBR
Because Harddisk, after that kill,
3-3, let's go.
I wonder, you know, with the fact that we talked about.
Galax Sophie bye. Good morning, pineapple.
Playing against Mitch with these
Galax Sophie bye.
Nullify the lockdown, right? But maybe
Sophie भाई आपने मेरे thumbnail में ये क्या बोलते हैं इतना गोरा क्यों कर दिया है मुझे? इतना तो मैं कभी बचपन में भी गोरा नहीं था इतना तो. और लिप्स मेरे एकदम वो कर दिए लिपस्टिक कर दिया है भाई. लग गए इसके बच गए. सब लोग हैं क्या? नहीं नहीं.
Oxy has another dimensional drift already, so if they C9 feels like they've lost control around, they can regain it back with a bit of that vision.
And it's a great start because the salvo's already gone, so you can already pull out the lockdown. Nothing's going to stop it at this point. And now MIBR could choose to play the fake or play the pinch.
Roy मैच बहुत अच्छा था.
And it's not going to be ready for at least another 10-15 seconds.
Sorry, माफ करे.
Very nicely. Quick Prowler is going to alert them. A very, very close Zeppa, and that's going to go down.
भाई साहब भगवान बैंडी क्या दिमाग लगाया उसने.
Back in the mix.
Just so simple. Going with the null command, beat yourself out, being selfless. You could instantly trade res up while you still have the null command. And also you created that space already from the lockdown, so front side should be good, and it is.
Quick plant. Just letting the util waste away before C9 gets their positioning back here. This is a tough task right here. Aspas even playing the height of the box over towards Art. He gets hit pretty good. They're going to require the rest of the team to come in here.
I mean, look at Vic's HP after that.
It is low.
Corona diffuse.
Here the rotates back.
हाँ? करो.
Just going to try to hunt them down. But yeah.
क्या इस साल MIBR का ग्लोब होगा.
Again, just working.
जीतेंगे.
We looked at the vanilla comp. This should be C9 basically able to dissect this map in their favor. But MIBR are doing a great job sticking to the basics of what are the advantages of this composition, what they could do. Again, we talked about these pop flashes for Aspas. Aspas just dashing in and clearing space. And then you're able to play the pulse plant around Shinam and around Noswer.
Shot.
But that, around the ults to split,
एक बंदा लेके गया साला.
Usually we don't see that from the default comp.
And ultimately, MIBR, they look to play this comp where they can get those ults in, get themselves into the site, and kind of play it slow. So C9 does waste that utility. They can get through those windows. Seems really neat that they continue to go back and forth and are now doing what C9 basically did on Lotus, is waste C9's util and play within the windows when they can hit sight. Very nice little change of how they're going about it.
Now in a lower buy that you have for Cloud9, Net with the Vandal playing solo towards this B site. And things stay the same for Cloud9 though. You saw from this minimap, just trying to push up towards this A main, isolate that, pick up an orb, just trying to play the long game. This should technically be a write-off for Cloud9, and you play the long run for the next.
Ooh, I thought Net was stuck and dead to rights, but he actually keeps himself
Shot!
and gets a kill. The rest of the team starts to fall though, as that is only good for one. As they push
Danger
in
by
here. It looks like MIBR should be able to get this with the Bucky and Stinger on the other
4v2
side. I think
कतई भी नहीं हो रहा है,
really
कतई भी.
blessing for MIBR picking this is that they can use the KJ on the attack side first. You talk about around the
कतई भी नहीं हो रहा
window,
भाई.
but imagine if they were on defense, right? I
तुम लोग का time आ गया है, तुम लोग अभी low.
Till salvoing it and whatnot, so they kind of
MIBR ही जीतेगा आज.
work around that window to start and get some rounds on attack.
It's also one of the simple things, though, if you want to look at the other end for Cloud9, is that if that lockdown is ready, maybe it's not those moments to use a salvo right away to try to be aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So you need to be aware of what's going on for your opponents, too, not just trying to draw up or think about...
भाई अभी आसपास का दिमाग घूमने दो भाई.
This. You have to think about what your opponents have as well.
That's true.
Which is unfortunately was missed, which allowed here MIBR to string these rounds. They have 5 in a row now on their side.
Crazy.
आसपास बेबी
Yeah,
मारो
they
ना.
got guns. So what does that tell? Like, are they really that much?
अल्ट भी है भाई इन पे तो.
C9
भाई
getting to that bonus
इस
round.
पे तो एक्स्ट्रा अल्ट भी है.
MIBR have an answer.
तीन अल्ट है भाई इन पे.
One of those.
Not only that, this is also very similar to
मत जाओ, ए मत जाओ,
B
बी जाओ, फिर से
long
बी जाओ.
corridors around long B, around long A, but they weren't really allowed to put an operator in the hands of Oxy on this Yoru yet.
ओ दादा 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 कैसे दादा
This is going to be a tough hold for MIBR. 3 in sight and a big amount of ults coming in at him from the side of C9.
Push towards spawn though. Artesian just got spotted by the dimensional drift.
Yeah, he's getting bumped around now. Oxy's basically trying to give him a hug at the moment. Mitch and Nat are going to follow up with 2 more on that.
भाई ये मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है कि भाई OT जाने वाला है, OTT प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाने वाला है भाई. मेरे को फीलिंग आ रही है कि ये OTT प्लेटफॉर्म पे पक्का जाएगा.
Stop that bleeding of MIBR's consecutive rounds.
And with a flawless, you're definitely going to take that for Cloud9. Being strong on the retake, but not
अब से
only on
सारे
the retake.
एमर
Also,
एंड
it's been how many rounds have they played against each other so far in
watch
this
party
series. They're going to be like, at some point, Cortezia is probably going to be lurking somewhere. And look at
पहले
that,
ये तो
2 players just holding up towards that door. Hello, easy kills. Although not only did they take Cortezia, they had 2 players walk through those double doors for MIBR, which does not allow for you to have any type of value in the post plan playing off-site.
You see, wait and watch, baby doll.
Spikes drop for this hit. Makes me think they want to run in and out. I mean, you got a lot of ults. Hopefully they can run in and out and see a few of those be used erroneously here for C9. Well, that is a big ask. Just a quick default here for MIBR.
For C9, it's 5 players looking to crunch into middle. The turret will sound the alarm for MIBR to play a little bit more passively, and Cortezia has to be a little bit smart in these moments. Doesn't want to overextend. To at least try, in his point of view, fight a 1v1. Cortezia was going to be in a world full of hurt if he was going to overswing outside towards middle. So that slows things down. Yeah, spike down, dropped.
जब से टेंस गया है ना C9 से तब से C9 का ग्लो अप नहीं हुआ.
Not with Ospas, really.
Yeah, I think they might go back, give Nasra the plan if possible. Hunter's Fury. They are
जमाना हो
all
गया
over
बातों
the map
को.
right now, though. Love this play. It's
So
making
nice.
C9 move.
आसपास भाई shot.
Huge first frag. And just inserting people has...
Suraj Kumar bhai, thank you so much for the membership. Love you, baby doll.
Really understanding what they want to do with the spike hit. Finally, Ospas is going to move back. But a lot of time is going to be wasted. Net felt like
Easy bhai. 5-3 है. मगजमारी मत करो.
That will definitely give the advantage for MIBR to plant in these moments. And that's unfortunate, Riv, because this has happened before here for Cloud9, where, yes, they're at a player disadvantage, but they have too much overextension coming out from Net. And
Plant.
This should technically be an easy round for MIBR. Already in his post plant. everybody's staying towards dugout for C9, so they want to play for the next around these ults.
सेव कर रहे हो क्या सर जी? आओ ना, सेव कर रहे हो क्या आप? आओ जरा भी भाई यार, ये आसपास क्या मारता है भाई, मैं उसके आसपास भी नहीं पहुंच सकता भाई, इस आसपास के आसपास के आसपास भी नहीं पहुंच सकता भाई मैं, ऐसा डेंजर एमिंग करता है भाई, कच्चा एम है।
Even I was criticizing that, but also for Oxy to move up there, thinking that the coast was clear. That they were trying for MIBR just to play that buddy system, the initiator around the Aspas jet.
All right, bit of a miss on that one, but they still clean it up.
Avana, hello Vipin bhai.
2 weapons, and also the ult here from Mitch is actually quite huge. The Armageddon could be very useful. They haven't had too many opportunities to use that yet, because he's held on to that for like what, 3 or 4 rounds so far. So to play the delay or play the retake, really good on retaking towards that back of that.
Aspas currently holds the VCT record for most kills in BO3, 78.
Similar values that you have. So the pressure that you are
Virat Kohli or bot
around your Yoru to control this side and play the retake with that ult on B. While you're playing the stall on that side with your controller and your sentinel.
भाई वो नहीं हुआ.
He can hold it. This A insert keeps happening, and Oxy wants to fight.
सीधा कल्टी मारा उसने
गate crash. They do get that good info. Now focusing Artazine here.
सोएगा नहीं क्या? बस ये खत्म होएगा उसके बाद सो जाऊंगा. जाननी.
Fury and that null command up. C9 wants to stay in sight for this fight behind the wall.
45 है.
30
ult भाई, 30 ult. नहीं मारा.
You can see the X down. Another one from the Hunter's Fury as well as Cloud9 is absolutely scattered in the A site, but it's not a commitment from MIBR yet.
At this point, C9 feel like they have to make their hero play, so just playing patient, playing your numbers here for MIBR is good. They're walking into cross.
Zenom भाई, operator हाथ में ले लिया.
Should have been a save 20 seconds ago for C9.
Ooh, planning just off the crux in that default spot so they don't get spammed from the lower portion.
Sophie bhai.
The rest of Cloud9 high low.
Sophie bhai.
Just trying to monkey in around the site right now to get the perfect shot.
विद्यापीठ में पढ़े हो?
Really nice post plant setup here for the side of MIBR, but they're known. They're found out now and they have to make a move. Big shots from Cortesia, but it's not going to land. Vic comes up with another.
Hey bhai.
Shannon and Nazwar now at the top of A main as Nazwar strikes.
Shakawat. Let's go.
At that to get the round.
मार के भूत बना दिया भाई.
I was about to eat my metaphorical hat at that point when I said it should have been a save.
One more round, MIBR.
When they kind of let
one more round.
Some players deserted.
You can do this, baby.
In this post-plant scenario for MIBR, but thankfully the last 2 players playing that stall is going to be good enough here. But that should have been much cleaner. That said, the last round into the half, still getting rid of the value that Mitch could have with this Armageddon.
अरे Oxy, chat में क्या कर रहा है? खेल रहा है ना योरू तो?
Last round. That's why it should have been a save. Having 3 rifles left behind with the buy that you have here, you would have come out a little bit stronger to potentially narrow that gap. And it's almost been
Insta Vidya Mandir School.
What C9's been doing on the defensive side. And MIBR is taking full advantage of it.
Alt.
A lot of pressure on the map with that spike down as always. Cortesia to open it up onto Vic. The smokes are now wanting for the side of C9.
Nice.
They're so confident behind each
बहुत
other.
ही बढ़िया भाई.
Having fun right now in these final rounds.
हाफ में अभी डिस्कस करो कैसे मारना है. पूरा हाफ में. ठीक है ना C9.
One player anchoring to watch that flank and then Shenam again with the op.
Quick shot. Shenam with the pull.
अरे भाई एक और मार ही देता भाई.
The timing in their favor.
At least मरता तो मरता है तो डैमेज तो पड़ता.
Oh, the first shots are on the
अरे भाई nice.
Nazwar's able to answer. The column is held strong, and Nazwar gets the last 2 frags for an 8 first half on Pearl from MIBR.
आज के Gen Z माता पिता की पसंद.
But they understand what gaps were on their defensive line. So having the op to watch the flank suck for the delay.
Danger bhai.
Also to have Nazwar play around the pillar right here to crunch on the last 2 players of C9. This is great attack side for
सारे Indians लग रहे हैं भाई.
If C9 with this comp could pull it out.
Crazy stuff. MIBR 5 rounds away from eliminating.
MIBR में almost सारे मेरे को वो लग रहे हैं Indians. Zenom भाई crazy मार रहे भाई. I appreciate भाई. I appreciate the feeling of Zenom. कितना बज रहा है? भाई बड़ी भूख लगी है भाई. अब कुछ खाने का अगर व्यवस्था हो जाए तो बात ही अलग होगी. मेरे को आसपास और मुंबई में मॉडल्स नहीं रहते वैसे लगा भाई. मुंबई का ही लग रहा है भाई. वो मुंबई का बच्ची बमा है. मुंबई का बच्ची बमाए लगा मेरे को.
All right, let's get the second half underway of our final
Kelvin Clean model
series elimination.
बहुत ही बढ़िया. मम्मी
and MIBR in the lead.
मम्मी.
Surprisingly enough here again, MIBR very, very slow start on that first map, but coming out with a vengeance since Abyss, since their map pick, and also taking control of Pearl so far. But for C9, we mentioned it just before this map, on paper still looks pretty good to run some pretty good defaults. The thing is like trying to scale fast towards the A site could be difficult because they don't have that jet dash. So you want to try to leverage the synergy around all this util available from Mitch and Zeppa and work as a group here to see if you could capitalize on your round. But C9 pistol round 1.
दरवाजा बंद कर दो ना please.
They still only got 4 rounds.
Right. Yeah, the first 3 were theirs and then fell through their fingers.
भाई main है अभी starting के 2 round.
Again, and that's the type of half you want to start
फिर
with.
तो bonus खेलेंगे.
To pull this upset against Cloud9, must I say?
Yeah, an upset indeed.
दरवाजा बंद कर दो ना please.
Down, Salvo's in.
Good morning, Renan.
Gives a little breathing room here to Cloud9. We wondered if this Tejo would be stronger on their attack side as they.
भाई ये round जीतो रे please MIBR.
Looks like C9 feeling better on this one. Just losing Zeppa. Still a lot to throw at the site. Stop MIBR on the defuse.
So far so good for Mitch. He's getting kills with the ghost, but he's stuck.
स्कूल में कैसे थे आप like एकदम good boy या बदमाश करते थे?
He might not be able to use.
भाई स्कूल में मैं बहुत बदमाशी करता था. मेरे
Mitch with 3. You better expect the Phantom to be purchased by C9 coming in the next round.
2v2 है.
That's how it works, especially if they win. But the smoke's gonna make it tough now. Getting in a beautiful pull.
नहीं होएगा.
Smoke still giving a bit of cover with half. They just jump in. Oh no, Dams! This just got real tricky.
Oh my God!
Chance. You never do that. Naswar gets 3, gets the D.
Bro!
Looked like a Cloud9 round. MIBR just takes the rug right up from under him.
Crazy!
But at least jumping in with the right click would be able to take down the spike defuser.
Oh my God!
But he's protected. Look at this.
भाई ये देखो.
The IGL for MIBR saves his teammate. Shinams, you see it from the Acer.
Crazy भाई.
Oh.
Hey, what's up?
Let me just diffuse this under your nose.
It to be diffusing.
भाई साहब क्या बचाया है भाई उसको. नंबर 1 भाई.
Everything C9 should just been able to capitalize there.
भाई स्कूल में ना मैं मेरे को सबसे ज़्यादा मतलब मैं उस एक ग्रुप का पार्ट था जिसमें मैं और मेरा एक दोस्त था. वो ऐसे मतलब सबसे ज़्यादा बकचोदी करते थे. एंड देन स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल जो थी वो हमको उसके क्या बोलते हैं ऑफिस में बिठाती थी. ओह माय गॉड ब्रो. आसपास इज ओह माय गॉड ब्रो. उसने जो क्लासिक से मारा है आसपास इज सो फकिंग क्रेजी ब्रो. होली शिट मैन. क्या मारा उसने भाई. Just look at this guys. Oh my god भाई. Oh my god. आसपास तेरे आसपास भी नहीं आ सकता मैं. मेरे आसपास.
Killjoy this time around as we expected, but the team's coming together.
And he's never played with Cortezia, Shinam, or even Artesine in that fact.
Yeah.
They're still getting good results until this time Oxy finally opens up. A player advantage for Cloud9.
हाँ मैं क्या बोल रहा था. हाँ स्कूल के जो प्रिंसिपल होती थी ना वो हमको अपने कैबिन में बिठाती थी कि बुक यहीं पे कंप्लीट करो ऐसा करके. इतना मस्ती करते थे हम लोग.
last map and even these first few
बहुत
rounds.
परेशान
It's
किया भाई
gonna
हम
be
लोगों ने
a
स्कूल में
very
टीचर्स
touch and go.
को
Hit each site, see what's there until they like what they see, much like we saw in Lotus.
बस मतलब ऐसे मस्ती करते थे ऐसे कुछ ऐसा कुछ खराब काम नहीं करते थे बस खाली भाई यहाँ वहाँ मस्ती जो बचपनों में बचपने में होती है ना जो मस्तियाँ
Net didn't really push out too far out and just wanted to watch that angle.
Rickabs, good
and
morning.
Stay as a group to make sure that they could guarantee trades. We could find some surprises for him. I mean, look at that. Already an Armageddon on your attack side just to make sure you could get a plant down.
Crazy stuff. And that's a quick one, too. Quick default plant. They should.
Oh, bhai.
Plant gets stopped here. They actually have to figure this out again. They still get the frags they need. Yeah, all good. That was just for a moment. It looks scary, but obviously just pistols on the other side, so not much damage was done. Even Oxy's going to stay for the last frag.
चलता है भाई, चलता है.
Starting to get those ult points online, and this was
MIBR, you're on the 10th, bro.
Yeah.
10-5.
Death ball towards that B side. I think it's
2 round निकालो भाई. इनकी गांड फट के हाथ में आ जाएगी भाई.
Especially when you have this util, the recon dart, and more util.
इतनी मॉर्निंग स्ट्रीम भाई 3 बजे से चालू है रिकब भाई.
We just wanted on C9
मॉर्निंग
side to
भाई
make sure that you're
3
not
बजे से चालू है जानू.
util. Give alt orbs over on
वॉच पार्टी चालू है ना.
Just play to your strength.
अभी तो चलती रहेगी अपनी ऐसे. कल भी है. कल तो भाई बहुत ज़्यादा एक्टिव है.
Clean up in all 3 and move on to the next round.
Opsboss is back.
That's true. Posted up this time towards main and gaining the space behind the Owl drone. But that already is a tell. Look at how instantly Zeppa falls back with the rest of his team. They don't need the fade to do the prowler behind the pillars because they already have the drone from Mitch.
Now they have the mid control, also Cam there to help from the flank. Are they going to go back?
I think so. They might try to go back to try to grab at least map space and potentially even...
मैं बोला 24 hours extend ना भाई.
That is true. He's one away. We'll see after approach.
नींद नहीं मिली है मुझे. कल भी मैंने दिन शाम में स्ट्रीम किया उसके बाद डायरेक्ट आया हूँ भाई.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe that's why
I have no energy, Janu.
No energy. Got 2 prowlers to work with, but now it's
भाई
just gonna be a
आपास भाई sorry आसपास भाई यहीं पे.
This is not good.
एक मार के इसी से निकल जियो भाई.
They feel like they have map positioning. They throw a smoke down. No, they already the quick dismiss, but they still don't look. They don't check the corner. A quick trade onto Osboss, and they know dropping the off is going to be big, and there may not be many here, right? Osboss is there. The team's probably across the map, and Oxy's going to figure that out right away.
And that's the good news. He dropped Mitch instead, so you could still grab the orb, get information into Dimensional Drift, and play the pulse plant for Cloud9.
So huge here how this played out for C9. Can they layer the post plant, though? MIBR ready to get in. Not a lot of util there. Just coming from Artisan's KO.
भाई साहब मेरे तो लग रहा है कुछ दिनों में 25 20 skip
util still available for Cloud9 on pulse plant. Already stuck to halfway though.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be huge.
20 skip होते दिख रहे हैं. मतलब
pressures them off only for the second defuse. Pressure Cloud9
दिनों में 25-20 skip होते दिख रहे हैं.
One shows Oxy takes down, but not
अच्छा मतलब years okay.
MIBR are starting to close down onto Cloud9. Vic again.
Oh my God.
Always asked for.
Oh, he's got it.
And he delivers on time. Even the half defuse isn't enough. Cloud9 play these rounds so tight.
अबे यार शिंट भाई कर लेता बे बचने के लिए.
Staying consistent in these moments.
हाँ पर उसकी भी HP कम थी भाई. मतलब towards 30 बढ़ रहे हैं. हाँ मेरी दाढ़ी देखो भाई. साला दाढ़ी निकालने गए भाई. दाढ़ी लोग मेरे को बुड्ढा बुड्ढा बोलने लग गए भाई. दाढ़ी निकालना पड़ेगा. भाई विक क्या मार रहा है भाई. एक विक एक आसपास है. इन लोग भाई.
And that's a lot to ask for the first time Vic plays here on the stage at kickoff.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention.
Last game Oxy ने बहुत मारा था भाई.
Incredible kind of just confidence in these plays, knowing that it's something he's done all the time, and the stage does not seem to be any different for him.
Yep, play from home, play for here. It's all the same thing for Vic.
What a quality to have, honestly. What a pickup for C9. 6 to 10 here. It looks like it's a bit of a B play.
Still slow though.
मेरी दाढ़ी ब्राउन हो गई कुछ कुछ. भाई मेरी भी सेम भाई. मेरी दाढ़ी ब्राउन हो चुकी है भाई. मेरे को डर लगने लग गया भाई.
Just easy map control
अबे
once again.
यार.
Fortunate this time here for Osboss. Tried to go for a hero play that got picked off.
देखो कैसे चल के जा रहे
हैं. They have to understand here. I mean, it's understandable because for MIBR they haven't really tried to go for a lot of these mid controls yet.
They haven't. But that's always been there.
So now they know checkbox, looking to delay the rounds, what they could do here to potentially fight net in these moments that C9 consistently plays these 4-1s on the attack.
Slow move. You can see Artine, he's like, is everybody gonna crash through R? He seems a bit
I know
he
it comes.
tries to take main control.
Almost था वो तो.
C9 are throwing everything in the kitchen sink in sight before they even enter right now.
Nice!
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 Gets another shell.
Nice!
Shotgun again, and it's a 4K. The collateral on the last hit.
Crazy!
Oh my God, pumping up the team with the Bucky, and it's gonna be just one more left. Net to live in A with the plan.
Silver lining is that he didn't pick up any of these weapons.
Crazy bhai, crazy bhai.
Holy moly, home defense.
भाई मजा आ गया, crazy भाई.
Beautiful job.
नींद उड़ गई मेरी. भाई चगावा तो बकी देख के.
Had a chance to shoot the drone of Oxy, or the clone rather, didn't shoot the clone, still came out with the right play. He had so many options. He chose the right one out of all of them.
Oh man, talking about isolating.
Oh भाई साहब.
Just before from Vic this time.
दोनों को पड़ी माँ की आँख.
And just a quick smile.
Yowzer.
But the 1v2 from net, holding out the knife to walk out towards dugout. You have to.
भाई सर पकड़ लिए C9 वाले.
You never saw the killjoy. You know the killjoy is playing B at this point on how you entered.
सर पकड़ लिए भाई C9 वाले.
That's a huge stop. They just hit on C9's 2 rounds in a row, and now 2 away from winning, Vance. MIBR so close.
And C9, with the amount of plants they've been getting, at least they have a pretty decent buy. Half shields for both Zeppa and Vic, but the rest of them are full shields, full rifles.
भाई क्या jump करता है भाई ये?
This time though, a little bit more activation from net, so he potentially great util.
Oh, almost. They're trying to help him, but couldn't get everything for him. Still get Aspas out safe. So they've gotten the pressure and a little bit of knowledge.
भाई अभी risk मत लो, ऐसी फालतू pick मत दो, आराम से खेलो.
And now one smoke towards that spawn. You don't really give an opportunity for Aspas to get a good line.
Alt भी है भाई.
He's gonna peek this right away, hoping the dart would be something. It's not gonna get enough there. As they get right back into the smokes. Nice use of the layering and util here as we go back for the fight. Vance Fragment's actually going to start cooking some people up in the corner.
Nice!
Runs into his fragment to get the final kill there on Oxy. Or not final kill, but another one.
And that's a huge kill from net. The ult gets information all for.
अरे माँ कसम भाई.
Pushes back and forth. The trades are making this very tough to get a peek on as they spam through the smoke. You can see this push now coming from Nas. We're trying to figure out who is back here. How
अरे माँ कसम भाई मरना. अरे वो मरा क्यों नहीं?
Should be good now. It's going to be
nice.
Fire onto Mitch. Trade from Vic.
I mean, all that.
Around देना पड़ेगा.
Love here from Mitch, just staying outside.
Around देना पड़ेगा.
Delay enough. Again, the other ones with the operator. What could Aspas really do here to try to retake a 2 versus 3? So it was the most important fight in the back of the site between Nosler and Mitch. And both IGLs
start में एक pick मिल गया होता ना operator से.
Delay to guarantee the round for Cloud9.
सीन ही अलग होता. कोई ना बड़ा अपने पास ये इसका alt है.
Quick play on the other side of the map too, just to deter. But yeah, back here, playing in the smoke, staying alive, causing Nazor have just to focus, right? That's what you're talking about, making them focus, Mitch, instead of what they can in the site. Yeah, these little cat and mouse games. Their C9 is able to get by in the rounds, but we're seeing that's what it takes C9 to get these rounds right now.
इसमें ना हो रहा comeback tough map है attackers के लिए.
Grabbing them all back almost every time. Crazy.
Now a timeout here from Fraud.
देखो भाई आसपास भाई सीधा आंख बंद कर लेते भाई, सीधा मेडिटेशन. भाई योगा से ही होगा, मैं तो यही कह रहा हूँ सबसे. योगा से ही होगा.
This is going to be quite interesting to see if they want to cook up something very similar.
Good morning, Saurabh bhai.
Around what should not be the best buy going into MIBR if they want to buy around this play, or is it going to be a long
2 round बस
for the Brazilian team?
चिल बंदा है आसपास है ना, एकदम शांत, योगा कर रहा है मस्त, दिमाग में सारी चीजें रखी हुई है, पता है क्या करना है, आराम से खेल रहा है भाई. गुड मॉर्निंग विवाय, गुड मॉर्निंग विराज.
Cloud9 comes off of these timeouts quite strong, and they actually have that ult to use from Nightfall and one for Oxy if they
अभी तक हो. Yes baby.
That guy is just cycling through all of this game, and MIBR is able to stop what is happening. An operator, low buys around that, except for Cortezia.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted to go with rifles at the very beginning, Guardians and Stingers, but they are going to just stick with what they have to make sure they have a healthy buy in the next. But the idea is still there. You have both Artazine and Aspas working together. Playing further behind is going to be Nazar with the Hunter's Fury. And Prowler for C9 at least checks out that the operator's there.
Insert. This is what killed them last time. They actually get shot on the drone, so they have to think twice now. Is this spot something that gets kills on him? No way it happens again.
Bro, they never check it, bro. They never. Bro, they never check it. Bhai, why? भाई वो लोग चेक करते ही नहीं एक भी बार. आसपास के टाइम में भी चेक नहीं किया था. अरे आसपास क्या बोल रहा हूँ? उसके टाइम में भी चेक नहीं किया था.
Aspas shot those right away. At least he got into an instant train, and he also wasted out that Hunter's Fury.
हाँ, आसपास के टाइम पे चेक नहीं किया था उन्होंने.
Got to back up on this.
Hey, why?
Because Aspas technically was opting towards the A side. We have to run away from that, which C9 has done, but the mind games continue here for Mitch. They're going to wait for
You seem tired, Jimesh. सो जाओ. बस हाँ, इसके बाद जाऊँगा सोने. हो गया ना मैच, इसके बाद खत्म हो जाएगा मैच.
Nightfall comes in. You have to expect MIBR is going to use Cosmic Divide to take the site back once this plant happens, so they'll probably let a bit of this happen really before giving themselves up. Oh, good damage. Oh, Cortezia.
माँ कसम भाई.
It's actually blocked in by
Bye.
That Hunter's Fury pays off big time.
I mean, it's out in the open. You're still running into that, and now Aspas gets a pick and a spikes down.
There's going to be a gate in. Quickly goes net. They try to force the play. It's on a pressure cooker now. Cortezia and
Danger.
That's game point for MIBR.
Hello, happiness.
9 is left.
भाई. ऑक्सी बंदर बन के चेक किया वरना 2 किल तो मिलते. ज़ेप्पा भाई भी कैसे मर गए देखो ना. ज़ेप्पा भाई के खाली 4 किल. झूल रहे हो ब्रह्मांड में. उसको बोल रहे होंगे कि भाई नीचे से आवाज आ रही है क्या.
The cabin towards the tucked area of the default spot of the A site. And it does not.
Dragon को good morning, Dasha.
Against the wall, MIBR at map in.
Oh, भाई पूरी रात निकल गई.
It's time for the rapid timeout. No time.
GG है C9 के लिए. GG सी है भाई. MIBR ने कितना मतलब वो किया भाई. They deserve it.
Reset the strats and let them know there's so much in the playbook that they can use to make this work.
इनमें मैं भी होता अगर होगा कि ऊपर आ फिर बात करूंगा. नहीं ऐसा नहीं होता भाई इन लोगों में. क्या मतलब C9 घर जाते हुए घर जा रही है C9 यहाँ से निकल ही जाएगी. वैसे भी एलिमिनेशन राउंड है शायद. आई फील इसमें जो हारेगा वो सीधा बाहर. वेलकम बैक रेसिस्ट. भाई तेरा नाम रेसिस्ट क्यों है रे. तेरा अच्छा नाम होगा ना, कुछ भगवान ने दिया होगा ना रे. हाँ मम्मी पापा ने दिया होगा और रखना तेरा नाम. ये कैसा गंदा नाम है रेसिस्ट. हाँ रखना अपना नाम. बुलाने को भी ऐसा हाइलो रेसिस्ट ऐसे बोलने को भी अच्छा नहीं लगता भाई. कल की वॉच पार्टी करेगा यस करूंगा.
Splits into or a C9 comeback or an MIBR upset victory in this series.
Yep.
But again, just to underline this double ult that they currently have here for C9, if they use this now and are able to capitalize on the round, there's still 4 chances for MIBR to close it out with their own ults, better weaponry. And hopefully for C9 fans, it's not going to be the case, but you see here how nervous they are towards the spawn in the very beginning.
Such a low buy for C9 here. Relegated to 2 sheriffs, weapons.
Bhai सीधा उसने वो मारा.
Let's see if they can make it happen. Into the site.
सीधा भाग गया वो लोग बाहर.
Here Armageddon goes down. They could still have Salvo coming in for that lockdown. Few shots go back, and that's going to be a bit of mid. Now Cloud9 looks like they could stay alive here with just 3 more.
आसपास भाई कुत्रा बनाएंगे. Oh! Oh!
Because he knows Mitch is coming in. They're not going to be able to get any of that util.
Aspas
still alive now to try and get this spike down.
And both players of C9 are isolated though. It might have to be our hero play coming in for once again Vic.
Nobody's going for that spike just yet. Obviously MIBR can see.
Bro, perfect. बस ऐसे ही रहे बच्ची.
They have coverage across the site.
अरे shit भाई.
Tough for C9.
कोई ना पता चल गया. 8 दिन भाई आ रहे. कोई सीन नहीं. 8 दिन भाई आ रहे.
One more Vance. It's going to be Vic. He takes the shot, the 2v1. He's trying to create the 1v1s, but he can't find anybody. 18 seconds, and they're going to force him to plant the spike. Artisan just doing the peaks. Can he get underneath Heaven here just to make it happen? He's going to get behind the pillar. He probably has a bit of a plant spot. The Galax just off to the left side. Can he get himself into a position that pushes and pulls? It's going to be the kill from Artisan.
Let's go! GG's in the chat.
Cloud9's parade as they move through the kickoff bracket.
MIBR against
Let's go, MIBR.
able to fight back. And in a default composition, going
Bro.
here like Pearl, they just
MIBR.
worked for them and made sure that they just play their own game.
Amazing stuff from MIBR. The upset we were not expecting, but if an upset's on the docket, that means it can happen. What a restructuring of the mantle and just what we saw from last week from this team, Van Silly. Incredible change.
Yeah, night and day, but you have to look at it from MIBR's side. They had an interview from Ospas. They just came into kickoff, maybe 6 days before kickoff.
Yeah.
A new agent just came out. They had 1 day of practice, so definitely it did not look good against such a strong team that they played in that first round. But then, you know that
क्या खेला है भाई आसपास
to make sure that they stay alive in this series and
गांडिश पार्टी
continue in their run for kickoff. Yeah. And they showed that beautifully here with the display that they had against Cloud9 today.
And we know that core of MIBR was going to be good, but the questions were around the room.
भाई MIBR ने तो किया ही किया, पर आसपास ने जो किया है भाई टीम के लिए वह हमेशा परफॉर्म करता है, वो हमेशा कंसिस्टेंटली को परफॉर्म करता है भाई वो हमेशा भाई कमी छोड़ता नहीं है भाई वो
getting the bonus round in their favor, but it almost went back to that same story where they have such a hot start. But
deliverables बोलते
going into that second map.
कौन से इसके भाई इसके मेरे कोई deliverables चाहिए तौसीफ भाई this is me मेरे साइड से डाल रहा हूँ मैं इसके कोई deliverables नहीं है ना इसके भाई वॉच पार्टी पाफी फेट नहीं है आसपास की प्रीवियस टीम कौन सी थी आई थिंक लाउड थी ना शायद नहीं लेफ्ट थी शायद नहीं लाउड थी
we definitely have what it takes here to push it forward to the finishing line.
Crazy stuff here. So Cloud9 going to be losing that one, and they do get eliminated from VCT America's kickoffs, and we do have to say goodbye to Cloud9. A great run to Star Energy kind of show.
चलो हो गया अच्छा गावात भी सो जाएंगे एक शॉर्ट्स एडिट करने के बाद एक शॉर्ट्स एडिट करने के बाद सो जाएंगे गाइस बिकॉज अभी एक वीडियो एडिट करनी है हाँ हो गया मेरा 2 मिनट हाँ मेरे को याद ही नहीं आता कि कब वो बेकार खेला लाइक 10th तक का भी बुरा टाइम आया था फ्रैग्स नहीं निकल रहे थे आसपास का कुछ भी हो इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रैग्स लेता भाई वो लाइक इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर है वो भी मैं मिलते हैं हाँ चलो गाइस अभी मैं तुम लोगों को मिलूंगा शाम को पता नहीं कितने बजे बट मेक श्योर यू गाइस फॉलो मी ऑन इंस्टाग्राम सो दैट आई कैन अपडेट यू गाइस और मे बी डिस्कॉर्ड ज्वाइन कर लो तो नोटी आ जाएगी तुम लोगों को मैं अराउंड आ जाऊँगा 6 बजे तक आई थिंक 6 आ जाए 6 बजे तक आ जाऊँगा 6 या 7 जब भी मैं उठूँ उस हिसाब से ठीक है चलो बाय गाइस टेक केयर सी यू मिलते हैं अभी मैं एक थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट एडिट करूँगा 11 बजे अपलोड हो जाएगा वो तो देख लेना ठीक है बाय गाइस टेक केयर सी यू मिलते हैं चैट तुम लोगों को शाम को लव यू चैट बाय 11 बजे शॉर्ट्स देख लेना गाइस अभी बनाने बैठूंगा इसके लिए मैं तो प्लीज़ देख लेना बाय 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 जी का मैच नहीं देख रहे तो आज थोड़ी है जी का मैच 25 तारीख को है मेरी जान अभी थोड़ी है मैच बाय गाइस बाय गुड मॉर्निंग गुड नाइट मुदस्सिर भाई गुड नाइट एवरीबॉडी